Hey everyone, good morning and welcome to another PhDwin week, day two of PhDwin week 2025. I'm sitting here in the headquarters, the main office at Austin, Texas with Nikhil. How you doing today, Nikhil?
Pretty good, pretty good. Ready for day two. Very
Yeah,
excited.
we're really excited about day two. We've got some fun stuff coming up. So in just a minute, as you can see on the screen, Frankie Delgado is going to give us some information about importing data in PhDwin v3. But first, let's talk a little bit about what happened yesterday. Nick, I think yesterday was a great day, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah, that was a really good start. I think having Dwayne Stewart, that was. I mean, we really started with a bang there. I loved that presentation, especially from my perspective as a young person in the industry, trying to understand these deals from a higher level and how our program can really make a difference in people's lives and people's jobs. That was fantastic. So that was a great start.
you know,
Really loved that.
I love it too because as the MBA, so I'm not an engineer. We all know that at this point. If not, nice to meet you. I like unicorns, and I'm not an engineer. And the whole thing is that gave us a perspective about how quality engineering can lead to better outcomes. He was a situation where $100 million would have been lost without doing that higher level analysis that V3 really enabled. I think that that's the kind of thing where people ask, what is that value add? Why do I want to, change tools? Why do I want to go from areas of V3? Or why do I want to go from version 2 to V3? And then we showed that improved methodology in that presentation. I think if you're going to rewatch anything from PHDwin Week, that's the number one thing to rewatch is Dwayne Stewart's video from yesterday morning. And then after that, I think that we had a great session afterwards, right? I mean, Hunter did a good job going through talking about Aries conversions. We had a good chat about the challenges of Aries conversions. I learned a lot from it. What do you think?
Yeah, Hunter has become a savior around here. Sometimes when I'm doing a demo and I need to convert some client data, I'll run into a snag and I'll just send it to Hunter, and he'll. I thought I was going to be working 4 hours on this one database, and he got it fixed within 10 minutes. And I ran right to you. I was like, "This guy's special." I like Hunter. So
Shout out to QED Energy Associates. Frank comes from there. Hunter comes from there. A great group down in Houston for all your training and tech needs. And, we really appreciate that skill set that he brought to the table that he got, he brought from QED. And then, in the afternoon, we had well, first of all, we had a great replay yesterday. More people watched the replay yesterday than I thought, Nick. And so I jumped on and I added some extra live content to it. That's my plan for this week. If I can, we can jump in there on some of these replays, add a little extra, do a little bit of updates. So make sure if you're sitting here watching, you stay plugged into the feed. We were going to try to add in a little extra for you. And I think that that's something, worth doing to make it so that the content stays fresh, that things that y'all have seen before come around again as new. And so also, I think then in the afternoon, it was the big one, right? I mean, what did you think about that D&M segment? That was great, right?
Oh man, Zach was fantastic. I learned a lot from that. I thought that the discussion was great too, and having him and Dave just discuss higher level engineering than I know, as I'm also not an engineer, so I have to talk to engineers all the time. So anything like that is just a gold mine for me.
I will say this year I've been working really close with DeGory McNaughton to help them with their capabilities, to talking to them about V3 and where we can develop that roadmap out with some ideas and some concept they have. And I'm very pleased to say that they are very much on top of it. If we're going to talk about a group that is really sophisticated in all versions of PHDwin, really have done a good job taking on that technology, integrating it to their own stack. I think DeGory McNaughton is ahead of the game right now, and it's definitely someone that I want to highlight as part of PHDwin Week as a key partner that we want to continue to work with. So we appreciate Zach coming on. We appreciate that discussion, but we appreciate that ongoing partnership with DeGory McNaughton to make sure that, as we roll out new technologies, they get the most benefit from it. They're plugging it right back into what they're doing internally in those internal work processes. They're really an example as far as what can be done, with SQL Server, with version 3, and with the different things that we've done with PHDwin. But, one thing I think is really fun about PHDwin Wing is we get to, have different opinions, go back a little, back and a little forth about going between these high-level technical discussions and then training. We finished off yesterday with Aaron coming on from QED, doing a really good training session. I thought that was excellent, right?
Yeah.
she's just the best whenever it comes to tutorials. Whenever me and you do a tutorial, they're always like, can y'all just do it like Aaron does it? We always get pinged that we're not as good as her. So we're looking forward to having Frankie on a bit, yet another champ from QED, right? Starting us off this morning. So make sure y'all catch that. So what Frankie is going to start us off with today is a quick start. That was the most requested video for PHDwin Week this year, which was how to import data into version 3 from different file types. So I think that's going to be one of the most replayed videos afterwards, as people need it for tutorials. Then at 10 o'clock, we've got our flagship for the morning. Richard Chair is coming on with a barn-burning presentation about how Midland, Texas is the center of the universe. You know, Richard doesn't pull punches. I got to tell you, I've been working with Richard for years, Nick, and he comes at it. You know, he just tells you how he thinks it is. He takes your numbers, rips them apart, gives them back to you on a plate, and says that this is where you were wrong. And he took on the entire Midland, Texas on this one. So I think that's going to be a good one, right?
Yeah, I mean, what's interesting to me, kind of one of my takeaways from yesterday is like, when you're forecasting, it's not just about ethics. The ethics also lead to money.
Right.
You know, it's not just, you make a mistake or you over predict. That doesn't just make, that's not just an ethical problem. It's also going to lose you deals.
Yeah.
So when it all comes together, it shows like there's only one route here.
Well, and we overestimate, we underestimate, and I just not to get ahead of it, but I think Richard's going to show that there might be some underestimation going on as well with some of these, these type curve methods. And so I really think that it's important to take a look at it. Also, if you're a version 2 client, Richard's going to show his methodology in version 2. That's our main version 2 session for this week. So make sure you catch why Midland, Texas is the center of the universe at 10 o'clock. I just want to remind everyone that you do get PE hours for being part of PHDwin Week. You need to catch the ethics session Thursday morning at 10 in order to get those PE hours, but otherwise track your hours. We'll verify on our sides, and then we're going to go ahead and give you those hours after PHDwin Week. I'll have a form for you to fill out. So make that part of your hours. Make Midland, Texas center of the universe. And then after that is going to be your session, right? You excited about that? You pumped? You ready?
Yes, sir.
You're getting ready for it? You getting prepared or whatever, right? So, y'all guys, he's going to do an end-to-end demo. I mean, starting at the data, ending on the outputs today. So wish Nick luck here. I think that's going to be a great session. We'll make sure to get you some coffee and some donuts before you roll into that one. I think it's going to be awesome, huh? So,
sounds good. Yeah.
And then this afternoon, the keynote, Ryder Scott. We got to give credit to Marilena. She is an absolute gold standard for PHDwin Week, coming on again and again. The most watched video in PHDwin history, 32,000 views on our YouTube channel. Thank you, Marilena. Thank you, Ryder Scott. Thank you for being great partners of PHDwin. Can't tell you I'm excited about that. She's outright viral in this industry, right?
Oh, yeah.
We have someone like that on PHDwin Week. It always means the best. We love her coming back. And then at 3 o'clock, Matthew Scott from the General Land Office. Y'all say that y'all want different people on than just engineers and consulting firms and all that. So we got the Land Office on. Wonderful presentation. We can't wait to talk to Matthew afterwards. And that's going to be what's going to be capping off PHDwin Week today. But for now, Nick, I think we're going to turn it over to Frankie and let him take it off. But before we go, good luck today. This is Nick's big day, guys. So let's give him some congratulations. Make sure to be asking good questions. Events@phdwin.com, or just type in the YouTube chat, and we'll be sure to answer those questions throughout the day. All right. Thank you all very much. Enjoy your PHDwin Week.
Welcome to PHDwin Week. Today's program moves from practical workflows to policy-grade economics and land fundamentals. We begin with a QED Quick Start led by Frankie Delgado, a longtime PHDwin presenter whose quick starts are among our most watched replays. Next, Richard Shearer demonstrates why Midland is the center of the universe, then builds a representative type curve to power economics in PHDwin. From there, Nikhil Joyce delivers an end-to-end path from exporting data in Well database to running full-cycle economics in PHDwin v3 to publishing results in v3 Connect reporting. At 3 to 4 p.m. Central Time, we host Matthew T. Scott, PE, from the Texas General Land Office on typical land types across the Midland Basin, Central Basin Platform, and Delaware Basin, and how historical revisions shape today's decisions. Later, our Platinum partner Ryder Scott features Marilena Garcia, PE, with Optimizing CO2 EOR for 45Q, an ISO 27916 compliant path to $85 per ton. We'll also roll a featured replay between sessions, Use chat for questions and make sure you're registered for replay access. Let's get started. Please welcome Frankie Delgado from QED Energy Associates as he talks about importing data into PHDwin v3.
Hi everyone, my name is Frankie Delgado with QED Energy Associates, and today I'm going to go over how to import new daily history, monthly history, and ownership values into PHDwin v3. Okay, so I have my v3 database made right here. It has 20 cases in it, and that's about it. So first thing I'm going to do in here is set up a view to where I can see what I'm working with. So I'm going to go to the top right up here on the Home tab to the View section. I'm going to drop that down and go to Standard. That's the one I like the best. I do like to edit it just a tiny bit though. I'm going to get rid of this 30-year graph down here at the bottom. I'm going to take the 70-year one and I'm going to drag it right over here next to behind case settings and let it go. And now I have that tab up, or that graph up here on a tab with everything else. Everything's nice and clean like that. I like it. So if we look at our daily production, I do not have any daily production for any of these cases in here. Just click through a few. And then on our monthly production, I have monthly production all the way through December 2022. So after that, I don't have any monthly production for any of my cases. Also, on my ownership tab, I can see that I have just the standard 175 values. So every case just has that on it, it's just default, and I don't want to run those. I like to import my own values for ownership, and that's fine. I can do all that pretty quickly. So I have three spreadsheets I've already created, one for daily history, monthly history, and ownership. The daily history I have split apart by case ID for different cases. It's a PHDwin value, and that I think works pretty best for importing. You can see it goes 1, and then we scroll down and see it change 2, 3, 4, 5, all that, all the way up to 20. And I have date right here, so it's a daily date, so it's the first, second, third, fourth, all that. And then values for each date for gas, oil, and water. My monthly spreadsheet is set up pretty much the same thing, except instead of daily dates, I just have monthly dates. So here's January for all 20 cases, and here would be February for all 20 cases. I got the gas values, the oil value, and the water value. My ownership spreadsheet I have set up similar but different because it's ownership, not history. So I have my case ID right here as a primary import ID code. I have my working interest, my revenue interest, and my NRI. I've also got a qualifier column right here with FD filled out for every case. FD are just my initials, Frankie Delgado. I'll talk about that a little later, but right now we're just going to go ahead and start setting everything up and importing everything. I do have each one of these spreadsheets saved as .csv. I will need to have them saved as .csv. I like to have them saved as .csv to import best. So let's go back to PHDwin. First thing let's do, let's go ahead and import the monthly production, so fill that out. So if I go over here to the Home tab and then go to add/import, I go to the import option of that. And in here, the first thing I want to do is find and select my monthly CSV, because that's what I want to import for first. So click the ellipses button right here in the select files section and find my monthly.csv file. And click open, and now that's got the monthly file path in there. Down here, a few options. ID code to match primary import ID. In my spreadsheets, remember I said I was using the case ID. You can use other IDs if you want to. They should be in here, whichever you want, as long as it's a case ID, or as long as it's an ID code, that is. Case ID, I think that usually works best. If no matching ID is found, I have it set to skip unmatched cases. You can tell it to add new cases. So if I, for some reason, had an ID code, a case ID in my spreadsheet of 500, maybe on accident, what it would do if I have add new cases in, it would make a new case with that, for that one right there with the data. I don't want that. I'm just going to do skip unmatched cases. I shouldn't have any in there, and if I do, I don't want them added to my database. Display log, I always like to see the log, see if something goes wrong or see how it went, and so on and so forth. You can set it to just show on error, basically if something goes wrong, show you, or never show you. I'm just going to leave it on always. Everything else is set up the way I want it. So if I have those set up right, and then I have my import file set up right, I'm just going to click on map data. And then right here, I'm bringing to my import mapping. So the first, it shows right here on the left, the columns. Those are what they're actually called in my Excel spreadsheet. So I see case ID, date, gas, oil, and water. And this is for my monthly import. And I can see it already matched the first one with case ID. So that's fine. Next, I just need to go ahead and match these to their proper PHDwin fields. I like to go top to bottom when I do this, when I'm matching. So I'm doing production volumes right now, so that would be production volumes right there. So I'm going to expand that PHDwin field. So the first one I'm going to look for is date, and that would be in here as to production date. So I'm going to click that and drag it over here right next to date. You can see how highlight's green. Let it go, and it's production date right next to date. Do the same for the next three. So gas, that would be gas production prod date right there. Oil, that should be oil production prod date right there. And then water production prod date right there. And I just like to make sure that I have all fields set right. Sometimes I might actually put one in the wrong spot. That's just me. I just want to make sure I haven't done that. So case ID, cool. Date, production date, gas production prod date, oil production prod date, and then water production prod date. All looks great to me. So I'm going to go ahead and click on the import button, and it's probably going to go pretty fast because we only have 20 cases. So let's see, import. And there we go. And I can see it automatically updates in the tab I'm looking at. So my cases went from 2022 December all the way through April of 2024, and I've got values there, and it looks like it worked all right. I can scroll through here, and I don't really see anything that looks out of the ordinary, so it looks about right. So I am happy with the way that worked out. Next, we're going to be putting in the daily production data, which still exists as just nothing in our database. So we basically do it the same way. So on the Home tab, I'm going to go to Add Import, and then Import once again. I have to change my import file though, so I'm going to click on this button right here and then find my daily Excel spreadsheet, daily.csv. I'm going to open that. It should save all of your options from your last import, so these all look good to me, so I'm not going to change any of them. I'm going to click on Map Data, and we see that it automatically matched our ID code, so our columns from columns from the Excel spreadsheet. It automatically matched them to the PHDwin fields. Why did it do that in this case? I'll tell you why. Because when I made that PHDwin spreadsheet, for the Excel spreadsheet for our daily data, I used the actual headers I made were what they're actually called in PHDwin. They match the fields. So if I have the field names right here, the same as the Excel spreadsheet name, the header names in the Excel spreadsheet, it will auto map it. Right, so that's good. That makes it a lot easier to do. I didn't have that in my monthly import. I just had it as gas, oil, water. So that's why I had to actually find gas, went with gas production prod date and so on, right? But in my daily one, I have gas daily prod date, and it saw, oh, I know what gas daily prod date is, so I went ahead and auto mapped it. And that's great. That makes it so much easier. So I had that done, and once I have that, that automatically maps it, you know? If they didn't automatically map it, I'd have to find it myself. Daily production, you know, things like gas, daily prod date, you know, oil daily prod date, and water daily prod date. But again, I didn't have to because it knew what it was. So I have that already set up. I'm going to go ahead and click import. And that's probably pretty fast too. There we go. And it will automatically load right there. So now I see my daily production goes all the way through June 2025. And I can click through different cases, and it should be on all my cases at the same date. Great. So far, I have updated the monthly production to the latest data I have available, and the daily production to the latest data I could get for daily production as well. Great. Really easy to do, real quick. Last one I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and update the ownership for my database with the values I have in my spreadsheet. So to do that, again, we're going to start at the same steps. Go on the Home tab, go to Add Import, and then Import. Now I need to find my ownership file right now, so I'm going to click on this button right here and then find my own.fd. So I put own.fd because the FD is my initials, right, and I have that set as a qualifier in there. You can actually put dots in the names of these imports, the import files, so that can be helpful. So I'm going to hit open, and all these still are the same. Just going to quickly look at them. They look fine. Map data. So I didn't have these set to be the exact same as they should be, so I'm just going to click and drag over here. It's no big deal. So these are economic values. They would be in the economic section right here. So let's see, working interest. So initial working interest, that's what I need. So I'm just going to click that and drag it right here. And then revenue interest, initial revenue interest, click and drag that right here. And then NRI, initial lease NRI, put that right there. Now there's a spot right here, qualifier, which I had in my spreadsheet. What I can do with that is pretty cool. So let's actually find where qualifier is. It, I believe, is in other. Yeah, it's in the other section. So there's this qualifier option right here. I'm going to click that and drag that over to qualifier. What that's going to do, that's going to import these ownership values under the qualifier FD that I have set up. As the database stands right now, there is no qualifier FD. If there was, it would import them into that qualifier. But right now, what it's going to do is it's going to make a qualifier called FD and put these ownership values in that qualifier. If I wanted to have them just go into the default qualifier, then I wouldn't have this column in here, and it would just import, the values into the default qualifier. So the fact that I'm specifying where I want it to go, it's pretty cool. So once I have this set up how I want, in the qualifier I want, and the actual matched up with the values, I can go ahead and click import. See that going. And there we go. And I can see that my ownership values, they didn't change, right? But that's exactly what I wanted. Because right now I'm just on the default scenario, and this default scenario is set up just to use default qualifiers for everything. If I go to my database settings and then scenarios and qualifiers, I can see that I now have an FD qualifier. So I'm going to click edit. And once I get in here, I'm actually going to expand my default qualifier list. I'm going to drag FD over to the ownership section for my default scenario. So now everything's default except the ownership, which starts off with FD and then goes to default. So I'm going to hit save. I'm going to exit edit mode real quick. And if I go back to my ownership tab on a case, now I see that's not that 175 again. These are actually the values that I loaded in, and they are stored under that FD qualifier, which I told it to load them in as. And I can look back and forth down here at the bottom. I can switch between qualifiers. So I can switch back to the default. This is just to view, by the way. I can do the default scenario or qualifier, and that's still 175. Back to FD. Those are the values that I want to import in here. Yep. So that's just a real quick run through on how to import a few things into PHDwin v3 and how easy it can be. All right. I hope you guys enjoyed. Thanks.
Thanks for joining this QED Quick Start with Frankie Delgado on importing data into PHDwin v3. In this session, you saw how to prepare spreadsheets for monthly and daily production using case ID and date with gas, oil, and water columns. You learned how to open the Home menu, choose Add, then Import, set the identifier, skip unmatched cases, and map each field correctly. Frankie also showed how matching your column headers to PHDwin field names enables automatic mapping, how to verify results with the import log, and how to load ownership by mapping initial working interest, initial revenue interest, and initial lease NRI. You also saw how qualifiers can store alternate ownership sets so you can compare scenarios without rebuilding your data. Up next is Richard Shearer with why Midland is the center of the universe, including building a representative type curve to power economics in PHDwin. Then we continue with Nikhil Joyce, covering the workflow from Well database to PHDwin v3 to v3 Connect reporting. After that, we will run a featured replay. Later today, our Platinum partner Ryder Scott features Marilena Garcia, PE, presenting Optimizing CO2 EOR for 45Q. Closing the day, Matthew T. Scott, PE, from the Texas General Land Office, will cover typical land types across the Midland Basin, the Central Basin Platform, and the Delaware Basin, and how historical revisions affect today's decisions. Stay with us. More great content is coming right up.
Welcome to today's presentation with Richard Shearer. Richard lives and works in Midland, and he's here to explain why Midland and the broader Permian Basin sits at the centre of the energy conversation. In the next segment, Richard sets the stage with EIA and USGS context, then narrows to a defined area of interest. He walks through selecting and cleaning well cohorts, spacing considerations, and rig productivity trends. From there, he builds a representative type curve, normalizing appropriately, and shows how to translate that curve into practical economics. He closes with what these results imply for development pacing, inventory, and decision-making. Thank you to Richard Shearer for joining us for his first PHDwin presentation on this topic. Let's begin.
Hi there, my name is Richard Shearer. I live and work in Midland, Texas. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through a presentation today on why Midland, Texas is the center of the universe and building a representative type curve to run PHDwin economics for analyses. Now, this presentation, I'll point out, has been specifically put together for PHDwin and TRC consultants upon a request. But fundamentally, the presentation was originally put together 6 years ago and presented in Midland, and then it's been updated on several occasions. And this one here is specific to building a type curve versus the other dimensions of the presentation that were in the prior several renditions of it to the present. Okay, so now what we're going to talk about here is the objective and takeaways from this presentation. I've got 5 things that I'd like everybody who is listening to this to basically gain an appreciation for, and that is to understand the unique geological environment that created the Permian Basin. What characteristics does the Permian Basin have that makes oil companies clamor all over each other and has ingrained Midland and the minds of OPEC members and every oil minister on the planet. The USGS is another aspect of this Midland Basin presentation that basically has put together some very detailed resource assessments. And I've put together what I would call a very simplistic way of putting together future locations on the basis of what was provided by the USGS. The crux of this presentation is based on a step-by-step methodology of building a type curve to economically model future Permian horizontal wells in Midland County specifically. Once again, type curves are area specific, and I'll go through a process of what was used for the area that I chose. I'll be perfectly honest, this is not an easy area. It's an area with an enormous number of wells, and that was chosen by design. And then at the end, what we're going to do is we're basically going to have built the type curve, and then we're going to run PHDwin economics on that representative type curve to understand what we could expect if we were to basically make another capital investment and drill another horizontal well, targeting the horizon that is going to be articulated and identified here. Okay, so we have a table of contents. I'm just going to point out that it's going to be relatively straightforward. It's going to be an introduction. Then I'm going to go through the various other components of the presentation in detail to some extent. Okay, so the first slide here that basically looks at from what the EIA put together, and this is a slide actually that in the very bottom left-hand corner, if you have an eye to be able to observe it, it says it's 2011. This was put together by the Energy Information Administration, and I have a copy of it from that perspective at that time. There are subsequent updates to it, but at the time, this was the unconventional resource basins in the United States that were being pursued in the lower 48. Now this here is from the EIA site. This is a very, very recent snapshot of it. And what I'm looking at, this here is in the last, well, I'm pretty sure it was August the 15th. It's in the last week. And what I'm looking at here is the EIA's website, specifically on the tight oil production in the Permian Basin and other areas in the United States. And you can see on the very right-hand corner here, on the right-hand scale, excuse me, on the chart, it basically has a color for the Permian, which is in light blue. There's the Bakken, the Eagle Ford, the Niobrara, Codell. the rest of the United States shale basins, and then the legacy lower 48 production. And this particular slide is only looking at crude oil production. It's not looking at the total liquids yield, just strictly the crude oil. There's a few key little spots that I'd like you to take away from it. Region number 1, which I've outlined, is basically the 2015-2016 oil price decline. Okay, and what occurred there in terms of productivity loss associated with persons being financially unable to afford to drill horizontal wells and basically sell the crude oil at a price to get a return. Then there was the COVID-19 little pandemic, and then ironically enough, it's very clear, the Texas freeze that occurred in February of 2021 at the very end of COVID, or the starting of COVID coming to an end, and that was a material decline also that I highlighted in here. The point to make out on this slide, as you can see very clearly, is that the Permian Basin makes up a significant amount of the US's existing production. Now, this is the same EIA site. This is one of these standard tables that they have. You can go through it and basically pick things. All I've done is just made it a little bit easier to look at it. As of the date here, this is for July of 2025. It states that the tight oil production in the United States is just at 9 million barrels, and the Permian Basin makes approximately 5.7 million of it, with the other contributing areas being down here in the very, very bottom, as you can see, very flatlined relative to the Permian Basin's growth, which has significantly increased from 2000 and I'm looking at the scale here, it's 2016 to the present day, and the Permian has been highlighted. Now we're going to talk about geologically what makes the Permian Basin so unique. It's a very, very unique arena. So fundamentally, the thing that basically we need to take into consideration is plate tectonics. Plate tectonics, looking at it relative to today, and what we're looking at here is a screen snapshot, and I have basically the location of where I captured this from. It's from the web, and basically what it shows the relative movements of the various plates relative to each other on the geography of what the world looks like today that we all recognize. Now, admittedly, it has not always looked like this. It's been fundamentally different in the past. So what we're going to go through is we're going to go through some slides that have been put together by Dr. Ron Blakey, and he basically has a website on it. This is something that I personally have been involved in looking at now for well over a decade. And all I'm going to do is I'm just going to go through a little screen snapshot. I'm going to describe what is on this slide, and then I'm going to go quickly through the other slides. But fundamentally, what we're dealing with here is we're dealing with plate tectonics. And in this particular case, we're going to be looking at the late Pennsylvanian, which is 300 million years ago, as it's been outlined here on the left-hand side in a red box. Now, what you'll notice in here, and it's a little subtle, but you'll be able to observe it, and that is basically you can see the outline for the lower 48. Okay, they're in a very, very light gray color, and what you can see is you can see Canada in the north. Okay, you can see Hudson's Bay that exists there. You can see parts of South America that exist. And what I've done is I've superimposed an outline in red at the very bottom center portion of the slide that basically is Texas, and what it looked like as it's being postulated based on geological paleo reconstructions of the late Pennsylvanian 300 million years ago. And what you'll notice in here in the Panhandle and in the West Texas portion, you'll notice that it's basically a portion of an interior seaway that runs into the central portion of the United States at the time. Now here in the early Permian, around 290 million years ago, so this is a 10 million year time span, you can see things have changed substantially. The outline of Texas is still there, and you can see basically the entrant from the open ocean to the very, very southwest portion of the slide into the interior portion of the United States, in which you can see a shallow sea. Now that shallow sea, in which makes up a significant portion of the western part of Texas and the Panhandle, basically is the originally portions of the Permian Basin at the time. Now we're going to move to the next slide, which is what the Permian Basin looked like at the middle Permian sorry, this is the late Permian. I take that back. That was the middle Permian. And what you'll notice is you'll notice that the land masses have changed. Once again, these are paleogeologic reconstructions based on plate tectonics and based on an unbelievable amount of data that Dr. Blakey has been working on for a lifetime, to be honest, with other geologists globally. And what you'll notice over here on the left-hand side is that you can see the outline of the central portion of the United States. You can clearly see Hudson's Bay. You can see the Great Lakes. Okay, you can see the Appalachian Mountains that are going in a northeast, southwesterly direction. Okay, and then you can see Texas that's still there. That seaway area that was in the middle Permian is now, over the course of 15 million years, is basically starting to dry up. What you'll notice on the left-hand side, the left-hand portion of North America, are these island arc chains. And these island arcs are what basically have collided into North America to actually create what we all recognize as the Western states. Now here we are at the early Triassic. So this is approximately another 15 million years time span. And you can see that the state of Texas now, you can see where the equator is. The equator is that white line that's there with the north arrow. That is the position of what North America looked like with these paleo reconstructions. Again, the Permian Basin's gone. There's no more deposition anymore at the early Triassic. That Permian Basin basically lasted for a period of approximately 50 million years. And in that 50 million year time frame, the horizons that we're targeting today have basically been deposited and preserved. The important part is preserved to the present day for us to basically focus upon them. And here at the end of the Permian, we had basically this gigantic extinction event. And this is basically a reconstruction of what Pangea looked like. Once again, this is a paleogeologic reconstruction. We got the Paleotethys Sea to the right. We've got North America, we've got Africa, we've got South America, Gondwana land, which was down here. Antarctica is down there. There's Australia. You can see Siberia at the very, very top. Now, the whole point is that Texas at that time, for all intents and purposes, there was no more deposition. That paleo supercontinent had been formed. The oceans that basically allowed the deposition of what exists now in the Permian Basin that we're targeting, the unconventional resources that generated all the hydrocarbons, is gone. Now, I'm just going to point out here, this is from the Bureau of Economic Geology, and this is a study that basically was put together and published. It was put together from starting in the late 90s, and it was published in the early 2000s. I believe it's around 2006. And what it is basically a snapshot of the various plays that have basically been identified geologically for the Permian Basin. And the thing that just to point out is that as of the end of 2000, the Permian Basin, the reservoirs that have basically been identified and were producing had produced just shy of 29 billion barrels. Now, I'm just going to point out that to the present day, over 30 billion barrels of oil has been produced from conventional plays. These are all conventional plays before the unconventional shale revolution started. Now, I'm just going to point out that the older geologists that were around, at the time frame in which the Permian was being developed, they were aware that this was the arena of an unbelievably prolific petroleum system that generated a very, very large volume of oil and gas. The difference is that it was known to be the source rock. It wasn't known as being a target, which is what we're doing today and what has literally transformed the United States from being in a position of not being energy self-sufficient, which was the case back in the latter half of the 1970s, in which we had all kinds of economic issues revolving around the fact that we weren't capable of producing domestically our source of crude, and we were basically held hostage by OPEC that raised the prices, to now being in a position that we are basically energy self-sufficient. And as a matter of fact, from gas, of course, we're actually exporting it. Now, this here is a slide, and I put it down here in the very bottom left-hand corner, basically the location of where I got it from. It was a presentation that was publicly available at the time by Pioneer. and it was their investor presentation of June 2017. It provides a cartoon, a very, very good cartoon, as a matter of fact, that goes through the salient geologic features that makes up the Permian Basin. Most of you, I'm sure, have seen this particular slide. I'm just going to talk about it. There was also, in that same presentation, there was a three-dimensional isomeric that was basically built, providing persons with an understanding about the orientation. This is a view from the northwest. That's where the sediment source basically was substantially originating from into the Permian, the eastern shelf. It was coming from the Central Basin Platform, and it was coming from the Marathon Wichita orogeny to the south that basically deposited sediments into the basin. What you can see here is you can see the feeder channels, and you can see these basinal deposits that basically landed in the Permian Basin. And these are, of course, some of the classic gravity flows or turbidity currents that industry has focused on and observed over time. Now this here, once again, is from that same Pioneer presentation of June of 2017. It's an excellent slide. It basically goes through and provides a clarity of some very salient things to keep in mind. Of course, it hasn't changed. Geologically, nothing has changed. What has changed is our ability to actually look at it as a viable target. So at the time in June of 2017, 13 horizontal play intervals had been identified. 10 intervals had been tested successfully. 3 additional intervals remain to be tested. And I'll just point out here at the very bottom as to what the targets were that were remaining to be tested. For all intents and purposes, were the Barnett, okay, the Woodford, the Mississippian, and the Atoka had just been tested. And this is basically an outline of the various geologic targets that make up those 13 targets that Pioneer had geologically identified and tested, all of them except for 3. Now, this is a very, very important slide. It comes from the same presentation again. It's an incredibly salient presentation in that it provides a clarity of being able to compare the Permian Basin with the other unconventional resource basins that basically we target for oil and gas. Now, the Delaware Basin is right here. These are the geologic formations that are basically have been targeted and identified. The equivalent name of those particular formations in the Midland Basin basically are identified with a geophysical log of giving you an idea about just how thick it is. What I've done down here on the very bottom, that is a 200-foot scale, and comparing the Eagleford, and you can see here is there's 1, 2, so that basically is approximately 400 feet. Niobrara is 1, 2, 3, so it's approximately 600 feet. The Bakken is approximately 200 feet, with the Marcellus another 600 feet. Now we can compare that to what exists in the Permian Basin. What we're dealing with here is an unbelievable geological endowment that Mother Nature gave us to pursue, and that's that is the single largest reason why the Permian Basin has been focused on. The other basins are excellent too. There's no question. They just can't compete. Geologically, this basin is the center of the universe. Now, from a conventional standpoint, exploration looks for 5 crucial characteristics to establish a basin within a proven petroleum hydrocarbon system. On a professional basis, I've worked basically everything from production engineer, drilling and completions, including basically wildcat exploration in the deepwater Gulf of Mexico and other parts of the arena. And all I can tell you is the number one thing that geologically we're looking for to be able to establish the fact that we've got a chance to actually produce oil and gas in commercial quantities. The number one thing you got to have is thermal maturity of the source rock within the oil and gas window. The other things, timing and migration, structural relief, reservoir quality, and a seal, those are all required too. But that thermal maturity is what's really required. the Permian Basin, as demonstrated in that previous slide, okay, basically has over 3,000 feet of it. That's why it is such a prolific arena. Now we're going to talk about basically the basins, a little bit about the basin's production growth and identifying the assessments within the basin, as well as the inventory of future locations that admittedly I put together. And this is a few years ago, but the reality is for all intents and purposes, it's remained the same. However, I have basically made some changes to it. Now, this information all comes from the U.S. Geological Survey, the USGS, and what the USGS has done is they've conducted several assessments of undiscovered oil and gas formations in the Permian Basin of West Texas. And this includes basically three very salient studies about the Wolfcamp, shale, and Bone Spring formations of the Delaware Basin that was published in 2018, the Sprayberry Formation, which was 2017, and the Wolfcamp shale of the Midland Basin in 2016. We're going to briefly go through what the USGS actually put together in their assessment and what the implications of it is. Okay, I'm not obviously going to read this. This is publicly available. You can go to the USGS's website if you are interested in wanting to read it in more detail. But suffice to say, there is an intro to it. It's an assessment of undiscovered continuous oil resources in the Wolfcamp shale of the Midland Basin. Okay, and this was published in 2016. It was the latter end of each one of these were at the latter end of the relevant years. And this is an outline of what was put in place and a brief description of what was done. And for all intents and purposes, all I'm going to focus on is the aggregate sum of everything. Okay, and it goes through all of the different reservoirs. Okay, and I'm going to look at basically the statistical log normal mean. Okay, and this log normal mean has been highlighted here in red. It's the cumulative sum of basically the Wolfcamp A, Wolfcamp B, upper, Wolfcamp B lower, the Wolfcamp C, the Wolfcamp D, and then the northern portion of the Wolfcamp in the Midland Basin, the northern part. Cumulatively at the P50 mean, it's approximately 20 billion barrels of oil. 20 billion barrels of oil, and if we look over here at the gas and we look at the mean, it's about 16 TCF of gas. Okay, that's an enormous amount of resource. Now, I'm not going to go through it. It's exactly the same thing, but I'm just going to show you what we're going to focus on here. This is the Sprayberry. Okay, so now we've got approximately it's about 4.2 billion barrels of oil at the P50 mean, and then about 3 TCF of gas. Now, the one that is really the outstanding endowment of a resource is the Delaware Basin. Okay, they went through and basically looked at the Delaware Basin. The Delaware Basin had approximately what was defined at the P50 mean was 46 billion barrels of crude oil and 280 TCF of gas. Now, from the perspective of what exactly the USGS put in place, and all I've done is summarize it in a very simple little spreadsheet, and basically looked at the methodology that came out of the various studies there that I just pointed out, and that is looking at it in terms of the Wolfcamp A in the Midland Basin, the continuous acres that were put in place, and these are the units that the USGS used at that time. No criticism. It's an assessment methodology, and all I did was just basically revised it, and this was it was basically put together in 2019, and when it was first presented, and I looked at it at the time, and that the industry had basically been pursuing a strategy in which we were basically looking at six horizontal wells from a lateral spacing standpoint. Okay, not talking about the various benches for a given pad, but for this, we're talking about 1,280 acres, and there's basically 6 wells spaced out within that section-wide spacing. Now, what I did at the time is I put together an assessment here and looked at it in terms of if each rig, and there was a little qualifier over here in the red that I updated, but if each rig at that time was basically drilling one wellbore in 30 days, and that was admittedly kind of like the average at the time, we've substantially gone absolutely beyond that. But the time frame for development based on the resources that had been identified by the USGS and the spacing that they had in place, and the methodology that I put in place, which was basically, for all intents and purposes, 2-mile horizontals. Okay, we're looking at a time frame between somewhere around 80 and 40 years to develop it. Now, what I did do is I went and looked at Inveris. Okay, that's the data source that I use. I've used IHS in the past too, but Inveris is my favorite. And admittedly, in 2024, I looked at it. There were 308 wells that spudded 6,300 wellbores in the Permian Basin. Okay. Now, with that in mind, that basically averages, it averages about 20 wells, about 20 and a half horizontal wells a year per rig, versus what I had over here, which was only 12. All right. So with that in mind, we've seen technological innovations in drilling rig bottom hole assemblies, bits, directional drilling mud motors, mud systems, etc. Okay. And basically we all are very familiar with the amount of innovations that have occurred over the time frame it's taken us to basically develop where we are sitting today, which I'm going to get into next. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to look at a methodology, okay, a very step-by-step one of looking at public data, okay, and how to create a representative type curve to run economics. Now, what I did look at here is the Permian Basin's the active producing horizontal wells. Okay, and what I'm just going to point out is that I just basically went through the drilling infos tabs in here. For those of you who use it, you'll be very familiar with it. And what I've done is basically picked the active number of wellbores, and it's approximately 44,000 of them. And the reservoir list, which is listed over here, substantially is longer than what is able to be displayed. But fundamentally, these are the number of wells that exist in the Permian aged rocks, okay, that make up the Leonardian and the Guadalupian eras in which we know about the Wolfcamp through the San Andreas and Clear Forks. Now, this here is a little screen snapshot, okay, of Midland, Texas. So you can see Midland, you can see Odessa, you can see Ector County, Martin County, and Midland County. Now, this little red box outlines, okay, prior to putting any wells in it, basically the arena that we're going to be looking at for a type curve. Now, this is what that arena looks like. Okay, these are the type curves these are the horizontal wellbores. Admittedly, they're all straight lines. These are not plan view displays of a directional survey. The DI software makes it very, very simple here to look at it. You can, of course, look at it in a different viewpoint where you can see the plan view of it. But this is the outline of what we're looking at in red. Okay, now this is that outline in red, and this is the number of wells that exist. I'll just give you an idea. There's over 1,000. There's 1,000 horizontal wellbores that exist in this area that was chosen. Okay, so what I've done with it is a methodological process that I go through personally in basically putting together a type curve. And admittedly, you can do this anywhere. It has nothing to do with being explicit to the Permian Basin by any stretch. It's anywhere you want to look at. And I won't deny that I picked an area that has a very large number of wells for a reason. And I wanted to make it so that it was something to take into consideration when you're looking at an area that has an enormous amount of data and amount of details. So what I've done in here is basically taken the CSV file that basically you can download when you've conducted a search. And all I've done in here is I've gone in there and basically in that red outlined area, I've created an area of interest, captured all the wellbores, and basically built a Excel spreadsheet out of it. It does provide it in a CSV file, but if any of you have looked at it, it's not the most pretty thing at all. It takes a little bit of time to basically make it what I call pretty and usable. And what I'm looking at here in particular is I'm keying off on active wells, and I'm keying off on their TVD depths as defined. Now, this is basically the area that I'm looking at. It's approximately 11 miles in an east-west direction, and north-south is about 10. I mean, but for all intents and purposes, you can see there's some blank spots in there. So I'm just saying it's 100 square miles. That's approximately 100 square miles. There's 804 active wellbores in that 100 square miles, which is literally sitting right underneath. You can see there's Midland right under there, and there's Odessa just over here. Now, what I've done with it is basically put together a little graph. I will not deny that on a professional basis, I'm very visual. I need to be able to graph things and be able to see it. Okay, and there's no substitute for it. Objectively, what I'm looking at here is I graphed everything based on a January 1st, 1980 first production date. In this case here, and I just extended it to basically the end of 2025, knowingly that we don't have data to the end of 2025. But what I'm looking for is I'm looking for the TVD landing points of it, and I'm looking for the dates of first production. What you can clearly see is that the horizontal wellbores, for all intents and purposes, in that 100 square mile snapshot started approximately 2012, okay, the latter part of 2012 to the present day. And you can see the various TVD locations that have been targeted in that time frame. Now, the reason I showed this in here is because these wellbores that are here are from the late 1990s, early 2000s, and what they reflect is they reflect the Devonian gas wells that were drilled in this general area. Now, what I've done with that is I've basically taken all the TVDs of all those wells, and basically I'm looking at it, the objectives of what I have here. I'm not going to read through all of them, but fundamentally they're here for the purposes of you looking at it at your own leisure. But fundamentally what I'm looking for is I'm looking to basically decide, okay, how many bins there are, okay, in terms of TVDs, okay, and first production dates for the purposes of basically picking a subset of the data that I'm going to focus on. And what you'll see here is I've listed them with little bars on them as it relates. This one here is red, and that's landing horizon number 1, and that's the TVD depth range. It's approximately a 200-foot range, and you can see that here from this here is approximately the middle part of the end of 2021. Okay, and in this case here, what I've done is I've picked it to approximately June of 2024 for the purposes of having approximately 12 months of production. I need at least 12 months of production to have some degree of confidence in being able to look at the production profile of those wellbores. And so what I've highlighted is that there are 6 different landing zones that I've identified. Of course, other people would pick different numbers, but I've given you a clarity as to how I've done it. Okay, it's not an exact science. It is an exercise in basically consciously thinking about what you're looking for. What I've highlighted in here is I've highlighted approximately a time window, okay, that basically as around 2020, the end of 2021, okay, and basically what I have is a depth window of approximately 9,700 feet, okay, to around what is it? It's about 9,900 feet TVD, okay, and that area is what I'm going to be looking at in detail on the next slide. And the whole purpose is I'm going to basically show the methodology for targeting that horizon, and it's just a matter of rinse and repeat to do it on all the subsequent ones. So what I've looked at in here now is I've basically taken those well bores in that TVD range. Okay, and now what I've done, the TVD range is on the left-hand scale. Now what I've done on the right-hand scale is I put the horizontal lengths of the well bores. Now there's more than one way to do a type curve. There's no two ways around it. You can, of course, and many people do, whether they do it personally or they use some other software to do it. The issue is that you can basically do it on an EUR per foot. And so you can basically look at these and say, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically, I know that the TVD depth is this range right here. The fact that there is a horizontal length range between approximately 1.5 miles at the very bottom, okay, here to approximately 2.5, okay, is that you could go through there and do that. I have not. What I've decided to do is I basically bin them, okay, consciously between what I call type curve number 1 area, which is right here, and I put the little dotted lines for it, and then type curve number 2, and that's approximately 90, it's actually about 9,600 feet to 11,100 feet. And that is the lateral lengths as defined by drilling info from the directional surveys that have been provided to the Railroad Commission. Now, what I've done with it is I've basically gone through that specific TVD depth horizon and those horizontal length horizons, and I've taken that spreadsheet that I've basically made look an awful lot prettier than what it originally looked like. And what I've done is I've explicitly looked at the drilling info lateral lengths that are here, and I've shaded those that are in excess of 11,000 feet in gray, and those that are less than 11,000 feet and approximately 9,600 feet in pink. All right, and that's for the purposes of visually being able to look at them. Now, from the perspective of what do they look like actually on the map, okay, the type curve number 1, which are the wells that are longer, okay, versus the wells that are a little bit shorter in that 100 square mile area. These are the well bores that basically target that 100-foot TVD interval between approximately mid-2021 to mid-2024, okay, and those horizontal lengths. That's what I'm targeting. Now, the reason I picked 2021 to 2024 is because that's what I would refer to as the present day, approximately the last rendition of the development cycles, okay, for the drilling, the casing, the completions, and putting on stream strategies. There have been numerous revisions that have occurred through time, especially since 2012, when I pointed out is when it first started here in this 100 square mile area to the present day. And what I've looked at is specifically focusing on the most recent wells that are utilizing the most what I would say consistent drilling and completion strategies and production strategies, so that any subsequent wellbore is not going to be basically burdened by the previous renditions of it. Now, what I've done is I've taken the data and basically imported it into PHDwin. Now, admittedly, I'll just point out that I'm using a PHDwin's version 2. I have yet to basically make the effort to elevate myself to version 3. I will do that. I've made that a commitment to TRC consultants that I would do that. But in the meantime, I'm still using version 2. Now, what I just pointed out here is basically these are only the well bores that are the length that I chose, as I pointed out. Okay, approximately 9,600 to around 11,000 feet. Okay, and then what you'll notice in here when you look at the data is you'll notice that there's some errors that basically need to be fixed. Okay, so those errors are fixed so that I can basically go from the 27 well count that's in here to actually the well count, which is the usable well count, which turns out to be 22. Okay, and once again, it's that lateral length. It says 95, but it's actually about 96. Okay, to 11,000 feet. Okay, that's what we're looking at, and that same TVD window. They're all within 100 foot of each other, TVD, as defined by the output from. I didn't put this in three-dimensional space in an isometric cube to actually look at it. I don't think that's necessary. This is a very, very good approximation of choosing the right well bores that are representative of that TVD length. Now, what I'm looking at here is basically when I create a type curve out of it, normalized, as we all know, it's normalized to time zero. Okay. The thing is that what I look at in here is that this is what basically I look at for both the water production, the oil production, the gas production, the GOR, the cum oil and cum gas. Now, the thing is that some people may very well deem it that they're done. And I understand that. I'm just going to point out that in my opinion, you're not. And I'm going to explain what enhancement is required in order to go to the next level. Okay. So now what you look at in here from the perspective of basically looking at a type curve, one of the things that you got to look at is you got to look at the well count. If you're going to basically look at putting together a forecast on the basis of this normalized production, you're making the assumption that basically the well count remains the same. As you can clearly see that I've highlighted it here because I've removed the cumulative gas curve and instead added the well count curve, you can see that from a normalized basis, there is approximately 14 months, and I know this answer because you're going to see it here in more detail. It's about 14 months in which I've got 22 well bores. And then as I go through time, my well count goes all the way down to 1. Okay, now that, if you were to basically forecast that water, that gas, that oil, you're going to get an error. You're going to get an error because your well count is not stable. You got to have a stable well count. So now here's the thing. How do I create a representative type curve where the well count is stable and flat? Okay, well, the first thing you got to do is you got to go look at the data. All right, so this here is looking at the well bore that has 45 months. It's not the only one, but it's one of them. And that one's basically called window pane. It's that well bore. And this here is a projection on the water, the oil, the gas, and you can see that the GOR matches very nicely. I'll just point out that I use basically a terminal decline of 6% after the hyperbolic basically comes to an end. Now let's look at another well bore. This is a well bore that has 14 months of production. Okay, came on in approximately January of 2024. Now, obviously, it has been impacted by either a shut-in or an offset frac. Remember, they're all within 100-foot TVD landing depth. Okay, so is it a well bore that's adjacent to offset? I didn't look at it explicitly. If I were, if I needed to run really detailed economics because I'm drilling an offset in here, I would do that, but I didn't. But what you can see, what I put in here is a forecast. You can see that the well bore is coming back. Whether it actually recovers back to where it originally basically was prior to that shut-in or to that fracture interaction on an offset, or a combination of both, I've made a projection and suggesting that's going to come back. Of course, that has an impact on the EUR. Okay, and that's going to be taken into consideration. In this case here, some could say, Richard, you're being kind of generous. Maybe so. All I know is that I've looked at a lot of these, and they oftentimes do come back to some extent. And what I've done is I've given it the benefit of the doubt that it's going to make it back to this as of date, which happens to be August 1st, 2025. And the data is available here at the time as of May 2025. Now, building that representative type curve, what I have to do is I got to run the forecast for each one of those 22 well bores one by one. Now, will the well count be stable and flat? The answer is yeah, it will be. Now I'm going to create basically that type curve. Now the type curve is created by basically putting together the forecast on an individual well basis for each one of those well bores. Okay, now this is what it looks like. It's a nightmare. Okay, once again, I'm using the older version. It's the version 2, not the version 3. I'll figure out 3 here in the next few months, if not sooner. But in the meantime, I've used here, and I'm just showing an example of 2. Now, for the purposes of a type curve, it's created from the compiled forecast of 22 horizontal wellbores selected based on TVD depth and lateral lengths. Okay, it looks awful, right? So now what do you have to do to fix it? And this is the point of basically going through step by step as identifying what needs to be done. Well, basically you got to edit the graph timeline. Okay, what happens is by default, PHDwin version 2 defaults it to a year normalized at year 1900. Okay, so what you have to do is you've got to basically edit it. Okay, so now what I've done is I've edited it. You can see it basically starts here in 1901, and you can see the type curve. Okay, the well count, as you can see, is absolutely stable. It's no longer sequentially going down over that same 5-year time frame. Now it's flat, and the reason it's flat is because each one of the well bores have been forecasted one by one. All right, some of them are great, some of them not so much, but each one of them is basically represented in here. Okay, and now when I look at the decline for the oil, for the gas, and for the water, it is correct in terms of a better estimate of how to basically estimate what you could expect statistically by taking the range of 22 wellbores at the same TVD depth and a similar horizontal lengths. So now what you have to do here is you have to go through and you have to edit it by hand, okay, in terms of the initial production rate, the initial decline, and then put together a segment. Okay, so what I've done is I've basically shown this is for the gas, and I've highlighted it here in yellow. There are 4 segments that have been put together for the purposes of generating this match on that production for those normalized 22 wellbores. All right. Then the process, of course, is repeated, and you do it for the oil and the water, and you can see the match that basically occurs through here. For oil, I've got 3 segments. Gas, once again, there was 4, and water, there's 2. All right, and I do forecast water, by the way, and there's a reason you'll see in a moment. Okay, so now what you have to do is you have to edit it in the basically to a economic limit, or an estimate of what you believe the economic limit could be. And in this case here, I figure it's going to last to around maybe 2055, 2060. And so what I've done is basically made sure that the forecasted decline, remember the terminal decline for each one of these, it's 5% on water, it's 6% on oil and gas, and the well count defined in purple is stable until I get here, in which basically wellbores are dropping off. But I'm not going to have to forecast that far. Now what I have to do with it is I have to create an actual case. All right, and so I'm going to basically take, when you create that normalized type curve, it is inappropriate to use for economics. It doesn't run. So what I've done here is I've basically put together the copied case. And the copied case, the only thing that you want to keep in place is you want to keep in place the projections, right? And then what the projections basically provide you with is they provide you with what the curve looks like. And the thing that you need to edit is you need to edit the start date. Okay, in this case here, the start date is going to be moved to today, but you can see the start date, I boxed it in here, started at 1901. And that is, remember, these are the segments that make up the type curve. And what I've highlighted in here is you've got to also add the economics. Okay, so now when you add the economics, I get an ECL, an economic limit of approximately, oil is approximately 6.5 barrels a day, and it occurs somewhere around, let's see, it's the end of May. So let's just say June 1st of 2053 is what the economic limit was basically truncated at, versus the forecasted limit to a value of, in my case, I basically use a 50-year project life, or 1 for oil, 1 for water, and 1 for gas. Now I'm going to build an economic case out of it. And all I'm going to do is I'm just going to show you just the process that I personally would go through. Okay. And this has been fine tuned obviously over years. And what we're looking at here is we're looking at an effective date. We're looking at an investment date, and we're looking at a production start date. Admittedly, if I'm doing detailed economics that basically take into consideration money, when I'm going to spend money, okay, and when I expect things to come on, I'm not going to basically have them lining up perfectly at August 1st. I just did this for the purposes of illustration. And all I've done here for gas is I've basically picked $2 an MCF. For those of you who work in the Midland Basin, you'll all recognize that the Waha hub, not everybody's getting $2. The Waha hub's got a massive discount on it, but I threw in $2 because this is only a 2-phase flow versus a 3-phase flow. And so I decided that, $2 is taking into consideration the processing fees. And here are all the different costs that I've used. Okay. They're all outlined. Okay. For basically oil, gas, and water. As I mentioned, I do forecast water because water costs money, and that needs to be taken into consideration as well. Now here's the very end of it. And basically what we're looking at here is we're looking at a well that's approximately 2 miles long, approximately. And basically I'm looking at spending $7.5 million. Okay, you saw the effective dates and everything else. They are artificial. Okay, but based on a $7.5 million investment, I'm looking at about a payout of about 1.7 years and a rate of return of around 35%. I admit that I can't read the slide at the moment. It's very small at what I'm looking at, but I know it's approximately that, and that's good enough. Now, here is something that I thought I would share, that for those of you that basically would like to be able to compare to what Drilling Info provides as it relates to the CSV file that you can get, okay, from when you download basically an area of interest. And in my case here, I just want to do is I want to point out the PHDwin forecast to an EUR based on an economic truncation on the cost structures that I used before. Okay, these are all done one by one. Okay, now this here is basically what's provided by Drilling Info, and these are the EURs that are provided. And all I'm going to say is that those are basically calculated. I'm not 100% sure exactly what they use, but it's going to be, you can use basically machine learning, artificial intelligence, whatever you want to use. The issue is this is an output that they provide, and I wanted to provide a comparison. How does it compare? So when you do it one by one and look at it from an average, I get an average of around 390, say 2.5 thousand barrels. And based on my type curve and my economic limit, okay, remember, these are all economic limits too. This is the actual arithmetic average. Okay, it's 388. Okay, 2.6 versus approximately 2.6 again. Okay, and compare that to what was provided by the EUR forecasts associated. And what you can see right here very, very clearly is that they were basically done as of an effective August the 7th of this year. Okay, that was when I downloaded the CSV file and was working with it to put together this presentation. Now, all I'll point out is that this is an EUR based on that effective date, but the average comes out to being approximately 511,000 barrels and 2.2 BCF of gas versus what's done on an individual basis. And I'm just showing that for you for the purposes of basically keeping in mind that the variations can be quite substantial, and one needs to take that in consideration. Now, all I'm left with now is basically the closing comments. And all I'm just going to point out is that we've gone through the intro, we've gone through geologically why, we've gone through the USGS's assessment units for the various horizons that exist in the Permian Basin and the future drilling locations. We've gone through a step-by-step methodology about how to basically manage data and put together a representative type curve and run the economics for it. And now we're down to the closing comments. Those closing comments are, for all intents and purposes, I'm just going to start out with just pointing out why the Permian Basin is the center of the universe, and every OPEC member knows about it, and every oil minister on earth is aware of it, is because it's been a game changer to the United States. Okay, and we're currently producing about 5.7 million barrels, okay, of a 9 million barrel inventory from tight reservoirs, with the other reservoirs highlighted in here from the EIA. Now, all I'm going to point out is the Permian Basin produces about 60% of US's crude oil. Okay, geologically, the Permian Basin is both unique and a national treasure. The USGS has conducted critical statistical-based assessments of formation presence, quality, aerial distribution, and thickness studies to arrive at a remaining resource of approximately, cumulatively, 70 billion barrels of oil and 300 TCF of gas. Now, admittedly, those are from studies from 16, 17, and 18. Obviously, there's been some production in there. There's been no material changes, but what has occurred that is not included in here is the Barnett, okay, and other horizons that have basically been tested that the USGS has yet to put together studies. Admittedly, how they basically pan out, I'm not 100% sure. I don't think that they're going to make a material difference by virtue of their aerial extents relative to the horizons that basically make up that 70 billion barrels and 300 TCF. Okay, the inventory of future drilling locations will likely span 2+ decades, but given the hyperbolic decline of unconventional horizontal wells and the poorer geological quality of the remaining horizontal landing point targets, peak oil production has most likely been reached, as been articulated in recent press releases by several entities. Now, creating a representative type curve requires the time to ensure that you've correctly selected a valid subset of horizontal wellbores. Okay, never be too scared to basically delve into a very detailed arena. You'll be surprised at what you see if you haven't done it already. There are numerous considerations, including but not limited to TVD landing points, lateral and vertical spacings, offset depletion and the likelihood of a negative hydraulic fracture interaction, etc. Okay, now those things all occurred in that little 100 square mile postage stamp that I looked at. Okay, and I only looked at one out of 6 landing horizons that were actually performed. Now, performing economic analysis is crucial to ensuring that you achieve a rate of return that at least meets the cost of capital with a profit. Got to get a profit. Otherwise, the disappointment of not meeting financial targets will catch up with you and your organization. Remember to always underpromise and overdeliver. If you have any questions, I'm more than willing to answer them to the best of my ability. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Richard. We really appreciate you jumping on and giving us a wonderful presentation. We've only got 3 minutes left until Nikhil jumps on, and we have to do the changeover and all that. So we're going to hold off questions for Richard. If you have questions, send them to events@PHDwin.com. I talked to him earlier. I'll be more than happy to answer any questions that get sent in, and we'll either email you back the answers or we will read them on a stream later on. I did get some compliments on that session. Let's see. San Juan Prospector says, very good presentation, Richard. I love the detail and clear explanation. And that this was a good live, Win says this was a good live segment. And I want to say something too, just personally. Since I started PHDwin Week, I've had a vision about having certain people on that I've met in the industry, that I've had interactions with. Richard has been someone that very early in my career has struck me as an engineer with a real high moral code, a real high technical ability, but someone who's willing to sit there and mentor the next generation and pass on his knowledge of what needs to happen. I've learned so much from him over the years, and it's been a big coup for me, I'll say, to have Richard on PHDwin Week. Y'all saw it. That presentation was excellent. We're definitely going to be having that rehosted on our website. It was to some of the tutorial on how to do type curving, I think was absolutely elite. And so I just want to say thank you again very much, Richard, from the bottom of my heart, for being on PHDwin Week and being part of this. This was a huge victory for me to have you on, to have such a great presentation, to be part of PHDwin Week 2025. And as I said, if there are any additional questions, I will be sure to pass them along. But I agree with Win says on here, the presentation was, Yannick says, the presentation was outstanding. Thank you, Richard. I completely agree with that. It was outstanding. It was great content. It was the kind of thing that we do need to pass along to the next generation of engineers. So that way, whenever we're looking at the tools, we know what to trust. Too oftentimes people just want to take the tool as it is and not actually get into the details of it. And, PHDwin or anything else, you have to know what you're doing. You have to have that competency, and Richard shows it to the highest degree. So thank you again, Richard. That was an excellent presentation. Next up in just a minute, we're going to have Nikhil on, and he's going to give an end-to-end demo about PHDwin, and then he's going to jump on and answer some of your questions. So I'm going to go and jump off real quick, but thanks again, Richard. It was absolutely an honor to have you on PHDwin Week, and I really mean that. I really appreciate it. All right, here we go. Let's get Nick lined up.
Up next on PHDwin Week, PHDwin V3 Economics. From Well Database to V3 Connect reporting, presented by Nick Hill-Joyce. In this session, Nick Hill takes you end-to-end, starting with exporting well data from Well Database, moving into full-cycle economics in PHDwin V3, and then publishing results to Excel and V3 Connect for dashboards and deeper analysis. You'll see how to cleanly connect data sources, run consistent forecasts and economics, and turn outputs into clear, decision-ready visuals, all in the workflow that cuts manual steps and reduces risk. If you're working in reserves, A&D, or planning, this is your playbook for going from raw data to reliable insights, fast. Grab your notes, follow along, and if you're watching live, drop your questions in the chat so we can route them to the team. Let's get started. Please welcome Nick Hill-Joyce.
Hi, thank you for joining me today. My name is Nikhil Joyce. You can call me Nick. I'm on the sales team here at TRC Consultants, and I specialize in version 3 demos of PHDwin software. And I have been here for a little over 2 years. I started here on support after graduating from Trinity University, studying business analytics and technology. I studied the program under Dre Guardiola over on the support team, learned how to use the program, and learned how to help clients with the program, talking to engineers, talking to technicians, geologists, the whole lot. Now I do these presentations, I do demos of version 3. Oftentimes I will make them tailored to the client to the degree of having sample data of theirs, or I can also run my canned demo using my sample data, but I prefer to get some work done during the hour that we do the demo. And so we can actually meet and over Teams and work on your project and get it done while you learn along the way, and I can show you the features along the way. Now, I'm not an engineer, so I'm not qualified to look at curves and tell you what's a good curve and what's not, but I can use the tools and I can show you how to use the tools. So that's what I'm going to be doing today. Now, you might notice that we're not looking at PHDwin right now on the screen. Right now, it's Well Database. So we are going to start with Well Database, and today what I'm going to be doing is pulling data from Well Database into PHDwin, doing a basic A&D evaluation, adding some economics, adding some basic curves, showing how to use the tools there, and then we're going to be finishing with V3 Connect reporting. Okay, so we're going to start with Well Database. And here what we have is I've zoomed in a bit on this map, and I've already had some filters applied, and I've already created a data layer to specify the way that this heat map is working and the way that these wells are being displayed on the screen on our map here. So as you can see, we are looking at about 3,600 wells. The filter I have applied is San Juan Basin, active producing wells with the last completion since August 1st of 2010. And the heat map is already set in the data layer in this tools section right here. You can customize in here, my well layer is already applied. So that was already done before I did this presentation. just to save some time because I got a lot to get to today. So now I need to pick some wells. I'm going to focus on these hot spots just for the demo here. I'm just going to pull some of these wells into PHDwin. And so the way I'm going to do that is by going over here, and I'm going to go to my area of interest. And I'm going to hit this. I'm going to go to custom because I want to draw a shape here. I'm going to draw it on the map. I'm going to apply that. So now it gives me these options at the top of how I want to draw my shape. I'm going to go with polygon. I'm comfortable with polygons because of the cold data feature in PHDwin. I use it all the time, and it uses the drawing of a polygon around your historical data to create a curve. So I'm going to use the polygon here, left click, and I'm just going to get this top left corner of the area we're looking at. I have my shape. It looks like we're dealing with about 125 wells. I can now see the list of the wells with all of their APIs and all of their general info there. And now I have this in list view already, so I'm going to go ahead and export this. It's going to open up my data export wizard. Now here is where you select the format in which you're going to export your data. I have it set to PHDwin because we're bringing this into PHDwin. So I'm going to hit next. I have this at the well level. I'm not going to group by reservoir here. No need for that. I'm not going to put any start dates or end dates. I just want all the data. I want all the historical data of these wells. Hit next, and I am going to finish. Okay, now here we are in PHDwin. I have created a blank database here. There's absolutely no data in this. So we got 0 cases here, and now we have a good template to bring in our PHDwin, or our well database PHDwin export that we just created. I got it right here. There's our WDB. WDB is the file extension, one of the many file extensions on PHDwin that are auto-mapped. So you can see that the map data for the import is grayed out because PHDwin has already read the file extension and knows how to map it. I'm going to go ahead and apply that and bring in our data set. Okay, here we go. We have 125 cases. That looks correct. We can scroll through all of these. And we can see these are all oil wells, which makes sense. The green shows that the major phase is oil. Red would be major phase gas. The way I built the filters and the data layers in well database was to focus on the 5-year EUR for oil. So these are oil producing major phase wells. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to change from the blank view to the standard view. This is the view that all of our training material is made in, so I recommend as you're going through the program and getting comfortable with it, using the standard view because that will match your screen to the screen in the videos. All the screen shares that we've done, all the videos on our website are built like this. You want to match it up. Here we can see we don't have any prices. Down here we would have this is all the individual economics for the case. Top right we got a 70-year, we got a 30-year graph, and the general info of the cases up here, so we can see all of our monthly production data there. Scroll through that, and that's just for this one case at the top. Now, before I do anything else, I'm going to sort my case list. What I often go with is class, category, subcategory, so that I can show and make sure I'm focusing on the PDPs if that's what I'm focusing on. In this case, I already did that. I already filtered things down within well database. I only have active producers in this database, so you can see everything is going into reserves, proved, producing. So that's just a good way to order things. And you know what? I want it to be alphabetical as well. So I'm going to go in here and I'm going to grab my case name, put it there so that within my PDPs, I have everything organized alphabetically. And that way my reports will be organized because my reports will be pulling based on the sort order that I have applied. So that's very important to make sure you sort your case list and get your view correct before you do anything else. Okay, here we go. We have 125 cases. That looks correct. We can scroll through all of these and we can see these are all oil wells, which makes sense. The green shows that the major phase is oil. Red would be major phase gas. The way I built the filters and the data layers in well database was to focus on the 5-year EUR for oil. So these are oil producing major phase wells. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to change from the blank view to the standard view. This is the view that all of our training material is made in, so I recommend, as you're going through the program and getting comfortable with it, using the standard view, because that will match your screen to the screen in the videos. All the screen shares that we've done, all the videos on our website are built like this. You want to match it up. Here we can see we don't have any prices. Down here we would have this is all the individual economics for the case. Top right, we got a 70-year, we got a 30-year graph, and the general info of the cases up here, so we can see all of our monthly production data there. Scroll through that, and that's just for this one case at the top. Now, before I do anything else, I'm going to sort my case list. What I often go with is class, category, subcategory, so that I can show and make sure I'm focusing on the PDPs if that's what I'm focusing on. In this case, I already did that. I already filtered things down within Well database. I only have active producers in this database, so you can see everything is going into reserves, approved, producing. So that's just a good way to order things. And you know what? I want it to be alphabetical as well. So I'm gonna go in here and I'm gonna grab my case name, put it there, so that within my PDPs, I have everything organized alphabetically. And that way, my reports will be organized, because my reports will be pulling based on the sort order that I have applied. So that's very important to make sure you sort your case list and get your view correct before you do anything else. Okay, now it's time to add some economics. As I mentioned earlier, we don't have any prices applied to these cases, so it's time to apply some prices. I want to apply the most recent prices I can, so I want to pull the most up-to-date prices. The way I'm going to do that is I'm going to go to a website called purvisenergyadvisors.com. This is a consulting firm, Purvis Energy Advisors. This is run by Dwayne Purvis, who has been a client of ours and a partner of ours for a very long time. And this is one of the many consulting firms that uses PHDwin alongside Ryder Scott, DNM, Haas and Cobb, as well as some of the speakers in this week's conference, for example, Dwayne Stewart and Kimberly Ayers. This is a really great site and really great resource. If you're using PHDwin, you can pull prices from the CME group that are uploaded by Dwayne every week on every Friday. And this is just one of the many consulting firms. You know, PHDwin is the language of the industry, and the evidence is right there in looking at how many consulting firms, the major ones, are using PHDwin. And right here you can see NYMEX prices for PHDwin. You can see there are multiple ways to pull these in. The fastest way to do it is to download the current mod file. So the mod file is what, for those of you who have experience with version 2, the mod file is what used to be connected to the database in version 2. There were 2 files that were zipped together in the PHZ. Now we just have the one file, everything's together in the PHDwin database. But I can still import a mod file into version 3 in the same way that I just did with that WDB file. So that's the way I'm going to bring in my my models here, and I'm going to bring in price models for oil, gas, and NGL. So I'm running that import right now. So real quick import, and then I'm going to go over to my models on the far right flyout. Click on that and it will stay, and I can see my price model for gas, NYMEX August 8th or August 7th of 2025, NGL, and oil. I can see all the values in here, so I can actually edit any of these. Even after applying these models, I can edit these. I can make a strip, my own price strip in Excel, copy paste it into here. No problem. Very easy to adjust your prices, but this is just the quickest way of updating prices across an entire database. I have my models brought in, that's confirmed. Now I'm going to open my global editor. I just clicked on that far right flyout. I'm going to go to prices. Actually, first, I'm going to grab my cases. Down here is my case list selection. Anything that I want to apply these edits to, I'm going to add here. I can drag from this grand total line into here to get all 125. And then I'm going to add price models 3 times because I'm doing it for all 3 products. Now, we might not be working with NGLs right now, but if I do a production update at some point that brings in NGLs as a product, I'm going to want to have prices already applied, and they will already be applied. There's no fault in having them applied without any volumes. If that's the case, it won't do anything at all. It'll just be ready for when you need them. Already we have it zeroed in on the NYMEXs. Just going to select price. The same edit would be used for any of these things, percent escalation, add escalation, or percent or add differential. Got the prices, make sure I select the model. There we go. Gas, oil, NGL, and go ahead and apply. All right, now that that's done applying, I'm gonna go hit these pins just to send my flyouts back to the edge there on the right side. And now I'm going to open my grid editor. Now, I'm not gonna actually use it to edit right now, but I really recommend as your workflow using the grid editor, not just to edit, but also as a reference, especially after making global edits, because you may have received this file from somebody else. You might not know what's in all of it, and you want to know everything that's in there. For example, I just did prices, so I want to check and make sure that that edit did exactly what I expected and that there's nothing else in there that was hiding. You can't really do that efficiently by going case by case, so this is a good way to get a spreadsheet that's basically like Excel. It's baked into the program that you can then use as a reference and also edit. You can also export it as an Excel file, and then you can do your edits in actual Excel and then bring them back in. It's really up to you how you go about that. A new feature we have in Build 18 is we can add any ID code you want to the spreadsheet before opening the grid editor. So I'm just gonna get my API number in there and I'm gonna hit edit. And now I'm opening up my price sheet for everything. All my cases have been selected, and now you can see I have 3 price strips for each case. That looks good. I got the energy factors. Those are case specific that also came in, and I can just scroll through this and make sure everything looks good. I can also make edits in here if I want, or I can export this to Excel. So if I hit this export down here, it'll already name it prices export, save, and I already have an Excel file built that I can go work off of that if I prefer. Gonna go ahead and cancel this. I didn't make any changes, so I don't need to save anything. I'm gonna hit that pin to send that back out. And now we can see on this case, we have gas price, we have oil price, and we have NGL price. Now don't freak out about this 0 that's showing here. That's only showing 0 at the report date. So you need to make sure your report date is correct. That means that that's where the reporting starts. That doesn't mean that's when the economics start calculating or when the discounting necessarily starts. Those are 3 separate dates, so you need to make sure you're aware of that. Over here is the economic start date we have set to January 1st of 2021. So we're going to change that in just a minute when we get into editing the expense or editing the investments, expenses, ownership, and all that. To edit the report date, I'm going to do that quickly by going to the database settings, and I'm going to go to scenarios. Now I'm not going to get too in depth on scenarios right now, because we could end up spending a lot of time on this. All I'm doing is a quick change to the only scenario we have here, which is the default scenario. I'm moving our report date up to August 1st of 2025. I'm going to save that. I had to go into edit mode there. Anything in the database settings, if you want to change it, you have to go into edit mode, also known as single user mode. Locks out any other users that are currently in the database so that you can make database-wide changes. And now you can see gas revenue is showing $2.99 at August 1st, 2025, and we should see revenue for oil, and we should see revenue for NGL. Okay, time to add some more economics here. We have prices, that's it. We don't have any expenses on here. Ownership is still default. Investments are still not added at all. So we're gonna do a little bit of an example for each one, just to do a quick evaluation of an A&D package, show you how to get that done. Expenses, the best way to do it is exactly the same way as prices. Now, expenses are a little bit more particular. I can't really just go on a browser and pull my expenses and then bring it into PHDwin. So I'm just gonna make a quick model here. Up here we have expense. This is where all your expense models will be. If you're working off of a sample database from us, you'll have plenty of example models for price, expense, escalations, differentials, but this is a brand new database, nothing in here except for what I already created. I'm gonna make my new model there, and I'm just gonna make a simple flat price, just for argument's sake, of $5 a barrel, starting on January 25, that's fine, running out to the economic limit. So that will apply the same way to every case that I apply this expense to, just to show you how to make a quick operating cost for oil. So that model is now created. That's all it took to make that simple model, but I often recommend making one in Excel, little script if you want different values going in there, and then you can just copy paste it right into here, and you'll have that model in PHDwin, and you can use it in the global editor to apply to anything else. Now I'm going to do a big global edit here. I'm going to add an expense, I'm going to add an investment, and I'm going to copy ownership. So for ownership and investments, slightly different way of applying that globally. What I recommend is setting it up on one case and then bringing it over to the rest of the cases using copy from existing, which is one of the options in the global editor. I'm going to hit that pin to send that model back out, and we're going to do all of those edits in one big click. So ownership, I'm just going to change this a little bit, make this 0.85, enter. Notice how it tells me the ownership is out of balance. Now, I can easily just fix this by hitting these auto-calculate buttons on everything else, and there we go. The lease NRI has adjusted. We're going with 100% working interest and 0.85 for the revenue and lease NRI, and that looks fine. Ownership is done. I'm going to move over to investments, and I'm going to add a couple simple investments, and I'm going to do a drilling investment. Now, this is a really important part of the program, is using linked dates. Extremely powerful part of the program. For example, if I want to make a type curve, I grab like 30 wells and I average the production for all of those on well count or proppant mass, lateral length, whatever you want to do, and then I want to use that as a success case to build a drilling schedule off of. I'm going to set up my all my economics on that case before I copy it to all the prospective drills. So when you do that, you're going to have to use linked dates. You don't want to use hard dates, because then it's just going to pull the same exact date for the investments and all the other economics as you had on that success case. And that's not going to work because you're going to have different dates for all those drills. So for example, something you can do is start at first production, or you can start at first segment. I recommend using segment in most cases. You're going to be going off the projection. Let's do major phase, and let's do a negative offset of 30 days. Very common setup that people will use for a drilling investment. And that's entered. Let's put in a little value there, just 100,000. This is all M dollars. Make sure you pay attention and get those numbers right. You don't want to be off by a multiple of 1,000 there. Then I'm going to go ahead and do a completion investment, and I'm going to set this to the ECL. So whenever the economic limit is of the prospective drill that I would be making in that case, for example, I would have this go to the economic limit of current case, so of whichever case this is applied to. And then let's put in like a 30-day positive offset on that one. And then we can put, let's do 200 for that one. Doesn't really matter, just showing you how to get it done. Okay, so now we have ownership adjusted, and we have investments. And now let's go ahead, we already have expenses, we've already made that model. So now we can go ahead and do our global edit. First thing before I do that, very important, is I'm going to save all the changes I just made to this case. Right at the very, very top left is the save. That is a case-specific save. So that is done. Everything is adjusted on this case. Now I'm going to go to my global editor. I already have my case selection done. So I'm going to go ahead and pull in my copy from existing for ownership. And I'm going to do it for this case because this is the case I already did it on. And what you can do, instead of having to enter the case ID, is you can just drag this over and it'll pull the case ID automatically of whatever case you just dragged over. It's going to copy that ownership setup, those ownership interests over to all these cases when we hit apply. I'm going to go investments, and I'm going to do exactly the same thing. Copy from existing. I already know it's 1, but just to show the fancy tool, I'm going to drag it over and get that case ID of 1 in there. Now I'm going to do my expenses. Bring in my expense model. I'm going to do apply, and this is going to work exactly the same way as we did with the prices. Got our new model already. It already narrowed it down because there's nothing else in here. Brand new database, and I go ahead and apply. All right, so now it should be applied, and we should see, if we go on another case, we should see that same investments, those 2 investments showing. I didn't name them. I was being a little lazy there. We got our op costs showing as well. And then, oh, Looks like I lost ownership. That's fine. I can just bring that in here, and I'm going to bring it down to where I like it, down here. There we go. 8.5, 8.5. So that's just one case. Now, again, I recommend using the grid edit, checking all these things, and also you can edit any of these things. I especially recommend using the grid editor to edit ownership and investments. It's very useful for that. Copying down lines, it works just like Excel. You can fill in one cell, double click on the bottom right of that cell, and it'll copy down the rest of that column. But I already did it on the first one to show you guys how to check your work as you're going along. Okay, economics are applied, so now we're going to move on to curves. We're going to do some very simple curves. I'm just going to do oil for now. I'm going to show you a couple of different auto fit options on how to build a decent curve here, but this is an incredibly important part of the demo for a lot of reasons here. One thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to reorganize this. I just dragged out my graph to fill out more of the screen. I'm going to go to my projections ribbon, and I'm going to pop out the ARPS window, hitting that button right there. I like my parameters to be right next to the graph, so I don't have to keep looking down at the graph and back up at the ribbon to see all my numbers. I can just see them here. I'm going to switch over to oil. We're focusing on oil right now. I'm going to drag this gas curve down by hitting the numbers on the axis. And I'm going to do the same for water because I want to isolate oil so I can really focus in here. Got my very simple curve that was created automatically on the import. I'm going to delete that segment, and I'm going to use some of the auto fit options here. I'm going to show you how they work. So here are the auto fit options at the top in the middle of the ribbon for the projections. Click on auto fit options, and it actually gives you the rules that are being used by default for the auto fit. By default, we have it set to fit to the most recent trend that it finds, that the computer finds in the production. But you can also set it to all data. You can have it fit to all the production that you have. We have it overlapping the history, so you're going to have the curve overlap the history by a bit. No inclining projections, and of course you can change all of these things. Decline minimum is set to 5, min and max B factor is 0 and 3, and max years past end of production is set to 50. I'm not going to change any of that stuff. That is all based on client feedback. Majority of our clients prefer those settings, but of course you can change them if you like. So we got oil, got a nice little trend going here, but I don't want to use all of this to build my curve. I got some big downtimes here. I don't really want those included, and I don't really want this. This might be a refrac here. I don't really want this to be included in my trend either. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go with the cold data. Click on that cold data, and it gives me this pointer. Now I'm going to use my left click to draw another polygon. I referenced this earlier when I was pulling the data from the map in Well database. We have a similar tool for drawing polygons around the historical production that I want the curve to use to fit my projection. So I'm going to draw it just around this general trend here. Cut out that possible refrac or whatever that may be, and the downtimes, and that's all I need, that shape right there. Now I right click, and it builds my curve based on that. This is a good starting point. I'm not saying you build this curve, leave it like this, and then run your reports. I recommend doing the right thing, doing the right engineering that you need to do. You know, that's what the engineers are here for. We're not trying to replace engineers. Recently, there have been some type curving systems that people have been overusing for doing reserves. For example, combo curve is a type curving system. If you use a type curving system to do reserves, you're probably going to overestimate, and that's a really big risk, and a lot of people can get burned that way. So we really recommend going through your curves and doing them the right way and doing the correct engineering just the way you always have. So here I have a starter curve for oil. I can drag this around, adjust this however I want, make it fit kind of. Again, I'm not qualified to tell you whether this is a good curve or not because I'm not an engineer, but that's where you would start. You can also use hotkeys for this. All of the hotkeys for PHDwin are listed up here. I just hit that little logo and I go to keyboard options. And if I go to the projection section, you can see all the hotkeys for all the adjustments that you can make. You can also type in a custom one and it will use that instead of the default. So that's a nice little curve using the cold data. I'm going to kill that one, delete that segment, and I'm going to show you the multi-point. Now for this, I'm going to get zoomed in a little bit. You can just drag here and make your new graph fit to that shape based on whatever rectangle you made. I'm going to do multi-point. I want to be a little bit more precise with this one because it's going to be using the actual clicks that I do as opposed to whatever's in a given shape and actually looking at the historical data. This is not going to look at the historical data at all. It's only going to look at my clicks. So you want to be really precise here. So again, I'm not being as precise as you should be because I'm just showing you how to use it. You can do a whole bunch of points here, and I can ignore that. I can just grab that part and that part, but you can do, I believe you can do up to 100 in this feature using this tool. And let's get that last little uptick. Let's be a little optimistic. Right click and boom, it just averaged out using those points that I selected to create a curve, and it's a good starter point. Double click and it zooms me back out and I can see my entire curve. I can see all my parameters here. Another thing I like to do, this is a feature that we added for version 3. This did not exist in version 2. I can change this from an ARPS curve to a scheduled. You can see now that we no longer have a perfectly flat line, a perfectly straight line, because it's now displaying the actual volumes that are being projected. It's not normalizing the days anymore. What that means is what you're usually seeing on the graph is using a normalized days per month of 30.4 days. This is doing actual days. That's why it goes down every February. So every year it's going down a bit, and then every fourth one you can actually see it goes down just a barely less because those are leap years. So that's how precise we get in PHDwin, and you can see all your volumes here. And now I can actually still manipulate this as an ARPS curve, as if it's all one ARPS curve, and I can see my volumes adjusting in live time in that list. You can also take this list, copy out this column into Excel, adjust it however you like in Excel, copy paste it back in, and forecast your exact volumes. Put that right there. That's close enough for now. And I'm going to save. And then now that that's saved, we can, we would do that for the other curves as well, of course. Get as particular as you need. Try to be really careful about overestimating or underestimating. Be as accurate as you can. And then we can, once we have that done, we already have the economics done, so we can move on to reports. Okay, now, of course, if I go over to this projections or to the reports ribbon here, we have lots of default reports that come with the program that are just canned reports. But today I'm going to be focusing on the V3 Connect report. V3 Connect is a way of tying Excel directly to the SQL instance to the back end of your database. It's somewhat bypassing PHDwin. It's going from the SQL tables, taking all the SQL tables and reformatting them very nicely in Excel. So if I switch over to Excel here, you'll see this is the first page you see in the V3 Connect report, and then we have a whole bunch of tabs down here that you can see listed out. Now the way this works is I made a run through using the data only option in PHDwin. So I ran this report, V3 Connect, I ran it for all cases, and I ran it data only in the destination as opposed to the preview. Now very often you're going to go through preview. Preview will show you the Dev Express window, and a lot of those reports you can run different types within the preview. You can do your export from there, and you can really customize, add watermarks, whatever you need to do. In this case, we're running data only because this is only going to be displayed in Excel directly. Then I go to the stored report data and pull the report ID from there, because you can see the run after doing the data only run there. Take that number that you see in the report ID, go over here, you enter it in the report ID little cell here on the first page of the V3 Connect report, and then you hit fresh. You can hit the green big button. It's just a macro. It's the same thing as going to data and hitting refresh all. It refreshes every single tab and it pulls an incredible amount of data out of the database. Just about every piece of data in the database is pulled into this report. This is just the Tech Connect. We also have the Forecast Connect and the Exec Connect and the Columnar Connect and the Multi-Entity Connect. This is just the Tech Connect. This one alone has pretty much everything you could need in a database. They're all just formatted a little bit differently for different purposes. So here, if I go to the one-liner, you can see it's pulling my run straight from that I designed in PHDwin. When I ran it, I named it, and I get this one-liner. Now, this is an extremely comprehensive one-liner, extremely comprehensive output of everything that we've done so far in this database. I'm going to start scrolling to the right here and just take a look at all these columns and what you got. Got your gross volumes, your net volumes, got your units, got your prices, got some revenue streams there, some costs all broken out by type, by different expense types there. We got our fixed cost, our taxes. Here are our investments, intangible, tangible, broken out by type again. We got the abandonments there. We got our non-discounted and discounted cash flow, discount factor, revenue units, case life, number of years the case lives, eco start date, all the report date, discount date, all three of those dates are in there, and the economic limit date. We got our economic indicators, ROI, IROR, payouts. We have some Boolean stuff here about whether it has different types of production. It can tell you which qualifier is being used for the projections there, kill dates, all the start dates. And here's something that's new in version 3. We have technical EURs in the output. So you can have the technical EURs listed out for each column or each product that we have there, economic EURs as well. Report dates, cum values. Here are all our ownership interests all listed out. Got our nets, and then we'll look at all this water stuff. We have all the very comprehensive water data in this report. Extremely useful. Huge number of our clients are dealing with large amounts of water, so it's really good to have this all listed out here. As you can see here, there's some more columns because you can customize this. You can add more stuff to this. We have a lot of clients that have customized versions of they have their own Tech Connect, their own version of Connect for whatever they need. Usually, we actually have to cut down on what's in here to get the custom Connect because this has so much data in it. It's the most comprehensive output in the industry. And you can hold me to that. All right, we'll go on to the monthly tab. Now, this lists every month for every case in the database. Sometimes people hit the million row limit of rows in Excel. That is a Microsoft limitation. We had one client who actually was able to get past that. So if you need to do that, just let us know and we can get that done. You can click through here. We got all this stuff as well. Just an insane amount of data in this output. All monthly, we can go to the present worth values. Now you can see all the present worth values for every case. This is really useful. All of this stuff is very valuable if you are interested in plugging them into a visualization program like Spotfire, Power BI, or Tableau. Very common. This is what you would use. If you're interested in making your PHDwin data go into a visualization program and make some nice visualizations there, this is the output you want to use. This is where you get everything. It's perfectly output into this very well formatted, nice columns. And we move on to some of these yellow tabs. So the yellow tabs automatically refresh. You don't have to actually make another run in PHDwin. All you have to do is refresh in Excel and it will refresh all of this stuff with what that is. There's a tool called the ODBC driver. The Microsoft ODBC driver is what drives the connection between SQL and Excel and SQL and PHDwin and so on. And that's what it's using. That's what's driving all this data over. Here we have the ID codes. In version 3, we have no limit on ID codes. These are all the default ID codes that are already in the program. All this stuff is being pulled from that well database file, but here you see all the other columns. You can keep adding ID codes. Very easy to do that. If you need help with that, just contact our support team and they can help you import your ID codes and get your data as organized as possible. Here we have investment data. So here you can see all those drilling and completion investments that we made earlier, listed out by case with the amounts. 100, 200, 100, 200. You can see the investment multiplier, the in-service days, all of that listed here. On to monthly production. This one also is very long because it lists every single month of production for every single case. This is really great. You can actually pull this out, and this is a really great import file for bringing in production data into another case. You can add your production data onto here and then use this, export just this sheet, import it into your database as a production update. Here is our forecast data. These are all the forecast segments that we have in the entire database. You can see each segment listed there. It goes by product. And you can also filter any of these columns. You can organize this really well. You can also, you can actually do a V3 Connect with the Forecast Connect. You can adjust your forecasts in here and then export it and import and adjust you can replace all your curves, update all your curves using this sheet. You don't even have to necessarily do your curves in PHDwin. You can just do it in Excel and import them in, and that's another way to adjust your curves. Daily data. We don't have daily data in this database, but this is where that would be listed. And this is really extensive. This can go down very, very long as well, but usually it starts the first couple months or so of a well would be listed daily, and then it switches to monthly. So it doesn't end up usually overloading this sheet. Wellbore data. This is all the wellbore data that's been pulled from the well database file. And this is all really useful for example, using the new, more sophisticated type curving feature that we have in PHDwin. You can use lateral length or proppant mass as well as well count to normalize your data in version 3. So that's where this is where that data would be. Lateral length and proppant mass comes in here. Last but not least, we have scenario membership. Everything in here was in default scenario. We didn't create any new scenarios, but a lot of databases I've seen will have sometimes dozens of scenarios, because that way you can keep everything in one database and run sensitivities all over the place, and you can run sensitivities on just price or just expense or just ownership or just investments, and that's a really good way of customizing. It's really a really powerful tool. It's very similar to Aries scenarios and qualifiers. So if you're good with that and you're not really familiar with it in PHDwin, just again, give us a call, talk to our support team, and they can walk you through it. It's once you get the hang of it, using the scenarios and qualifiers, you will really save lots of time, protect your data. You can protect any data and make new sensitivities without overwriting whatever previous work you've done. So I really recommend getting yourself comfortable with the scenarios and qualifiers so that you can, for example, someone will have a Q1 set of numbers, and instead of having to redo all that or overwrite that data, you can just slide in a new qualifier for Q2 and adjust from the Q1 numbers without overwriting the Q1 numbers. There's a lot more to it than that. If anyone has questions about that, feel free to give me a call, and I'd be happy to walk you through it. Now, this output is so extensive. Again, it's the most comprehensive output in the industry. This is something that is used by the banks. So the great thing about PHDwin is that it's accepted by all the major banks, not just version 2, but version 3 as well. They will accept these outputs. They will accept PHZ3s, which is what I'm going to do in just a second. That's the very last step in the process. But this is just a huge aspect of what we do here, is making sure that we have a system of record that can be sent around to banks, to consulting firms, to anybody. All the major banks, you look up the top 10 major banks in the country, they all use PHDwin, and they've all adopted version 3. So make sure to keep that in mind when you're looking at any sort of reserves economic system. Make sure you have one that is accepted by the banks. The banks are very, very important in terms of setting the standard of the industry. All right, now I'm going to go back to PHDwin, and I'm going to do the very last part of the process, which is making the PHZ3. We're going to do a transfer out, and that is what you're going to want to send along. That is the zipped up version of the database that you can send along. People can open it, transfer it in on their machines, transfer it in, have it loaded on their SQL instance, and get to work on it and take a look at everything that's in there. You can also send that sheet. So I recommend very common practice is to send the PHZ3 and the Connect sheet. It gives a really comprehensive way. It's a really comprehensive way of looking at everything in the database, having all that data well formatted and really easy to understand quickly. That's very important. Another thing that's important to mention is that Connect output that I just showed, that only really works with local data. That sort of connection of connecting the SQL Server instance to Excel directly, that only works with local data. You can't do that with these web-based programs where your data is not hosted by you on your machine. It's very secure that way. This is the reason that our program has been adopted all over the world. These companies in the Middle East, for example, they're not interested in using web-based programs because they are very, very big on security and making sure that they own their data, and they're the only ones who own their data or are able to access their data. They want to host their own data. So now we're going to go ahead and transfer out. I just hit that transfer out on the top left, really easy on the home ribbon. I'm going to enter a little password so it's a little bit more secure, as I was talking about security. So just entered a little password there, and that way only those who have that password can open this file once they transfer it in. Go ahead and transfer out. Okay, and that's it for today. Thank you very much for joining me today. This has been a pleasure. Again, my direct extension is 302. You can also reach me through the sales extension of 4. If you are interested in a demo, I'd be more than happy to hop on with you for an hour or so and go through all of this stuff and do it in a more catered way. You know, if you have some data that you want to work with, you want to get started and you're having a little bit trouble, if you want to see the features and know the right workflows to be very efficient with this program, let me know. I can get you there, and I can get you really flying with this program quickly, saving lots of time and lots of money.
Thank you, Nick Hill-Joyce, for a stellar walkthrough from Well Database to PHDwin V3 and V3 Connect. Looking ahead to this afternoon, we've got a powerhouse presentation with our Platinum sponsor Ryder Scott, followed by third-time returning presenter Marilena Garcia PE. Immediately after those sessions, stick around for the Connor Award, where we'll announce the 2025 recognised recipient. For the rest of the week, Wednesday morning, Kimberly L. Ayers streams a hands-on session, and Wednesday afternoon brings Blue River Analytics. Thursday morning is a can't-miss Garrett Gremlion's ethics session that fulfills PE credit and is required to receive viewer hour certificates. First-time PHDwin Week presenter John Ferrell, co-founder of Well Database, streams 3 to 4 p.m. Central. On Friday, Dwayne Purvis PE returns for his 5th consecutive PHDwin Week at 10 a.m. Central. And we continue the afternoon 2 to 3 p.m. Central with returning speaker and new Platinum partner Hassan Cobb Petroleum Consultants, featuring Thad Toops PE. Thanks for being with us. Full schedule and replays are available on our site. Most replays will be live on YouTube as of 5 p.m. Central at the end of each stream day. Our following session will be a replay from 2024. Feel free to take a break, get lunch, or just hang in our stream. Our regular scheduled programming will resume at 2 p.m. with Ryder Scott's keynote by Marilena Garcia, PE.
Okay, everyone. That was a wonderful presentation from Nikhil Joyce. I got to say, I've really appreciated getting to work with Nick the last couple of years, TRC. He's been a real up-and-comer, real sharpshooter in this organization. Started off in support and then moved over into sales. And I think he does a really good demo of the product. I'm technically the sales director at PHDwin, but Nick's got a better demo than me, and it was great to see that on camera. I have some questions for him. Y'all might have some questions for him. Either if you're watching YouTube, leave it in the chat and we can see it, or email events@phdwin.com, and I'll make sure to ask those questions. But I'm going to go ahead and bring him on right now. And here he is. Hey, Nick, how you doing?
Pretty good.
That was a great presentation. Good job. Bravo. You got a lot of in there. That was a real dense presentation too. You went through a lot there.
Yeah, it was. I had a lot to get into, especially starting with Well Database. And, that was kind of a new thing for me. I worked with Avis over there. She gave me a great demo to teach me how to set that up. And yeah, I really highly recommend people reaching out to Well Database and talking to Avis and getting the same thing, getting the same treatment I got. It was pretty easy to learn.
Yeah, I thought that was great. Actually, Avis left you a note. She said, great presentation, Nick. Nice to see you working inside Well Database. So you picked it up. You did good.
Thank you.
You did good with the tool. So, a lot of times people come to us and they're wondering about different options of what they can do that'll work with PHDwin. A lot of in the data provider field, there's been some really entrenched players for a long time. But there are these new data providers that have come along in the last couple of years. I think are really making waves in the industry. Well database is one I've been working with all year. You've been working with all year. I think soon they will be able to show. They're going to have in PHDwin week a little later this week. They're going to have a whole demo, and they're going to talk a little bit about what that process has been. So I don't want to spill the beans, so to speak. But what I can say is that whenever you have a data provider that's willing to work with you, like Well Database has been willing to do, like Energy Domain's been willing to do, honestly, that because they're also on PHDwin week this year, that'll sit down and talk with you, and you can talk to the dev staff, and you can go back and forth. It just makes for a fundamentally better experience for the clients, Nick. Because as you know, data is the big problem. You're data analysts. That's your background, right? That's where you came from, right? And so quality, if you got bad data going in, you're not going to have good analysis going out. There's just no way to do it. And especially nowadays, so many people want wellbore completion data in version 3. You've got all these great tools for normalization to have that wellbore completion data load that version 2 didn't have. But if you don't have the data, or you're sitting there having to manually bring it in from all these sources, it makes it really difficult to do the job. And so that's why being able to work with data providers that are willing to be flexible and are willing to move the ball forward. There are certain features whenever I work with Well Database this year that couldn't work in the old program, could only work in the new program. And so I work with them to figure out a way to be able to make it so that they had files that could go both ways. And, we had some requests on how the data was structured that they were more than happy to take on. And it was a big lift for them. I could tell from their side that it took some real development effort for them to restructure that data. But, now we're to the point where, we have them as a native import, both versions of the program. There's a lot of really good quality data out there that as you saw, whenever you demoed the tool, that you have access to. And so I think that's a really great thing for our clients, that they now have more options, at least as you said, call Dave Avis and get that demo, right? And see if it's something that'll work for your organization. Let's talk a little bit about our stuff though, Nick. Let's talk a little bit about PHDwin. So this demo is completely in version 3. And I know for me, whenever I'm talking to people about version 3 and I'm pushing that out, a big question is, okay, how many people are actually using version 3? What's the adoption look like for version 3? What's your answer to that?
Well, so, I mean, I've been here for a little over 2 years, and I've seen a massive change towards version 3 just in that time. Coming in with a fresh perspective 2 years ago, we were on build 12 at that time, and the level of improvement that I've seen in the program just from my end is unbelievable. Going up to now build 18, we got build 19 in the works as well. And it's become just so much more stable and so much more powerful during that short period of time. And we've seen a massive response in that time as well. As people are moving to version 3, it's becoming more and more important to get 3. If you own PHDwin, you already own 3. If you are up to date on support, you own version 3. You should have it on your machine in your office. You should have it ready to go at any time. You never know if you're going to receive a file in it, or if you're going to need to do a more complex analysis, a better analysis of your data. If you want to type curve off of lateral length, for example, that's just one of the many features that you need version 3 to do that. And the banks drive the industry, the banks and the consulting firms. Like I said, Haas and Cobb, D&M, Ryder Scott are on this week, and they're all using version 3. All of these major banks, all the top 10 banks in the country, they all have version 3. They're all adopting version 3. You need to be moving to 3. We haven't forced that transition. We're not Microsoft. We're not just going to kill our old version and make you switch over when, we don't know if someone's working on a deal and we just suddenly kill version 2 and then they can't do that. And they have to suddenly try a new program and learn it all really quickly. So we're not going to do that to you guys, but this is just what I genuinely recommend. I talk to clients every day, and I have a pretty good idea what's going on in this part of the industry. And moving to version 3 is just, it's something to do sooner rather than later.
I think one really good point that you make there, Nick, is that if you're up to date on support and maintenance, even if you're a version 2 user, it's time to ask about version 3. It's time to get installed, because sometimes for version 3 there's a little bit extra to install because there's a SQL piece. You don't have to know SQL. I don't want to scare anyone. It's not like you have to be a SQL wizard to get it to work, but you might need IT if you have managed IT or something like that to be on board to install the program and the dependencies it needs. And that can take a while. That can be a process. And so if you are in this industry and you are trading files, you really want to have version 3 at least loaded, ready to go. So that way, if you get one of those files, a PHD3 file, you can hit the ground running. You know, I said yesterday on the session with Hunter, as far as down converting files from version 3 to version 2, it's a minimum $4,000 job, minimum. Last one took us a week. Can you wait a week? If you got a deal cooking, we person watching this, can you wait a week for pay 4,000 plus bucks for us to do that for you? Probably not. And so the best answer is to have version 3 ready, be able to pull it up in the version of PHDwin that the person that built it, you know, intended it for it to be in. And then you can see their numbers. You can report out their numbers. You can follow the demo that Nikhil just did, be able to change out pricing, be able to change out those inputs and start doing that job, you know, in the place where we're going forward as a company in the future, where PHDwin is going forward in the future. And look, not everyone's there. You know, Richard Sheridan was on earlier today. He gave his presentation in version 2. I think it was an excellent presentation. And, you know, I'm director of PHDwin Week. If I could have said, no, sorry, we can't take a presentation in version 2. But, you know, he's someone that just has not gotten the time to learn the new program. So we get it. That's why, you know, we restructured our cost structure. That's why we put in the extra time this year to make sure everyone on our side still trained in version 2 and we move it forward. But I have two caveats on that, people. First of all, version 2 is 2.11. We're not supporting anything older than 2.11 anymore. I am Mr. Version 2. I keep version 2 running, basically. PHDwin Week and this is like my job nowadays. And I'm going to keep version 2 running, but you got to help me here. I don't want to get any more. Can I download 2.10? It's not on the website. It's not supported by Microsoft. You can't go to Best Buy and get a computer to run version 2.10 on. 2.10's dead. So version 2 is 2.11, period. There's only one 2.11, 2.11.1. That's version 2. And I'm happy to support you on that, but help me out. And also download and install version 3, like Nikhil says, because, you know, eventually you're going to get that file. And you're not going to want to wait a week. You're not going to want to pay, you know, a down payment on a car worth of money to get it back in the old version with maybe its legs broken. I mean, we have to do some things to get it back into 2 that can change the way it calculates. And you don't want to be there. And so, you know, it's better to take advantage of the PHDwin Week where we have all these sessions about version 3 and we'll have the replays online for you to follow along afterwards. It's better to go to a class. You know, you're having problems getting the time to learn version 3. Show up at our class at the end of October. Dave himself, founder of TRC, is teaching classes this year in Houston to make sure that everyone gets a real high quality experience. He's personally leading that charge. Go learn from the best. Go learn from the man himself, you know, what it's all about, why we built version 3, what's in it. That, you know, you're sitting there in the room. You can't escape. You don't get pulled in by your boss to do 4 other things because you're sitting there in Houston in a room and that's it, right? Like, take advantage of that, you know, take that time to do that, especially maybe not during a crunch season, because we're going to get to the point where the version 3 files are going to be flying around and there's not going to be any good options except to run them in version 3. There's no easy, I mean, QED can do a conversion to get it down to version 2. They can do a conversion to get it to Aries. Reach out to Courtney Stevens. She'll be more than happy to help you with that if you want to talk about it. But they have a process too. They have a time too. There's a cost associated with that versus just running version 3, importing Aries and PHDwin 3 files directly into that system. That's where everyone needs to be. And I think this is a great time to be thinking about that. I think this year is the year to really be kind of putting that around. And Nick, we've seen the files, right? We've seen the A&D files going around in version 3 format. I mean, I haven't seen them. Have you?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we see all the downloads, and that's the best metric I have of seeing who's actually using what. I mean, we can look at support tickets, but that's not necessarily a great indicator of who's using what in terms of total volume. But we can see the downloads, the new downloads. People are downloading 3 because they're receiving files in 3. That's just a fact. You know, that's not a guess. That's not speculation. That's just what's happening. This is not, and it's not like we're just trying to sell 3 here. You already own it if you're up to date on support. There are people who own it and don't use it. There's still some of those, but they're nowhere near as many as there were a couple of years ago. So this is where things are moving. You know, we're just trying to have you be as prepared as possible for when files are coming in the door. You want to be the first one to get in a good bid and have your analysis done first. It is a race when you get down to it. It's a race, and you want to be quick. And you know, I do these demos all the time. I do demos several times a week in version 3, and a lot of people are coming over from Aries. A lot of people are coming over from version 2, and it's really not that hard of a transition. I do recommend going to the training classes if you can, but you know, come to me if you want to do a demo. I'll do a personalized version of what you just saw. That was a generalized one, but usually it's a one-on-one, or I can demo for your whole team, answer any of your questions, and I can work with your data. Like I said in the presentation, if you send me a data file of some sort, whether it's a well database file or an Aries file or a version 2 file, I'll do a little conversion of it. Sometimes it depends on the file. If it's a tricky Aries file, I might not be able to do that. If I can do a quick conversion, which with the PHDs, I can do that really fast. Then I can do a demo off of your data and actually use that hour to get some work done. So it'll actually operate as like a little bit of consulting and custom training at the same time. And I'm happy to do it. I love doing it. I like to stay sharp by doing these as much as possible. Everyone here knows when I'm not getting demos, I get pretty upset because I love demos.
Really do. Yeah, it's true.
And so I get really antsy if I'm not demoing. So do not hesitate to reach out.
And I'm going to put myself out there too. You know, if you're at a company that has managed IT, you know, you have a dedicated IT staff, you have technology inside your company that has been customized, version 2, Aries, something like that, talk to me. You know, I'm happy to talk to the IT staff. I'm happy to walk them through what the technical side looks like for version 3. I'm happy to talk to whoever. You have a vendor, you have some other product that you're using that you want to work with PHDwin to be integrated with PHDwin. I have the developer program now. I have a toolkit in place that allows us to integrate with other programs, whether internal custom programs at companies or like off the shelf software. But I need to have those connections be made. I need to talk to your IT staff. You need to tell that other vendor, you know, because I'm not paying them money, you're paying them money. So you say, hey, when I'm sending you this check this year, can you also call Jonathan over at TRC and talk to them about getting in the developer program? Because I'd really like to use these products together. That's the kind of thing that we're talking about. That's during PHDwin week. That's the kind of thing I want to see. I want to just point out that tomorrow morning, Kimberly Ayers, you know, she's a real high-end user of PHDwin version 3. She came to us and had some ideas about how to integrate it with Spotfire. We put it together with Blue River, and they've got that working. She has ideas about how to integrate with Whitson. So, you know, we reached out to them. We've been talking with them, and we're going down the road on making so that her life is easier in that. But that's because she pushed for it. That's because she asked for it. And that's what you need to be able to do. You have to kind of stick your neck out. I'm sorry, y'all. I know y'all just want to hide in the back office and just accept the files that whoever gives you and never rock the boat. And, you know, there's something to be said for that, you know. But if you're trying to make yourself valuable at your company, you're thinking about your career long term, you're thinking about how you get down the road in this industry, especially as things get more competitive and we're looking at consolidation and, you know, we're looking at these big industry shifts. Make yourself more valuable. Be in the middle of this thing. Be the one that knows 3 in the company. Be the one that knows how to run V3 Connect like Nick showed off in that demo. And that's going to make you that much more valuable wherever you go in your career. Because, you know, Aries and us, we're not going anywhere. I mean, I know there's all these talk about displacing us and all that, but I'll give you all a hint. Something on the cloud isn't going to work for a lot of these banks, a lot of these organizations with this high level of security. There's a reason us and Aries are still installing on your desktop. And that's because that's where the real standard of this industry is. And so, you know, we need to work together. We need to make that the best tech stack possible. We're doing everything on our end every single year to update PHDwin, to do good content for PHDwin Week, but I need your help too. I need you to connect me with your IT team. I need you to connect me with those vendors, your accounting system, your type curve system, whatever you got going on that you want to integrate with PHDwin. You know what? Even if you might think that they're a competitor to us, there's a lot of companies in the dev program that people go, oh, you shouldn't work with them. They're a competitor. No. I'm pretty much willing to work with anyone if they're willing to come to us and bring good data and have a good philosophy about data and data discipline, data control. And so don't be shy about it. I'm willing to talk to everyone. I really want to move this ball forward. We're not trying to sit on secret sauce. You know, We're not trying to make the world harder. We're trying to make it easier, trying to make your life easier. And so take advantage of that. Take advantage of Nick doing this demo. Whenever you need this custom demo, if you want to learn more about version 3, take advantage of Dave teaching the class. We got one class left later this year, PHDwin.com. Go look on the learning link, sign up for that last class this year, and take advantage of us offering this, because one day you'll get that 3 file and you will have like an afternoon to turn around and answer. We might not be able to even, get it all set up for you 100%. If there's IT or something involved that we need their approval and all that to install a new program. And so let's get ahead of that a little bit. Let's get everything installed. Let's get the IT worked out. Let's get a little bit of training in you. So even if you're going to do reserves for the rest of this year in version 2, you at least are ready that day whenever the version 3 file hits to be able to work it in that version of the program and get the answers as was intended by whoever created that file. That's just the best way to go. That's my advice going forward. As Nick said, we're not selling it. I can't charge you extra for version 3. So we're being honest brokers here. I mean, if you're paying support and maintenance, I already got all the money I can get out of you for version 3. We want to move people forward because we think it is the best solution for this industry. And that's a big part of what PHDwin is about, Nick. So we're going a little bit long here, and I ran a little bit extra here, got me on a little rant here. But you had a great presentation here, Nick, and I'm looking forward to the rest of PHDwin week. But before I finish talking about the rest of the day, you want to go ahead and give people some final thoughts on your presentation or version 3?
No, I mean, I hope everyone got something out of it. I really hope some of my special tips and tricks can actually save a lot of time on a given week and on a given deal that you're trying to turn around. I got some unique stuff in there that I like to do. Using the grid editor as a reference, especially, is one of my favorite little tools to use. But yeah, if you want to watch that back, we're going to be putting that online. We're going to be sending that to folks. You can rewatch it. It's a really useful thing to get you started on how to do a quick A&D evaluation. And yeah, feel free to reach out to me. You can hit me at my extension is 302 if you want to give me a call, or you can hit me at njoyce@phdwin.com, or sales as well. I'm on both inboxes.
So there we go. Reach out to Nick. Thank you again, Nick, for a great presentation. So what are we doing next, people? We're going to do a replay. So from now until about an hour, it's going to be a little bit over an hour. We're going to do a replay from a previous PHDwin week. A lot of y'all jumped on, watched the replay from yesterday, and I jumped on and did a little bit of live content. Maybe I do the same. I want to make sure people that are watching it all day get a little bit extra. But if you've been watching every PHDwin week, don't worry. There'll be the replays later on. Go get lunch. Go do your work for the day. But make sure you show up at 2 o'clock. Marilita Garcia, the rock star from Ryder Scott. I just checked, Nick, 42,000 views. She has a video on our channel that has 42,000 views. That is, in this industry, we calculate there's something around about 6,000 engineers, period. That is viral. That is absolutely blow it out for the oil and gas industry. Oh my gosh, 42,000. We literally have the rock star of the oil and gas industry coming on right, Nick. I mean, I'm super excited about that, right? So
Yes,
can't wait to see Marilita. We love Ryder Scott, big supporter of PHDwin, real key partner for PHDwin. A lot of version 3 that is what it is because of input from Ryder Scott. And one of our favorite Ryder Scott legacies, Larry Connor. Don't forget the Connor Award on Thursday afternoon, 2 p.m. We're going to be giving out that award again this year, the prestigious award originally set up around Larry Connor, ex-Ryder Scott, VP. And this year we're going to be giving it to someone new, and we're really excited about that. Don't miss the Connor Award, 2 p.m. That's on Thursday. Some other big hits of just some things to look at. Matthew Scott. So after Marilena gets done and we do the Q&A with her, Matthew Scott's going to jump on from 3 to 4. He's from the Texas General Land Office. You'll have to deal with the Texas General Land Office. What are they doing? What's their technique? What do they have to say? Can't wait to talk with Matthew after that session. Can't wait to see his presentation. And then tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Don't miss Kimberly Ayers. I keep talking about her. You want to see the new standard for reserve consulting in the Eastern U.S. You want to see the techniques that she has. You want to see how she's been raising our bar. Oh my God, she's raised my bar personally so much. I have to keep up with her and learn. Don't miss her. Make sure you're jumping on. And then one last thing I want to talk about is that questions are flowing in for PHDwin week. We're going to make sure on the very last session, so 3 p.m. on Friday, Brandon Penner is going to come on. He was the high-end user last year that adopted version 3, did a great presentation about version 3. It's on our YouTube channel if you want to see his original presentation. He's going to come back on, answer some questions for me, and then I'm going to answer any questions that came up for the rest of the week. So make sure you catch that 3 o'clock session on Friday if you've asked a question and you haven't gotten that answer so far, or if you're just curious about version 3 and you want to know what it's like to get into version 3. But we've got some great content coming up for the rest of PHDwin Week. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to the replay for now, but you better come back 2 o'clock. We're looking forward to you. Jump back on and let's hear from the rock star, Marilena, okay? Thank you very much. Thank you all so much for being part of PHDwin Week this year. And thank you, Nick, for your great presentation.
Of course.
All right, see y'all at 2.
Good afternoon and welcome to our featured panel session. We want to introduce some of our panel speakers. First up is our moderator, Dwayne Purvis, PE. Dwayne Purvis is a seasoned professional with over 27 years of experience in reservoir engineering and geology. He has dedicated his career to tackling complex challenges in the oil and gas industry, focusing on valuations, reservoir development, reservoir management, and strategic decision-making. Dwayne is a registered professional engineer and has held key roles as a consultant, business owner, and leader in multiple oil and gas production companies.
Next, we would like to introduce Gavin McQueen. Gavin is the president and CEO of Anthem Energy Partners. He has decades of experience in oil and gas exploration and production, but at Anthem Energy Partners, Gavin has achieved remarkable success in fundraising via a new capital model. Gavin and his team developed a new acquisition model for oil and gas assets to safeguard investor confidence. Through the creation of new investing vehicles, Anthem Energy Partners allows investors greater control and advocacy within organization, purchasing, and growth scoping. Gavin has raised significant rounds in Europe to grow Anthem Energy Partners in the U.S. domestic oil and gas market.
The last member of our panel, Laura Freeman, is the founder of High Point Global Capital. High Point Global Capital is a Houston-based specialty advisory firm focused on the oil and gas industry. High Point Global specializes in acquisitions and divestitures and assists clients on a wide range of complex issues when both experience and discretion are key. Laura has been nominated by several oil and gas media publications as a 40 under 40 speaker. She has been a part of hundreds of panels and presentations, and we are happy to have her share her expertise with us today. Without further delay, please welcome Dwayne, Gavin, and Laura.
So good morning, and thank you all for joining PHDwin Week and our panel discussion about trends and in the oil and gas industry, things that are unfolding now that we're going to have to wrestle with. Well, I am very pleased to have today 2 guests, both with great background that fits really well, I think, with this audience. First, we have Laura Freeman, who earned an undergraduate degree in physics, which I just think is cool. I'm always impressed. But then dual masters in business and petroleum engineering, so that she brings a unique combination of genuine skill in both technical and financial issues, and spent most of her career advising companies on acquisitions, divestitures, also doing some technical consulting through her company called High Point. And in total, she's worked over $8 billion worth of transactions, including a number in the last year. And most importantly, Laura is somebody who sees independently and expresses her independent opinions well, something I really value. Also, we have with us Gavin McQueen, whose history is also long and is a who's who list of independents, XTO and Samson, and his own companies, Sage and now Anthem. Started as a technical background, worked into a business background, but at this point, besides having worked in independence and private equity, Gavin is running his own oil company, has successfully raised money, and has been very active in the A&D market. So both of these folks are deeply involved in a broad spectrum of what's actually happening in the industry, the kind of things that independents are wrestling with. So both you guys joined the industry some time ago. What was the good old days when you started? What was the good old days about how things, how companies built and ran? Laura, take that one first.
You know, I really try to see the silver lining, as you know, no matter what the situation is. But when I started, I first joined Occidental out in California before they spun off CRC. And I think for me, what I really see missing now or not there is kind of how employees were treated. And I know that may sound a little bit odd, but there was, are a lot of very smart people in oil and gas. And over the last several years with COVID and even before that with '08 and some difficulties in the market, you don't see sort of that coherent community that you used to. I mean, I think we see it in events and organizations, SPE otherwise as well. But when I first joined, there was a lot of really smart people with a lot of pride in their work and what they did. There was always, a little bit of trouble with corporate America and leadership, but I feel like most people had a lot more confidence in the folks running companies and the future, and we're proud of the work they were doing. We're able to do interesting technical work. And since then, you've seen budgets go down and remote workers and lack of company loyalty, layoffs. So I think for me, the good old days was everybody was in there and excited about the projects and working, and there's a real team environment. And
it's a fascinating take, Laura, that what you see as the good old days, the most salient feature to you was the work, the nature of the work environment, and the people you were working with.
And I feel like people were valued so much more when I started. It wasn't, with the private equity age and the mergers and things that have gone on, I almost feel like folks are treated as disposable now.
Yeah, for a lot of young people, I think they don't realize that there was a time before all oil companies were funded by private equity.
Right.
And
before some of the bankruptcies and, the '08 sort of crash was hard and fast, but then there's so much leverage in the industry. And then, in 2014, when the price crashed, it's been a different world since then. And before then, there was a lot of community. There's a lot of really interesting, smart people working in the industry, and we liked going to work. I don't know, there's team spirit and a lot of confidence and leadership too, a lot more confidence.
It's pretty ironic that we're producing as much oil, more than any country ever in the history of the world, but the community seems to have broken down some. Gavin, you've worked in the private equity, but also some time period before private equity was the only game in town. What was it like at the beginning? And in a minute, we'll draw a contrast to where it's gone.
Yeah, I think you're kind of calling me old at this point, Dwayne, but I'm just going to take it as experience.
You got nothing on me, man.
When I came out, that's a magical time. I came out of Texas A&M and, petroleum engineer, and I had some great paying internships with XTO Energy, and I went to work for them in 2007. And of course, the price of oil was ripping at that time. I came out of the Permian Basin even at that time. So this is pre-Wolfcamp, pre-Bone Springs horizontal, doing Wolfberry focus, multi-zone. We're picking perfs and we're doing some legitimate engineering. So we were still doing a lot of geology and a lot of engineering and vertical well bores with pretty complex procedures in its own right. The shale boom was upon us, but of course it was gas shale at that time. Oil was too thick to flow through a nano Darcy perm, remember? So we were funding the gas shale growth, which XTO was very active in, with kind of conventional and water flood, CO2 flood oil out of the Permian. But the price of oil was up. So it was this really magical time of strong commodity price, emerging technologies, kind of a boom cycle in shale. And there was just so much to learn on either front. It was just incredible.
It was
At that
fun.
time, it was
Yeah.
fun. It was fun, and to Laura's point, you very much were valued, and you were compensated, and I actually did not know how good I had it. We worked hard and we played hard, and we just had a blast. It was a really fun, magical time in the industry.
Yeah, it was. I remember those days mostly because I was sitting on the sidelines watching everybody else get rich in the shale boom. Don't laugh. Uh,
It's all relative at this point.
yeah, it's all relative at this point. It's a good point, Gavin. Well, but the culture changed, the kinds of work we were doing changed, but I think the financing has also evolved. The kinds of projects we're doing and how we finance them have been evolving. Gavin, tell me about that. How did the types of projects and the types of financing evolve?
Well, if you go way back, there's a strong argument that there has always been a form of private equity in our industry. You go way back, it was the promoter, right? It was the early day promoter, and sometimes that promoter was the operator, sometimes it wasn't. So there's always been private finance in our industry, and I would argue it's played a very important role. In really in the 90s, the kind of the current 2 and 20 or the American private equity model as applied to upstream, came into vogue and really did well. And the guys that you're speaking about who were really making a ton of money, that model worked exceptionally well in a boom cycle, right? Because we were paying for PUDs. Additionally, because price was up, your PDP was very valuable. So the banks were willing to lend on a true reserve-based loan. So your loan was truly predicated on your reserves, PDP plus your PUDs, because both had value in the market, right? People were paying for those. So they were collateral good. So yeah, I mean, it was very frothy. There was a lot of money out there, and a lot of your private investors wanted to come through private equity versus publics for the benefit of kind of, a 3 to 5 flip and a bigger multiple, bigger MOIC. We make it happen quicker, right? So that model carried forward and really, and I would also say there were strong, we were the sweethearts of Wall Street on the public side as well. And so a lot of it is relative to what was going on in the industry with the advancement of shale and the technologies that came with it, and the proliferation of the U.S. emerging as a dominant world producer, right? That, of course, we had the 2008 housing crisis, prices collapse, and then pops back up. And then we really start getting into the Wolfcamp and the Haynesville's role and the Marcellus, and we're finding oil and gas and shale everywhere, And so we do what capitalistic Americans are so good at doing. We can produce. And we can do it cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. It's kind of the Walmart model in a sense. And it's wild because the technology that we are deploying in the subsurface, miles below our feet, is so advanced. I mean, we take it for granted how quickly our industry can advance in technology. But as we advance in technology, we proliferate the amount of reserves we can get at a lower and lower cost basis to do so. And so we oversupply the market on one hand, and have done that a few times now. Gas is oversupply now. And maybe oil is getting there depending on price. But the problem with it was that impacts the financing and the financial models deployed, and how, a bank views collateral versus equity.
Well, I was watching the system evolve, and I'm legitimately old, I think, Gavin. The cost of doing business, the cost of playing, really spiked. Yeah, when Texas first created its high cost gas tax abatement, if you drilled like a $600,000, $700,000 gas well, you got a tax abatement because that was a high cost well. And now the average well is like $8 million. And it did in the explosion and the exploration of shale plays, it really did fit the private equity model well. And between those two dynamics, it seemed to squeeze out, at least temporarily, a bunch of other kinds of financing.
Well, it's a good thought experiment, right? Because if you're in the operated space and you want to play in the shale game, we're now customarily drilling 2-mile laterals at a TVD somewhere between 8 and 12,000 feet. So you're talking 20,000+ feet of lateral, and there is no casing point election. You are going to drill it, encase it, and complete it.
Yeah.
So, let's just take $100 million. Okay, well, if I got $100 million to play with, and I don't have 6 times cash flow or a 6 times EBITDA, RBL, I've got sub 2, and I think they really want you at 1.25 or something. So you've got to buy some PDP typically to access your PUDs. That's going to chew up a big chunk of your $100 million plus some of your debt. And so let's just say that on a really good day, on your $100 million, you get 50% in debt, which is probably optimistic, but let's just say you got $150 million to play with. You spend half on the PDP, you got $75 million left. And if your well cost is $8 million, how many wells?
What's that, Laura?
That's not a lot of wells.
It's not a lot of wells.
I mean, I
That's
think that's the point is, people don't and you overpay for PDP at the moment. And so even something that seemed like a lot of money, oof, I mean, there's just not, it doesn't go nearly as far as you'd think, even 100 million with debt, like he just said.
Yeah, Laura,
it's really
back to this idea.
We're talking about those numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a big boys game now. Mostly it's a big boys
Mhm.
game. And I
100%.
think we kind of Lord, did you see the same thing? The private equity tended to dominate high capital needs, higher capital needs.
In my opinion, there's different kinds of private equity. And I think this latest kind of dynamic, I call it the aggregator model. I think Gavin, mentioned 2 and 20. And that's where you've got an in-cap or Kane, or I'm not going to badmouth anyone particularly, but you have this, it's not like Scout or Merit where it's direct and it's not like high net worth individual, but you have an aggregator and the problem is they're also a middleman. So they're putting together all the limited partners and the money, and then they're deploying. What I personally saw is that model, well, it really happened with the price crash back in 2014. And so in 2008, the price dipped, but it went back very quickly. And then in 2014, it just tanked. I mean, we went from $100 a barrel to 25, and it was so fast. I mean, it's kind of like Vegas real estate, right? It was, nobody jumped ship because 2008 had bounced and it kind of went off the cliff. And so you had what should have been a lot of distress, and Chesapeake makes me laugh, especially since they're, the biggest gas company we have now, basically. But they went so far, I mean, undercovered on the borrowing base that the bank went under 1 on coverage ratios, which means you're not covered. And they just didn't look at it for a year. But you had this sort of bottom fallout and sort of all this debt that no longer, had reserves or cash flow behind it. And also because of what had happened with 2008 housing markets and everything else, oil and gas was one of the lowest defaults of any industry. So a whole bunch of debt was in, the bottom drops out. There was over $1 trillion in private equity overhang at some point there, because everybody raised private equity thinking these companies would go bankrupt, which in an actual free market they should have. And what I saw happen is that with the model, private equity gets, the 2 is a 2% annual fee of assets under management. And if you have $1 billion fund, that's a lot of money, right? And so this money was all raised and there was nowhere to put it because these companies, some rules got loosened. And I'm not saying that's necessarily wrong with the amount of default that would have happened, but the companies that should have had distress didn't and hung on a long time. And then, it took a few years, the banking regulator finally changed some rules, but there was all this private equity and you end up in a use it or lose it. And so if you don't deploy the money, you don't get the fee and you're not making money and going. And then what happened from there is that the Permian was kind of the best place to try to put it. You had stacked pay, you could, I mean, of the other considerations, and if it's use it or lose it. And so what I saw in this last round was this massive influx of this private equity that had to get put to use somewhere. And then, as Gavin has said, that kind of private equity model, it works in a boom cycle because it's there's a lot that hinges on the exit. And so, you know, the people that timed it right and got rich, and that's also why you saw the bubble happening. And so you just sort of, it created its own monster that ultimately had to do with the US and our debt situation, ironically.
Yeah.
But then you saw that change. You saw in kind of early to mid 2017, private equity was getting priced out. So if you look at how many public versus private buyers, that type of model wasn't working because if you want to, it's ultimately a buy and flip. It's a 3 to 5 year hold. You got to buy it cheap. You got to sell it quite a bit higher to make it work. And as the assets got more and more expensive and this bubble got created, there no longer was enough room to appreciate that fast, right?
Yeah.
And so that kind of led to the mismatch of why people say it doesn't work, but there's sort of lingering concepts. And
Gavin,
Yeah.
what was your perspective on the pivot in the 2014-15 crash?
I think that was an interesting time too, actually. I remember, I spent most of the bankruptcy, post KKR acquisition. It was KKR, I think NGP had a piece, Itochu, Crespi Partners, and there were several that bought Samson. It was a $7.2 billion acquisition. I think it closed in 2011. And so the company experienced pretty significant price exposure as commodity prices went down. But we were everywhere. I mean, we had 2.8 million net acres across 19 states. So we had a pretty big playing field. But commodity price volatility and again, this dynamic of paying for upside that wasn't really even proven out. I mean, it was that frothy at one point where people were even paying beyond PUDs, right? Especially if you had a lot of exposure. As prices collapsed, of course, we had debt on the company. It was leveraged. We had bonds ultimately on the company. And it just that private equity structure with that much leverage just wasn't sustainable. And that's why, you remember the Boons and Haynes report, that the law firm that was tracking all bankruptcies. I mean, it's just fascinating to pull that report during that time. It was massive and it grew exponentially, but then there were others that really drug it out. And actually Samson's bankruptcy took, over 2 years. And I wasn't even there for the whole thing because it was taking so long.
Yeah. Good for you. That's a beating.
It was a beating. I learned a lot, a whole lot. And, but what I came away with was, so there's a lot of different forms of private equity, but that kind of 2 and 20 model, at scale across a whole bunch of stuff can still be difficult, or as difficult relative to the example we gave earlier of if you're too small and just can't ante up to play the game, right?
Yeah.
So Laura's right in that. So let's look at the ones who have been successful. Where are they? Well, they're in basins like the Permian that have a lot of stacked pay, where the drilling has very robust economics, where your basis deployed brings forward a ton of inventory that's reliable. They're well managed, and they have the pockets to go after and build a position to make it something that then is attractive for whomever the buyer would be.
Yeah, it sounds like there are narrower opportunities that fit the historical funding models. But if banks retrenched, and as I recall, we lost half or 3/4 of the banks half in 2015 and half in 2020 of the banks that were lending. and then private equity retrenched, didn't reload. What's the status of those two historical funding sources? If an independent company wants money right now, is there anything available in private equity? What's available from banks? Laura, what do you think?
You take it first, and then I can give my experience.
Yeah, I think there's a variety of sources. What I'm seeing is it's harder to get capital. There's plenty of private equity that'll still sign teams up if they pay for it with their life, and they're never going to waterfall, and the term sheets are god awful. I think there's quite a bit of capital. There's people looking to buy. The acquisitions have honestly been tougher. I've dealt, somewhat less with the banks in recent years, although with Venture, we had a quite large borrowing base. As Gavin spoke to a few times, there's less. I mean, the banks got burned, and OCC regs changed as well. So you're just not getting nearly as much as you were. So that's more limited. I think a lot of it, what I'm seeing right now, as far as getting deals done and getting capital that actually can be deployed. Well, the other thing with private equity, as Gavin mentioned, is at this point, if they're not funding G&A and it's bring me a team, bring me an asset, then they can fund a team without, or they can be looking to place capital without nearly as big of a commitment. So, I mean, I'm seeing more, I've actually been surprised that the number of buy and sell side deals that have been going the last few months for us, and we're starting to see some things loosen there. But personally, I think it's been more of a asset market than a capital market issue.
I'm sorry, explain that to me, Laura. What do you mean by an asset market instead of a capital market? You mean a seller's instead of a buyer's?
No, like if you want to deploy capital, if we have Dwayne and Laura's high net worth, or we have Gavin's private equity, or I mean, people would like to put money to work, but it's hard to buy with I think things are overvalued to some degree, and then it's hard to find the right fit of an asset that will meet. Well, one problem with the model of private equity you've been talking about, you have to make a pretty big margin to pay everybody. And so if you're taking the 2% and the 20% and you're taking these cuts, it's kind of like buying a house on a credit card, right? And so for the portco, you get to point, you call it never outrunning the pref, but it's like the interest rate's so high, basically, or the cost of capital is so high, you can never really get out of it. And that's one reason you also need you need a boom cycle or a swinging commodity. You need some kind of big price, value increase in a short time. And there's so many things about that, right? You can't really buy assets cheap enough. You can't really sell assets cheap enough. Gavin mentioned you can be too small and you can be too big. If you have a minimum size and there's not lots of places where you could buy a big enough asset. It's all about that, like the margin and the delta.
Yep.
And I think that's much harder to achieve right now.
It's a great point, Laura. And I do think you're right that the people in the industry look at it differently. Back in the day, I think a lot of people had stars in their eyes about how much money they were going to make. And I saw some people do 6X in 18 months. Fabulous. It was good for them. Right. But this is a very strong survivor bias. And I think the events of 2015 and then again in 2020, when the teams are treated so poorly, I think that the management team side of the equation views private equity with a lot more suspicion and distrust and disfavor than they have in the past. Are you seeing that, Gavin, or are there other drivers?
I think capital was extremely hard to access on the private side of our industry in general.
Yes.
I think that applies to direct invest structures. I think it applies to private equity. It applies universally. I think institutional investors are going back and looking at where they've had success with the larger PE firms, and there's a comfort level there. There's an understanding that they have the scale, that they have the expertise and the track record. I think the mid cap and small cap private equity structure, I some people have called it dead. I just think it's antiquated because you don't have the liquidity coming in from the OBL banks like you used to.
You can't
And
leverage to get the returns you need.
That's right. And for all the reasons Laura said, I mean, all the way back to the OCC or the FDIC regulated side of telling banks like, you cannot have that type of exposure or that much exposure for an asset class of that level of risk. So, you know, it's really, really hard. I think, you know, there's some on the technical side too. And there's a lot of motivations out there at the end of the day, but early in the shale game, you know, it's a widget factory. There's no variability. We can put 32 wells in a unit, no problem. We can stack them all you want. You know, it's like, that's not true either. So I think we all, you know, bear some of the blame. And at the end of the day, whether it's the model, whether it's the technical combination thereof, or the motivations that exist behind the parties involved. At the end of the day, if we're not paying the LP, the investor back, whether it's a limited partner or direct investor or whoever it is, if we're not making a return on their capital that they've entrusted us with, if we're not acting as the true fiduciary in giving them a return, then that equity leaves the space. And then it doesn't really matter what your debt markets are doing, you know, whether it's the bond market or an RBL or some other term loan. If we cannot be financial and technical fiduciaries to our investor base, they leave. And so a lot of them have left. And you know, and there's in 2020 price collapse associated with COVID, but also kind of just the wokeness or the run from fossil fuels and run towards renewables. That was real as well.
Yeah, there was a big swing late 19 and for a period, basically up until the SEC ruled that they weren't gonna, you know, do the ESG auditing that some people were afraid of. I mean, there was a major consideration there for a while.
Has that stalled out? Sorry, go ahead.
I've seen it stall, yeah.
I think so. But like, I think 2020, maybe I was in 21. I saw, you know, renewable and ESG investments were 2-to-1 on the private side to upstream. So I mean, that's a massive amount of capital that otherwise likely would have been allocated to our business. So
the discussion of ESG has dropped way off. But have you have you seen a reversal? Did it stabilize or did it reverse where nobody cares anymore?
I mean, personally, I saw a lot of changes. I mean, just look at, you know, Larry Fink and look at the pressure to deploy. And I mean, my experience with ESG was more working with larger private funds where they were actually mandated to deploy a % of the funds under management into ESG. And so what I saw was that really increasing the drive to put I mean, some of these funds are giant. You had endowments and states, and if you start adding it up, I mean, it was more money than there were investments. And I think if you start looking at, well, there's entire pension funds that have left, you know, some of these high name funds that were trying to push towards ESG. There's states that are out of it now. I don't know. It kind of swung so far one way. I'm not sure reversal like back from a 0 point, but it definitely has come way back from kind of where it hit when everyone in the run up to the SEC decisions.
Okay. So I did observe the same thing. Yep. There's a large period of time there where the industry was not meeting its promises. The public equities for oil and gas were absolutely flat over 10 years, and a lot of capital was destroyed. You know, notwithstanding the investor presentations that said we're getting 70% rate of return on every well, there's this massive disconnect between what we advertised and what we delivered, and I think that cost us, I believe. But there's on top of that, there's this push to do something else. But have people come back? Are they seeing the returns again? Are they getting out from under the pressure where they're a little bit more, a lot more, or all the way back to the kind of pressure to the kind of willingness to look at oil and gas?
The business is normalizing. And so I think now people are starting to understand the technology that we've developed quite a bit more all the way around. Especially within the operating companies relative to spacing, whether it's vertically, or we call it the shotgun view, or horizontally. We're better understanding. We're still making improvements in that technology, increased spacing in stages, et cetera, and then learning that a shale isn't a shale. They're all different, and whether they have higher plastics or more clays or whatever, and they respond different to different types of stimulation. So we're really honing in on that. And I'll give a shout out to Grayson Mills. Look at what they're doing or did in the Bakken. Great sell to Devon. You look at some of the technology. Well, they're literally changing the well orientation and drilling 3-milers over legacy single mile swell packer and sleeve system. So we're going back, and we're just now that's not universal across all basins, right? So we're having to bring back a level of sophistication that we used to apply to conventional, which just calling it conventional doesn't mean that it's simple, but we're bringing back a level of and building a level of expertise where we just understand it better. But at the same time, outside of Permian and maybe a couple other core areas of certain basins, the market's not paying for PUDs. In fact, they're giving you a pretty steep discount on the PDP and expect to get the PUDs with it.
Okay, so I heard a little bit of disconnect between your perspectives there. Gavin, you're saying that nobody's paying for PUDs, but maybe even not paying enough for PDP. What I heard Laura say earlier, and correct me if I got this wrong, was that PDP is kind of pricey.
To cost of capital. It's always relative to cost of capital. Interest rates have gone way up.
Interest rates are up, and then the hurdle you have to meet with private equity. I mean,
Right.
that's kind of like the house on the credit card example. If that's my cash under my mattress, I got a lot lower cost capital than if I'm buying on a credit card. And so the industry kind of swung to the situation with real high cost of capital. And so just even your baseline of where you had to start. And then for a while, there was in the boom cycle, you can appreciate enough. But as those dynamics change and cost of capital is quite high. I mean, if you think about some of the financing models now, they're very expensive. So you almost can't pay for PDP because you couldn't hit your hurdles and make it work. There's just lots of complexities, and it's all people like to kind of look at it across the board as trends and what's happening. And it's kind of become very personalized and specific, I think, to the setups.
But you have to understand it to be competitive and to be successful in the market. So I'll give you an example, Dwayne. Banks used to predicate their reserve-based loan issuance on PV9 PDP, plus or minus, right? SEC public reserves, typically to be considered proven, it would have to be PV10. It'd have to breach the PV10 threshold, right? So that was referencing an average of cost of capital prior to those rules being put in place in SP monograph 5. Okay, so today, you're probably going to have to deliver an 8 to 10% pref on private equity just to get the GP into their 20% carry. To get the team who is actually beyond the GP into any real money, you're going to have to deliver, 1.2. So your actual cost of capital is the 20% plus the 8. That's 28%, right? So if you're thinking about it from the perspective of the team getting into the money and you're not going to get value for the PUDs, then that purchase price that you make at the onset, that basis is what sets your investment and your potential for putting any money in your pocket after you've done the vast majority of the work for however many years it takes. So it's always, and by the way, the interest only RBL debt that was at a really low interest rate, that diluted that cost of capital, which is why it was so popular. but now they're not lending 4 times. They're lending 1.25 or something. So the dilution utilizing that form of debt isn't there to offset a pretty high cost of capital.
So
At the same time, public markets, like I heard a gentleman told me the other day that they're seeing returns at large on equity in the 20 to 30% range. So we still got to be competitive to bring the investors to us.
So what you're saying is that the people, the investing pool is seeing 20 to 30% equity returns in other industries, and we've got to compete with those returns in other industries. That's painful. So, but unpack to me the discussion about how bank lending has changed. It used to be interest only, and it was truly reserve based.
You could get a lot of lending for PUD. I mean, they do 50% value for PUD, but you just double your PUD volume and get all of it. You throw a water flood in. So you start, say you have a PDP number. I mean, there's a contribution amount. And so it's, like I just said, half for PUDs. And it used to be basically 100% of your PDP value. And it was PV9. And that was a large number. And so really because of how over leveraged everything was coming off of 08 and ramping into 14, and then how the bottom fell out. And I mean, it's kind of a miracle the banks haven't had a lot worse problems. And then going into COVID, we were right on the edge of a whole bunch of defaults, and banks were actually trying to get the SEC to do some new rules where banks could operate. And there was a bunch of stuff expected. And then I laugh, I'm like, saved by the Rona, but everything kind of paused just enough, and then prices spiked. But there's this massive exposure in banks that became obvious. It's a miracle there wasn't a lot more wipeout with it. And so the amounts that they'll lend have gone down a lot. And one thing, if you're on the private equity model, you have your equity commitment, and that's a pool of money, but it's real expensive. And so what you really need to do, and Gavin's kind of mentioned this, but for folks that maybe not quite as familiar, if you need to go drill and develop to get that appreciation to get the team paid, but you really don't want to be using your super expensive money to do that. And so the other things you do are you try to get into cash flow to pay for your drilling program, and you try to use the RBL cheaper money to pay for your drilling program. And so that's how you can kind of dovetail these. And, the bank money's now, there's less of it and it's more expensive. It's these underlying currents of massive exposure that they most kind of sneaked through and buy really changed that market. And then a lot of banks have left the space. So I'm sure Gavin knows more about it than I do.
Yes, fascinating discussion. Gavin, what are you seeing? What are banks lending
No, Laura,
on?
you're right. I think a number of smaller banks have left the space. The bigger banks have just really culled down what they'll lend on RBL, kind of referencing it as a working capital loan structure, which kind of tells you like maybe not the best structure to use for an acquisition. So it kind of leaves you with some term loan options, which of course, there's a true P&I amortization with those structures, which I'm not against. I actually think that whether you had an RBL that was interest bearing only or not, you should have been paying down some of that principal as you go. I think that was, we were kind of addicted to that debt for way too long. But yeah, it's you're seeing really big deals get done that have pretty not only large PDP bases, but also a good amount of running room. You're seeing some of those get done on the private side, and that's because they can put quite a bit of debt to work, hedge it out, and everybody feels pretty comfortable that debt will get paid off through kind of a term loan structure. But I think that's where the industry kind of has to lean at this point on the acquisition front. And of course, it has to be of a bigger scale. That's really what we've started to focus on is, how do we finance acquisitions, and are they of scale to fit both the equity investor and the credit investor?
Okay. So without revealing the secret sauce, what can you say, what you guys say about how teams are successfully putting together money now?
A lot less of them are doing it.
A lot less of them are doing it. Yeah,
If you look, there's some graphs that are shocking of how much private equity is getting raised and committed and how big that drop has been.
Yeah, I mean, some of the firms I've spoken with, it's taken them well over a year and a half to raise new funds, and the time that they used to could do it in 4 to 6 months. So they're going to be much more choosy. And of course, this goes back to Laura's original question. There's a great or comment that there's a lot of great people out there, technically capable and competent, who aren't being treated very well. And it's simply because there's not enough money to go around to treat everybody well. And that's just kind of where we're at, unfortunately. And so your team, you kind of have to find a way to finance your team. It's why we have Anthem Consulting, like we it's all kind of word of mouth and through our network that we provide these services, but we're pretty darn good because we know how to run oil and gas companies and develop asset bases. And we've had exposure through these past experiences across the US, but you got to find a way to self-support, right? None of this is free. The software is expensive, the overhead's expensive. I mean, it all adds up. Plus we got to eat. We got to feed our families. So it's really hard right now. You have to be extremely committed, and you have to have a team that is extremely committed to doing the same thing. Yeah. And so what's the trade-off? Well, the trade-off is when we find something that is attractive and we can lock it up, and we've done the underwriting and all the engineering and the geology and everything that goes into it, and then we go to capital sources, perhaps the same capital sources private equity has been successfully going to, just go directly, then you have to express all that, hey, we've done this on our own dime. We've done all the underwriting. We've covered the overhead. We're in position and under CA for the deal.
I wish it only cost a dime.
Yeah, I'm going to ask for more. I mean, what a great deal. Yeah, it's hard to raise money for the PE firms, but what a great deal for the PE firms. I got a team, an underwriting, a deal on the hook, and all I got to do is add a little bit of cash and water, and poof, you got to come.
There you go.
Well, now I have read this, and I've seen it with at least one client, that the companies that are successfully deploying money are raising it directly from private investments, family offices, the kind of people who used to go to a PE company. But there's going to be fewer of them, but the ones that are successful are going straight to the equity investors.
I mean, what size of investment though? Because that sort of that. I mean, you're not wrong, but I think everything's just a lot more nuanced now of who's being successful and why and at what scale and all the pieces. So I think to what Gavin said real quick, what I'm seeing is experience matters a lot more. Your reputation and integrity over the years matters more. And then the deals that have surprised me that we're getting done right now, both on getting funded and assets, people are really gravitating to working with people they trust. Mm-hmm. And there's people are, I think are, sort of, we found a lot of unique fits where it's like all these pieces are here with you and here with you, and this dovetails correctly. And then there's relationships and experience, and we're not really seeing just the kind of brand new pop-up team with good resumes and a lot of young folks work real well.
It's a great point.
And that point cannot be understated, Laura, that, our reputation, our ethics, our ability to do what's right and be that fiduciary at whatever level you're in is so important. And that has benefited us. The teams that can give the honest technical assessment, who can properly financially model it, and who have a history of being honest about whether it's good or bad, whatever the situation is, here is where we are. That is a huge feather in your cap. So So with that, who do you go to? Well, you try to go to the people that know that about you and who have deep pockets. uh,
It helps if you graduated from a private high school in a big town.
high school, big town.
Yeah, not as much as it used to, I think. People are kind of tired of the promises, and so it's like,
Yeah.
are these people going to actually deliver or not? And there's so many horror stories of, we stopped doing geology and went to closology, and there's operational nightmares within this private equity model that are unbelievable. And
Well,
for a lot of years
there, I
think,
earlier.
oh, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, please.
I just, for a lot of years now, being honest and having integrity and walking away from certain things made a lot of us feel like everyone else is making money. And my gosh, this is maybe not the best way to do business. And in the last couple of years, I think it's gotten so nuanced and complicated and tight in the fits and the capital and the asset, the operations, the limited opportunity set, that I've just really seen a pretty remarkable shift in people want to deal with people they know, and they know they're going to tell them the honest answer, whether it's right or wrong. If something's going wrong, they're going to tell them early, and it's not going to be a surprise. And I got some horror stories on that of people misleading investors way beyond the point of no return. And so, I mean, to me, that's been fun and exciting as well, because you're starting to see some doing the right thing matter, and doing the right technical work and doing the right operations work. And I think that is one thing in the difficult market that makes me more excited.
Yeah, that's a great point. And I love what Gavin said earlier about we were doing some legitimate engineering. We were actually doing some science. And it's a good point that we're going to have to go back and spend some more time doing legitimate work, figuring out the stress reorientation. And for example, and what comes
operations have just become so important. I think with some of the ways the private equity model evolved, and like just the attitude and leverage finance and other things, a lot of money came in that treated operations folks kind of like you recapitalize a hotel or a restaurant, is you put a couple new executives in and the workers just keep working. I mean, there's just some like not having multiple options on water disposal and losing all your flow back during fracs. And also, like, what I call it, there's the dumb blonde price they offer in Midland, and the PE guy price is even worse. But some of these, what they're telling people, how many days they're telling them it takes to drill a well. I mean, this is fundamentally like a boots on the ground business. The oil's in the ground, and the operations are not simple either. And I think that I guess in my personal experience, I think we've got away from respecting operations from the finance side and thinking that was kind of just easily replaceable cogs in a wheel.
Yeah, that's
and it's technical. You got to have the inside of it, and that's becoming more and more important. But you're absolutely right. The relationships and your reputation isn't just those that you're asking for capital from, but the real proof of your reputation and the kind of person you are are the other relationships of the people you're working next to and the people that you're hiring, including the service companies. And if you want to be successful in this business, you better have good relationships and a good reputation with those people that you've hired and who've put their time, effort, and product towards your operation to make it a success, because so much of what we do depends on the service side.
You better treat your people well.
You better treat your people well. Yeah.
So I think of this group of assets, the group of fields that are available in two families, right? There's the shale plays, and really the shale plays have two families. One is places that are pretty mature, past their peak, and some just a couple that are still growing, still expanding. But then there's a whole family of Middle Darcy fields, conventional fields. It looks to me like there are different life stages and different kind of technical challenges, different kind of risk return profiles. How is the market different? The seller's market, or the assets coming to market, how do they differ? And how does equity investment look at them differently? Do they prefer one or the other?
That's a hard question. The short answer is yes. uh, uh, because it's also by basin. So I've started to view each basin, whether it's a shale or whether it's a conventional or unconventional basin, I start to think about the basins of how much liquidity is actually in that basin. So the existing companies, how liquid or illiquid are those companies? Because they're the ones who have investors in. There's more and more view of consolidation, but is there actually enough capital currently in the basin to consolidate or to pursue further, growth of one business over the other? That to consolidate or to pursue further, growth of one business over the other. That's a question. And then to the extent that there's not, which I think there are several illiquid shale basins, kind of your tier 2 shales, if you will, is there anybody outside of the basin, any investor willing to say, how do I come into this basin, buy really, really well, and do that consolidation? So that's kind of how I think about now. Tier 1 shale, you're still getting, some incredible acreage, $30,000+ an acre in the Permian. So they're basically still paying for PUDs. They're still going to pay you for the PDP. I think gas is, even in Haynesville and Marcellus, you almost need to have like a global strategy at this point. Somehow you got to get the ARB built in from global markets, which you saw that parity in 2022 Ukraine war run up. You saw the parity between the Dutch market in particular and NYMEX, and it was incredible how well they track different. One was way up here and one was here, but the tracking of it was just remarkable. So I think you will see more of that, and that's why you still have some contango in our gas price. But at $2 gas, you gotta be able to drive that margin through that correlation somehow. And I think the best way to do that is to be able to do business across the pond, or somewhere be in that commodity space. Oil, in the spring, everybody thought we'd be undersupplied. Now it's kind of feeling like, well, maybe we're not going to be undersupplied. And it's a volume game there, but your barrel margin is a lot better than the molecule. So you've got more room relative to the cost of services, right? So for me to drill a 2-mile horizontal well, whether it's in the Haynesville or whether it's kind of the deeper part of the Delaware, kind of the same cost, but I've got more margin in the economics on oil today, right? So it's and then conventional. Conventional is interesting right now because I think it was Chevron who just paid a pretty healthy number for the Avance North McElroy field, right? So and that probably has something to do with CO2, would be my guess. So, the class 2 wells can also act as sequestration. So you've got kind of that coming back into those conventional fields. But then there is a game to be played for the behind pipe conventional strategy. And where I see smaller companies really having a lot of success is they're going back and they're looking at kind of stacked sand pays, and they're doing the geology and the stratigraphy to say, hey, there's a nice zone there that's going to IP at 20, 30 barrels and it's sub 3,000 feet, and those economics work pretty good. So that's the local deals that you can kind of make if you know folks in those markets.
Laura, how are people in the market viewing the ARO, the decommissioning liabilities of conventional assets? Is that affecting valuation? Is that affecting equity investments?
I mean, your great Colorado report, and you're an expert on that. I think that it's changed a lot. It's no longer a warm fuzzies, and it's no longer like a punt it forever. Where we really first started seeing it come into play, I mean, we, sort of the run up to the 16 Permian kind of peak there, it was no one was worrying about P&A whatsoever. And in Texas, you can defer it a long time. And then we saw, honestly, I kind of with your asset classes, we saw, several folks having some difficulties entering the horizontal markets and kind of looking to go back to conventional. And then there was a lot of asset packages where enough I mean, it depends large on the state and situation, but you know, in Texas, there were packages where even if you did a pretty realistic model and you kind of punted it and you said they were only 20,000 a well, all of them. And if you look at AFEs, that's really not true. You started to see the P&A liability actually be on the order of magnitude of the PDP value in a lot of cases. And so it kind of, for me at least, it got to this point with a lot of the packages and a lot of this that had hung around in Texas where, I mean, that's material. And it just, you know, I think I've been forever, I was, oh, you can P&A it for the cost of salvage. I know like 2 companies that can do that in 2 states. So I think it's becoming a lot more real. I think, you know, when you're looking at assets, which state is it in? How much is there? What are the AFEs actually running? You know, you're seeing a lot of places where even vertical P&As are costing 80,000 a well, and people will say you're crazy, but I'll show you the AFEs. So I think it's become, for a while there, it wasn't really even part of the discussion, and it was, you just punt it and drag it along and blanket bonds. And I think that, I mean, I think people aren't necessarily taking it quite as seriously as they should be, as far as how real it is and how fast some of it might come. But just the buildup in order of magnitude has become quite large.
Yeah, I've thought for a lot of years that the attention and the relevance are only going to go up. And I've been telling my clients for years now, if you buy it, you have got to plan on burying it. You won't be able to sell it to somebody who's going to ignore it, to ignore the decommissioning costs. Well, how are all these dynamics going to play out in the next few years? We've just had a year worth of unbelievable mergers. And a number of those have said they plan to spin off a couple of $1 billion worth of non-core assets. And historically, those mergers and spin-offs were a feeding frenzy for independents and smaller folks. Is that going to happen again? And how? What do you think, Laura?
I think it remains to be seen. I think it's be really interesting. You know, we've swung way too far on some models that don't work in the current environment, whether it's the operations, the purchase of assets, the financing. I like what Gavin said, that the business is normalizing. I mean, some of that's faster than others, but I think that's interesting. And then the corporate consolidations are quite fascinating right now. I mean, it's sort of textbook MBA 101 of a later life, not so healthy industry to see this consolidation happen. I think it's be really curious to see what breaks loose or doesn't. You're seeing some problems already where, you know, Oxy for one with the Crown Quest or Crown Rock purchase, and it's like, oh, we'll buy it and then we'll sell some or we'll get some debt, and people are having some trouble with that. I think there's quite a bit of energy in the system, which may sound kind of silly, but sort of it's normalizing because it's a little bit out of whack and a little bit imbalanced in a lot of places, whether it's the people, the operations, the financing. Those spinoffs of selling non-core take a lot longer than people think, end up being a lot more complicated. And I just, one thing that also excites me, because, you know, I like a little bit of disaster, is like there's just enough chaos in the system and it's just unstable enough. I think a lot of interesting things
are gonna happen.
I think something has to give in a lot of places. I think it's be really interesting to see how big and what sizes, and is it new teams or groups? You know, Gavin's having success, so he's got at least one lead of the future figured out, I think.
Yeah. Well, what kind of opportunities would you be looking for, Laura?
I'm being careful right now.
Oh, okay. Oh, be careful not to give away the secrets. Being careful what you buy.
Careful what you buy. I mean, for me, I think, you know, the Venture experience with Vita was fascinating. We went from 3 people on Costco tables and fold out chairs to 2 billion overnight. And it was wild and fun. And I'm not sure I'd do it again, but it was great once. I was doing reserves and IT and A&D and calling the pumpers and putting signs out. And we got the great Civitas exit. So, but I think for me, it's just, I think it's really probably this little bit of chaos and unsettlement in the business. And I'm kind of sitting on the sidelines a little. I mean, we're staying involved with helping folks in A&D and litigation and M&A and things, but I'm kind of waiting to see what trigger points, how it normalizes and
Like
where to go.
it's guaranteed to be exciting, right?
Oh, that's
Now,
what I
Kevin,
like.
yeah, it's a great point. What was it Rhett Butler said? There's a fortune to be made in the building of empires and in the collapsing, maybe not collapsing, but the chaos that comes.
We really
Um,
look at fit, and I think that comes back asset type, state, ARO or not, it's counterparties. And so, we consider a lot of things, a lot of different types of assets, but ultimately, I think it comes with experience, and it comes with seeing a lot of disasters over the last however many years. Like, it's almost like a marriage. It's like all those pieces got to.
it is, and Gavin, this is sounds similar with your experience. You were telling us earlier that you've bid 52 or 53 times. I'm sorry, looked at 52 or 53, bid on how many, won how many?
5.
Yeah, so
Right.
we bid on 5. We haven't won any to speak of, but part of that's being careful. But you're gonna have to kiss a lot of frogs here, right? And they all have warts. It's just a question of what do the warts look like relative to what could it end up? Could it become a prince that is really something that other people could find value in? Your investors could find value in, and how do you portray that value to your investor base? So we were working in a very linear fashion, one deal, the next deal, the next deal. Now we have multiple lines in the water. We've become much more proficient. And part of it is you just got to get in there and start doing the work to better understand your investor base. And one thing, if you can cultivate some investors, and we're project finance, so we work up each deal. We're not raising blind pool funds. We work up each deal. So we have the full deal worked up. And we put it out in front of our investor base, and some will say I hate it for this reason, and the others will say, well, I kind of like it for this reason. Others will say, well, I've already got exposure there, but it's a cool project, I just can't take any more of it. And then sooner or later you'll have one that says, wow, that's awesome, we really like that, what's next? And it's hard to say exactly. You'll know it when you see it. Because you start to build a basis of like, well, I know the majority of my investor base doesn't want to see this kind of economics, and they don't want to take this type of risk. And so you'll figure out kind of what your group is looking for, and then you just focus in on finding that, and don't waste time on other projects that don't fit the investor base that you've culminated. If because there's always lots of stuff out there. So I'm kind of speaking out of both sides of my mouth. You do have to get multiple lines in the water, but you got to be careful which ponds you're fishing.
Yeah, well said. Well said. So it's probably about time for us to wrap up. But it sounds like what we've decided, agreed on, is that the financing side has gotten a lot harder, but it's getting done, and getting done in different ways.
Mhm.
The asset side has a lot of frogs with warts, and it needs to be a good fit. But there's still opportunities to be had, and what you've got to do is put those two together.
Well, and the folks that it's gotten real complicated. So the folks that are successful are folks like Gavin's team, where you've got a long track record, you have experience, you've been through it, you're working up these deals harder, you're doing the details, you're understanding your investors better and more. And so there's just, it's become almost like a craft again, I think, to a large degree, with years of experience and the small details that you only learn that way, and paying attention to it's not just like a kind of, this is a great deal for everybody.
Yeah. No, I love that. Like a craft again, as
Yeah.
opposed to 31-year-olds getting hundreds of millions of dollars and stumbling into some good acreage.
Well, I've been doing some bit of woodworking, and boy, I'll tell you
Yeah.
what, I could tell people exactly how you do it, but being able to do it and do it well is a whole different story.
Great point.
It really is. And I think it's kind of like what Laura said, with Vital, challenge yourself to figure out who is out there in the market deploying into commodities, because with high inflation, there are a number of investors who like to have commodity exposure. There's a whole bunch of institutional investors and endowments who always have some exposure. So go figure out who those people are. PitchBook's a great resource. Bloomberg can be a great resource. Think through, where's the dollar coming from? Who is the investor? And what might they be looking for? I would just encourage everyone who is looking to start a company to really think through that, and then buckle up, because you will have to expose yourself and your processes and your valuations numerous times to really get them comfortable with you.
Yeah,
So,
you got to build it up way before you bring them a deal that they're going to close. There's a relationship
Absolutely.
that's got to be intact for a while. And you got to
Absolutely.
think about stuff a little backwards. I think, like Gavin's saying, some of these assumptions where it's what previously, like looking at deals linear, people thought you did it this way. Maybe like, okay, this is a challenge in the current market, but for what investor is that backwards and actually does that work for?
Guys, thank you both. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your insight, and thank you for your optimism. I look forward to talking with you guys some more. Jonathan and the rest of you guys back at PhD Week, back to you guys.
Thank you for joining us for PHDwin Week 2024. We are honored to have such great speakers, guests, and active audience members joining us this year. My name is Joshua Neese, and I am the Director of Business Development here at TRC Consultants. I have been with the company for 15 years and have had the privilege to work with some truly incredible clients and exceptional co-workers and colleagues. I am the primary point of contact for all of our international clients, and I specialize in building and developing the unique product sharing contracts and joint venture agreements needed to properly determine the economic reserves for an organization that operates in the international sphere. Today, we will be discussing the advantages that PHDwin provides to international energy companies, and in particular, those in Latin America. PHDwin is a reliable software solution that has been used to calculate reserves and economic evaluations with a high level of trust. With thousands of clients worldwide, including banks, operators, and major third-party reserve auditors, it is a widely utilized tool in the industry. The software has been utilized for economic modeling in more than 35 countries across the globe, making it a versatile and comprehensive option for companies operating internationally. Users of PHDwin benefit from dedicated support team, experienced consultants, and knowledgeable sales staff to assist with any queries or issues that may arise. And finally, one of the most important features of PHDwin is its advanced reporting capabilities, which enable detailed and thorough reserve reporting for better decision-making. In today's presentation, we will be introducing PHDwin and its application in the Latin American market. PHDwin is a powerful platform designed to aid in the asset evaluation, budgeting, planning, and reserves reporting that is capable of being specifically tailored for the Latin American market. This software has a proven track record with a diverse client base that includes your banks, your operators, investors, auditors, and anyone else that may be involved in the oil and gas industry. This should highlight to everybody the true versatility and reliability of PHDwin. With over 3 decades of experience in providing accurate reserve and economic calculations, PHDwin has become a trusted solution in financial modeling in the region. One of the strengths of PHDwin is the flexibility in handling data from various sources, allowing for a seamless integration with different file types, databases, or custom vendor files, streamlining the data management process for the users. PHDwin offers various forecasting methods such as ARPS, SEDM, Scheduled, LinTime, LinQ, and flat projections, enabling precise and dynamic projections tailored to specific product configurations. With transparency in product configuration and applied streams, PHDwin enhances the clarity and organization, making evaluations and decision-making processes even more efficient. By enforcing our corporate product definitions, PHDwin also promotes product discipline, leading to reduced errors, improved input accuracy, and better aggregated values for analysis. This was specifically highlighted in the presentation by Richard Smith, where he discussed some of the complications that were experienced in transitioning Maersk Oil and Gas to a reserve-compliant company. Additionally, the advanced graphing capabilities in PHDwin empower users to visually represent unique products, understand product relationships, and effectively assess the economics of different scenarios. In South America, PHDwin has proven to be a valuable tool for modeling complex economics in countries like Colombia, Venezuela, and Trinidad and Tobago. This includes simple tax and royalty models to the more complicated PSC, PSA joint venture agreement models, including those calculating incremental volume entitlement in Colombia. This software has offered crucial insights and analysis, particularly in asset evaluation, budgeting, planning, and reserves reporting. Through case studies, we can see how PHDwin has empowered companies in these regions to make informed decisions backed by precise reserve economic calculations and economic foundations. The success story for these countries highlight the practical applications and advantages of using PHDwin in the Latin American market. A key feature of the functionality of PHDwin that was of particular interest to our Latin American clients was that it can be utilized for budgeting and planning purposes. That all begins with a detailed and accurate asset evaluation utilizing PVFNI. This helps us in assessing the present value of a project, which allows for an improved comparison of various projects or drilling schedules. Budgeting and planning tools within PHDwin allow for effective financial planning and forecasting. Prospect screening functionality using commerciality hurdles aids in the evaluation potential opportunities for your investments. Reserve reporting structures help in accurately tracking and reporting your corporate reserves. Pre-drill and workover justification can be quickly modeled to assist in making informed decisions before drilling and conducting workovers. This can include both the volume and the economic impact of those projects. Post-project tracking enables monitoring and analyze the performance of completed projects. PHDwin also offers a what-if scenarios, including hedging strategies, to simulate different outcomes that you may experience. Lastly, PHDwin supports the process of acquiring or divesting assets, streamlining transactions and evaluations. PHDwin serves as a powerful big data platform specifically designed for asset evaluation purposes. Let's delve into the key features that make PHDwin stand out in the realm of asset evaluation. By offering detailed analysis and insights, it equips users with necessary information for making well-informed decisions regarding their assets. One of the strengths of PHDwin lies in the robust data management capabilities. Leveraging the industry-standard Microsoft SQL Server, PHDwin can effectively handle databases containing over 100,000 cases. This ensures smooth data management processing for all users. PHDwin fosters a collaborative environment through its multi-user functionality. This enables teams to work together on asset evaluation projects, thereby boosting productivity and facilitating seamless teamwork. PHDwin also enhances efficiency through its utilization of automation and linked data values. By automating various processes, PHDwin helps users save time and effort in conducting asset evaluations. This ultimately leads to quicker and more precise results. Additionally, PHDwin's open data structure is a notable advantage. This openness allows for flexible data handling, enabling easy integration with different file types and sources, and as a result, users can conduct thorough asset evaluations by leveraging data from various channels. In summary, PHDwin's comprehensive asset evaluation capabilities, efficient data management, collaborative environment, automation features, and open data structure collectively make it a top choice for professionals seeking reliable insight and analysis of the realm of asset evaluation. With PHDwin, users have the flexibility to utilize various data sources, including databases like Access or SQL, Excel, or CSV files, or custom vendor files. This allows for integration of data from different formats, enhancing accessibility and usability. Users can precisely manage updates, appends, or ignore certain data for existing projects, ensuring accuracy and relevance. The open data structure of PHDwin facilitates smooth integration with diverse formats, which simplifies the data processing. One way a corporation can improve the transparency is by improving the naming of their product configurations and their phase configurations. By implementing phase configuration naming, we can enhance transparency within the process by naming the phase configurations by either the area, the team, or the products, making it easier to locate and track specific phases. Sorting the items by phase configuration can also significantly speed up the evaluation process, enabling us to make informed decisions more efficiently. In PHDwin, corporate product definitions play a crucial role in streamlining operations and ensuring data accuracy. By controlling the availability of products, users can easily access the necessary items while restricting inappropriate ones. Managing secondary products names such as NGL or LPG helps in minimizing errors and ensuring input accuracy across the board. Implementing controls is essential to prevent product loss and improve the aggregation of values, ultimately leading to more informed decision-making. PHDwin offers a range of tools to ensure that your decline curve analysis is top-notch. PHDwin stands out by utilizing 5 advanced forecasting methods, including the ARPS, SEDM, scheduled, lin-time, lin-cum, or flat projections. One key feature is the forecast ribbon, which allows users to easily build and customize projections for any product in their phase configuration. This flexibility empowers the user to tailor forecasts to their specific needs. The AutoFit options also are both editable and user-specific, providing a high level of customization. This ensures that your forecasting models are accurate and aligned to your particular unique requirements that you may have. Finally, the forecast ribbon offers a convenience of linking projections between different products. For instance, you could link the start of your GOR to the start of your major phase product. This functionality enhances the accuracy of your forecast by allowing for seamless integration and comparison across various products. In PHDwin, the advanced graphing capabilities offer users the ability to create custom graphs to showcase unique products and their relationships effectively. Within the software, organized graph assignments help users understand which products are needed for each specific case, helping to streamline their processes. One other key feature is the ability to graph revenue over expenses, providing a visual representation of the economic results of the case, aiding in your decision-making process as well. PHDwin also provides unique cost and revenue stream calculation options that your company may utilize for financial planning and analysis. Apply revenue or expense streams to your volume-based products to accurately reflect their financial impact. By allowing linked prices and expenses, we can quickly update and ensure fast quality control in our calculations. Price differentials are applied to adjust your price relative to an index price, ensuring our pricing strategies remain competitive. PHDwin provides multiple expense types by default to adjust for volume and ownership basis, but we also allow for users to build and define unique streams. Custom streams are built and define unique streams. Custom streams are built to fine-tune expense calculations, tailoring our approach to specific business needs. To ensure transparency, all expenses are included in the general summaries through stream categories, allowing for easy tracking and analysis, and ensuring that no expenses or revenue are missed in the reports. Lastly, users can build special tax models for accurate financial modeling, ensuring cash flow forecasts are as precise as possible. One of the ways that you would build those custom tax models is with the utilization of fiscal modeling and cash formulas. Cash formulas in PHDwin are a powerful tool that allows users to create detailed ring-fence project economics. This includes incorporating complex features such as royalty, R-factor thresholds, cost recovery values, profit oil splits, as well as tax and income tax related options. Users can use these features to evaluate their project, and PHDwin can adjust for different tranches to fine-tune the fiscal models as well. Furthermore, users have the flexibility to assign custom streams to precisely calculate and report fiscal model results. This level of customization improves the utilization of special tax models in auditing and reporting, resulting in a highly accurate fiscal modeling outputs. Over the years, reporting has become an ever more powerful tool for financial analysis in the oil and gas industry. Custom reporting is a feature of PHDwin, allowing users to create tailored reports to meet their needs. This means you can focus on the data that matters the most to you. With customizable column orders, you have the flexibility to present your data in a way that makes most sense to you and your stakeholders. This personalized touch enhances the clarity and impact of your presentation. PHDwin offers diverse output options for your reports, ensuring that you can choose the format that best fits your needs. Whether it's a detailed PDF, an interactive dashboard, or a spreadsheet, the choice is yours. One of the standout features of PHDwin is its ability to provide detailed financial summaries. These summaries enable a in-depth analysis, giving you a comprehensive understanding of your financial data. These summaries are created utilizing the case list and do not require special cases to generate. Lastly, PHDwin's interactive reporting tools allows for dynamic data exploration. This means you can delve deeper into your data, uncovering insights and trends that may have otherwise gone unnoticed. In conclusion, the advanced reporting features in PHDwin, presented in a user-friendly items layout, empowers users to create impactful and insightful reports for informed decision-making. So in conclusion, PHDwin has built a strong reputation over the past 30 years for providing reliable reserve and economic calculations in the industry. This track record of trust and accuracy is well established. The software is widely trusted across the globe and industry, and its broad usage demonstrates the widespread acceptance and credibility of PHDwin. Users rely on PHDwin for a range of functions, including asset evaluation, budgeting, planning, and reserve reporting, and this software consistently delivers precise and dependable results in the Latin American region. One key strength of PHDwin is the successful modeling of countries in South America like Colombia, Venezuela, or Trinidad and Tobago. These showcase the software's adaptability and effectiveness in diverse markets, further solidifying its proven track record. Thank you very much for your time. Please feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions. Have a wonderful day.
Welcome to today's keynote with Mar Welcome to today's keynote with Marilena Garcia of Ryder Scott Company. Marilena will share how operators can maximize the value of CO2 enhanced oil recovery projects under the US 45Q tax credit program. She explains how ISO 27916 compliance not only ensures secure carbon storage, but also unlocks up to $85 per tonne in incentives. This session connects technical standards with real economic impact, providing a clear roadmap for both energy development and carbon management. Thank you to Marilena Garcia for bringing her expertise to this keynote. Let's begin.
Hello, thank you for being here. I'm Marilena Garcia. I'm the head of sustainability at Ryder Scott, and it's truly an honor to be invited back to PHDwin Week. Thank you to the entire TRC team for the invitation and for the continued support you give Ryder Scott year long. We really value this partnership, and we truly enjoy sharing technical insights with this community. This session is about turning subsurface performance into bankable metric tons without compromising the technical rigor, of course. We look at how this ISO standard, the 27916, can be used as a technical and commercial enabler for CO2 EUR, tax credit monetization, and why auditors, investors, and operators are leaning into this framework. Today, we'll connect ISO 27916 quantification with the updated 45Q tax credit landscape, showing a practical and auditable path to the $85 per ton for CO2 EUR projects. So let's begin. Before we dive in, let me give you a quick roadmap of what we'll be covering today. We'll start with why 45Q combined with CO2 EUR matters today. Why right now? There's been, as you know, a major shift in policy, and the understanding of this landscape is key to unlocking project value. Next, we'll look at the impact of these tax credits on the CCUS space, especially how the $85 per ton parity is reshaping economics and development strategies. Then we'll break down the business case. This is where we connect the technical performance to the financial value, and how tons of CO2 stored on the ground can translate into real value, into real dollars. From there, we'll look at the standard. I'll introduce the standard, the ISO 27960 standard, what it is, how it works, and how it becomes the go-to framework for quantifying CO2 storage in a CO2 EUR project. Then we'll shift gears and look at this from the auditor standpoint. What do the auditors want to see? What's the kind of evidence we need to see to get the confidence in your numbers? And once we're grounded in the standard, then I'll walk you through to the quantification of associated storage step by step, using fresh delivered CO2 minus losses with real project examples. And finally, I'll wrap up with some final thoughts and practical recommendations, how to position your operation for compliance, for confidence, and also for competitive advantage. Let's begin with the big picture. Why this moment matters and why now? The policy landscape has shifted, and actually 4 forces has aligned. Policy parity, financeability, compliance clarity, and also infrastructure. The combination of those 4 forces makes CO2 EUR one of the fastest ways to scale storage today. Let's start with the policy parity. Recent legislation, which is the one big beautiful bill, aligned the CO2 EUR with permanent storage rate at $85 per ton. It was previously 60 with the previous rule, and now it's up to $85 per ton. And what it means that this bill removed the historical discount on EUR and puts it on that same level with geological storage. Importantly, the beginning of construction windows remains open, so there's a real incentive to launch projects right now rather than wait. This is why it's really important to act right now. On the incentive sides, we have the 45Q, and we know it can be monetized. 45Q is completely monetizable. Either companies can transfer the credit, or where eligible, this can be used as a direct pay. That improves the upfront cash and lower the cost of capital of the project, which is a real winner. Also, the CO2 UR projects, they have dual value stream. Economically, you can stack the value of the credit revenue and the incremental oil uplift. The credit stabilizes the cash flow across all prices changes, while the optimization and the flood capture the upside. On the compliance, the rules are clear. We quantify storage using either ISO standard or EPA regulation. And the companies can do that in a way that is totally auditable, and they can use that into the annual filing in using the Form 8933 to the IRS. Lastly, we have the infrastructure. We're not starting from zero. We have the existing pipelines, we have UR wells, we have facility, we have near-term capacity, as we show in the map here. So EOR can take the volumes now. Meanwhile, the dedicated Class 6 storage builds up. So let's take a moment and step back and look at the broader trends across carbon capture projects in the US. As of April 2025, based on combination of information that we got out of the International Energy Agency and also Ryder Scott Blue CCS platform, there are about 300 projects in various stages of development, operational, under construction, and planned. But the most revealing thing isn't just about the number of projects, it's the shift on how CO2 is being used as we move from today's operational asset to the pipeline of future development. Let's start on the left. Among operational projects, about 64 are CO2 UR. And that's not surprising because for decades, companies have been using, especially here in Texas, they've been using CO2 for enhanced oil recovery. There's a long history, infrastructure, gas processing, and operational know-how behind that. However, if you look at the middle chart, projects under construction, you can see a shift. Dedicated storage jumped from 72%, and the EOR drops considerably. So by the time we reach to planned projects, the dedicated CO2 storage account for 76%, while EOR only makes up just 3% of the expected pipeline. So what is driving this shift? We think that there's mainly two forces at play. First, policy and public perception increasingly favor permanent geological storage, especially for industrial emitters under stakeholder pressure to demonstrate permanent CO2 removal. Second, UR adoption is inherently field-specific and highly sensitive to oil prices. That it only makes sense in reservoirs where pattern performance and CO2 supply economics really line up. But now here's the turning point. With the One Big Beautiful Bill, the EOR is no longer penalized. Now it's at the same level with geological CO2 sequestration. And now it's eligible for the full $85 per ton of CO2 injected, same as the saline storage. So that changes the game. So while the long trend leans towards dedicated storage, we believe CO2 UR will serve as the bridge, particularly during the near term. For operators with existing CO2 flood infrastructure in place, proven injectivity is immediate sink. So there are reservoirs where they can readily inject CO2 at any moment, and really utilize that sink to inject their CO2 for industrial sources, while the infrastructure for selling aquifers and geological storage builds up. So it's a good opportunity to act right now, given the opportunity that this 45Q, the increased tax credit, gives to CO2R projects. So here's the real kicker. This highlights the shift in credit under the One Big Beautiful Bill compared to earlier IRA rules. The key details here is the place in service cutoff date, which is July 4th, 2025. So this, apart from the fact that the credit went from $60 to $85 for CO2 UR, from using sources from industry and power, and from $130 to $180 per metric ton if you're using direct air capture, what is that makes the difference here is that place in service date of July 4th. That means that to qualify for the higher rates, your capture equipment needs to be in place before, or sorry, it has to be in place on or after that day. So your project already started or is already capturing CO2 before July 4th, you're still eligible for 45Q credit, but you'll be limited to the $60 per ton EUR instead of the $85 per ton. In other words, earlier projects are locked in with the lower credit, and that doesn't affect your eligibility to file, just the value of the credit that you can claim. It's also possible that two projects doing exactly the same thing receive very different credit values, just based on the timing on when their capture equipment went operational. So here's a quick summary of what this $85 per ton parity means to the market, both in the short and in the long term. In the near term, we likely see a slowdown in new selling storage projects announcements. Why? Because EOR just became more attractive. With the same $85 per ton now available for EOR and also for dedicated storage, EOR just offer a stronger value proposition. So you get the tax credit plus the incremental oil from the tertiary recovery. So you get that extra revenue. So that dual stream revenue is very powerful driver. Add to that lower technical and regulatory barriers, mature infrastructure, and also decades of regulatory experience, operational experience. So developers will naturally gravitate towards EOR as a faster, lower risk path to monetization. This was likely redirect the investment of capital away from greenfield storage towards EOR. In other words, EOR is now in the sweet spots, commercially viable, technically feasible, and also financially attractive. In the midterm, we can see a shift. This initial short term is just a wave. Over time, we expect a rebalancing. There are only so many viable EOR fields out there. So the most attractive, once the most attractive opportunities are saturated, attention will shift back to dedicated storage, especially as infrastructure mature and costs come down. We expect people or companies to go back to dedicated storage injection. So the learning curve from EOR implementation will help hopefully to reduce the cost, the risk storage development, as more pipelines and hubs come online, the economic of selling storage will improve. Meanwhile, I also expect that the credit expiration dates will create some urgency on developers. They will want to get the projects in the ground before that incentive go away, which is a period of 12 years. We also see some regulatory reforms, especially around Class 6 permitting. Hopefully more states will get primacy, and that will move the process further along. So let's talk about what this means for operators, because this is where the execution really matters. The credited parity fixes the math. It removes the penalty on the EOR and finally aligns the selling storage with CO2 EOR projects from the financial perspective. So if you are already running a CO2 flood, or if you are recycling an injected CO2, you're in a great position to act now. These are the type of operations that can quickly convert performance into creditable tons, metric tons, basically. So operators should use the standard, either the ISO 27916 or the EPI method, to quantify their associated storage and convert that subsurface performance into money, into creditable metric tons. Who are the near-term winners? We believe that those are going to be projects with existing infrastructure, with solid injectivity, and recycling metering that are already in place. Those fields can turn around revenue really quickly, and there's no need to wait for new permits or greenfield development. The economics work even at mid-cycle oil prices. When you start credit value on top of incremental oil, you start seeing marginal CO2 patterns turns green. So it's a really game changer. So we also recommend that operators plan for constraint. More company will want to start their CO2 EOR, or maybe expand their existing CO2 EOR. There's going to be most likely a shortage on CO2 supply. It could be. So execution isn't just about opportunity, it's about being ready. So make sure you lock in your CO2 supply, confirm your injectivity and pressure limits in your field, and ensure you have enough capacity to inject that CO2. Also, baking your monitoring and verification plan is all about running a disciplined and financeable project. So now the fun part. Let's talk about money. This is where the storage performance translates into financial returns. So the core formula is very simple for the annual 45Q cash. Is approximately equal to the net CO2 that you store times the credit rate times the transfer price times the uptime or the on-stream. So it's very simple. So let's take a look at the table at the top right table. So for a project capturing around 100,000 of tons per year, that's over $6 million in a year in tax credits. And 1 million tons per year, you're looking at over $60 million at a standard, $60 million at a standard rate. And there's more than 130 million if you are using direct air capture. So using that as a guide, we can estimate the implied CO2 price. This is a useful benchmark against CO2 purchases or tariff costs. So assuming a standard conversion of 19 MCF per metric ton, that means that at your $85 per ton, you're getting $4.50 per MCF of CO2 injected. And then $9.50 per NCF of CO2 injected if you look at the higher rate of $180 per ton. That's real value. But now let's put that into production terms that operators care about or want to see. That's the per barrel unit. All right. So if you're injecting between 0.25 or 0.4 metric tons per barrel of oil produced, that works out to be between $21 and $34 per barrel uplift at $85 per ton, or 45 and 72 if you look at the direct air capture tax credit at 180. So these are real value add, and they're stacked on top whatever margin you're already generating from the oil sales. So we have to be careful not to forget to net these things out. It's not about the upside. You have to apply your transfer discount, your overhead, your MRV cost, the admin cost, which can range from modest to significant, depending on how your project is structured. But it's important to net these numbers out. So here's where the technical finance works come together, because at $85 per ton, small mistakes can really have big consequences. Let's put that into perspective. For a project storing 1 million tons per year, even 1% error in quantification would mean $850,000 a year. Even 1% in quantification mean. So this level of materiality means that compliance isn't just a reporting exercise, it's almost a financial safeguard. So we have to be very careful with the quantification. So the auditors, like us, when we look at this type of projects, we will verify, first of all, whether your project is even eligible for 45Q. That includes checking the place in service date, compliance with secure storage definition, and of course the prevailing wage and apprenticeship documentation. Also, we'll check and review the CO2 quantification method, whether if you use EPA or ISO. We'll check the mass balance and see that everything is clear, that is defensible and well documented. We'll also take a look at the losses, all the CO2 losses, if you have them, how you define them, how you measure them, how rigorously you apply uncertainty factors on the losses, how often you do those checks on your equipment. And the losses is where the errors can be made more often than not. And that's especially bad because that's where your credits can really go away. Finally, we'll provide independent certification, which now is a standard practice for transferability and for audit this fund. And this is actually your shield in case the IRS ever knocks on the door. Okay, so this diagram shows what we mean by a closed-loop CO2 EOR system, which is the backbone of the ISO 27916. This concept is central of how we quantify associated storage under ISO and also under EPA subpart RR. So let's walk through it. It's very familiar. This is a picture that is almost everywhere on the CO2 EOR literature. So we start with CO2 injection, either from anthropogenic sources like capture facilities or from natural sources like geological sources of natural CO2. Then we get that from existing suppliers, and this is metered and tracked at the custody point. Once it's injected into the reservoir, the CO2 drives the oil to the miscible zone, pushing the oil towards the production wells. No mystery there. The CO2 mobilizes the oil, and some of that CO2 comes back to the surface with the produced fluids, and that's your recycled CO2. So instead of venting or flaring that gas, a closed loop means that that gas is compressed, is captured, compressed, and then reinjected. And that's the cycle. So over time, a portion of that CO2 stays trapped in the reservoir as dissolved. It could be dissolved, it could be residual, it could be mobile phase. That retained value or that retained volume is what gets claimed as associated storage. So this closed loop system isn't just about engineering. It's actually the backbone of your quantification and compliance strategy. It allows you to minimize emissions, increase CO2 efficiency, and generate creditable tons, and all while enhancing the oil recovery. So ultimately, this is how we turn a traditional EOR project into a compliant, financeable CO2 storage solution under 45Q. So now that we've seen how CO2 moves through a closed loop EUR system, now let's look at how ISO 27916 formalizes that flow into a quantifiable and auditable framework. So here's how the ISO 27916 works. You track CO2 from delivery through injection, recycle, production, and losses. The standard ensures that every ton claim is traceable. So you will need monthly reconciliation, composition checks. You will need a clear map of all the meters. It's like a financial ledger, but for CO2. So this diagram breaks down key boundaries. Let's start with the project scope. The ISO standards start with the definition of CO2 EUR complex or EUR complex. That's everything that you see from injection well through the reservoir back to the production wells, plus all the associated storage. All the associated surface facilities that handle CO2 and produce fluids. So you'll notice that is the red dotted line around the picture right here. Okay, so then we have the CO2 input here on the left. And we have CO2 supply sources. In this picture, we have two sources, source 1 and source 2. And they can be anthropogenic and they can be natural. But just keep in mind that only the anthropogenic fraction of that CO2 can be claimed for that credit on the 45Q. These inputs are metered at the cost to the point, and then the CO2 is injected through the wells into the reservoir. So from there, ISO requires you to track CO2 at every step of the way. You will see several types of losses labeled throughout this diagram: losses at operations, losses vented or flare, facility losses, etc., and also export CO2. Those losses can occur at the surface, it can occur within the reservoir, it can occur everywhere or anywhere. So, but it's important, it's an important input in the CO2 quantification process and has to be quantified. If we look down here at the bottom of the diagram, you can see that ISO also distinguishes between fresh anthropogenic CO2, fresh CO2, and native CO2 that was already present in the reservoir before the injection. This distinction particularly matters for tracking purposes of the anthropogenic storage specifically. So how do we calculate the storage under ISO? It's easy. It's just the fresh anthropogenic CO2 delivered or the purchased CO2 that comes from the industrial sources minus the losses, simply as that. So everything that is shown in red here is subtracted from the fresh CO2 that is delivered to the reservoir. Sorry, that is delivered to the project. And that's how you calculate the net CO2 stored in the reservoir, which is claimable under 45Q. So it's real simple. This framework really transformed operational data that all the operators have into a mass balance ledger. And it allows companies to file the credit claims that are defensible and also ready for audit. So now that we understand and see these frameworks, the ISO 27916 is international standard, and as I mentioned, is used to verify the CO2 storage during EUR operation. It's been designed to support audit-grade mass balance, giving consistency across projects and across assets, making the credit claims defendable. It applies to the entire EUR complex, not just the wellbore, but also applies to the surface facilities and the produce streams. It crucially focuses only on the anthropogenic fraction of the CO2 that is injected. That's the only fraction or share of the CO2 the ISO kind of cares for in terms of quantification. So at the end of each year, operators report the net anthropogenic CO2 stored and also the cumulative. This is the basis to fill out the form 8933 for the claim. So these are MRV 45Q rated figures that need to stand up to scrutiny, to assurance, to investor review, and also to regulators. So the same methodology has to be applied side to side so results can be comparable. Now let's shift from the quantification to containment, because storing only matters if the CO2 stays where we put it, right? So a strong monitoring plan isn't just about a regulatory box or a regulatory checkbox. It's the foundation for maintaining a stakeholder trust, defending credit claims, and identifying potential risk early enough. So first, for monitoring, we need full visibility into all the CO2 streams, deliver, produce, export, losses, everything. What is being delivered, what is being produced, what is being exported, all that needs to be accounted for. Same thing for the losses. And also the gas composition has to be measured, it has to be tested, and frequent enough to make sure we have enough handle of the different stream of CO2 that can be injected at any given time. So all these should be metered and reconciled to monthly surface inventory. It's a monthly balance that we need to do using all those screens. So from the integrity and surveillance part, we have the MIT test, or mechanical integrity tests, that are required to confirm the casing and tubing are in good condition. We also have PLTs, production logging tests, that help track fluids entering or leaving the wellbore. And of course, we have to monitor pressures, reservoir pressure, to identify changes in the storage conditions over time. It's just reservoir monitoring and surveillance activity. Also at the surface, we need to have CO2 detectors, pipelines at the facility, and also in any area that is prone to venting or leakage, you have to have CO2 detectors on those areas. These are not optional anymore. They're actually the first line of defense. So also, depending on the site, you may need additional surveillance tools like seismic monitoring, tracers, downhole geochemistry, but these are not required everywhere. But under ISO and EPA guidelines, they're expecting you to do a risk-based approach. So if the CO2 plume is near a fault or a legacy well or at another operator's acreage, you'll want extra eyes on it. So a good monitoring plan protects your credits, your reservoir, and also your reputation. So it's important to keep a good monitoring plan into your project. So finally, this slide gets to the heart of ISO, how we quantify CO2 in a way that is defensible and auditable. The standard defined associated storage as the CO2 received or purchased of fresh CO2 minus the quantified losses. That includes losses in the reservoir, losses in the surface, and anything that leaves the CO2 EOR complex can't be credited as stored. So this is a basic mass balance approach. It's clean, only two terms, is logical, and is transparent. So it's a simple term. This is the fresh CO2 minus the losses. And as I said before, the fresh CO2 includes only the anthropogenic portion that is measured at the custody point. And the losses include everything from vented, from entrained CO2 in the oil, and also in the water, and also out of zone migration if it's detectable. So here I'm showing the monthly production stream that feed into the ISO. The most important line here is the mass balance, is for mass balance purposes, is the produced gas. After separation and processing, that gas splits into three streams: recycle, export, and sales. And any venting, flaring, or combustion also are counted as losses. So water and oil are in part of the CO2 mass balance directly, but they matter a lot. because oil is relevant for utilization metrics. So like how many tons of CO2 you inject per barrel of oil. That will help you track voidage replenishment ratio, pressure behavior, especially for wax cycle. All this data is best if you kept them on a monthly basis with calibrated meters and regular composition sampling. That ensures alignment with IRS filing and supports audit-ready documentation under ISO or APA method. This slide shows the monthly injected volumes, both CO2 and water. Again, they're tracked through the calibrated meters. Here, when injecting on a wax cycle on a 1-to-1 ratio, you can see the alternating but generally a steady trend over time. The injection line includes two components. The CO2 injection line includes two components. The recycled CO2, which is looped back into the system from the production wells, and also fresh CO2, which in turn can include anthropogenic and fresh. But remember that ISO only counts the fresh anthropogenic portion towards the claimable storage. So even though we meter all of it, only part of this total fits the mass balance for tax credits. The fresh CO2 comes in two buckets. We have anthropogenic and also natural. The natural is from geologic suppliers like Bramodon and other reservoirs that have high content of CO2. For illustration, I'm using a constant anthropogenic allocation factor of 40% just for presentation purposes. For reporting, we allocate from actual received and chain of custody, not a fixed factor. The top line is the total fresh CO2 delivered, and we split it into natural and anthropogenic shares. You can see the volume is fairly stable month to month with normal operational noise given the WAC schedule. And then this is important because it's only the anthropogenic share of the CO2 that drives the 45Q eligibility. So getting this split right is important both for technical control and also for financial control. So this slide shows the 4 monthly CO2 streams that we actually monitor from the operational point of view and also for accounting. The CO2 injection is the top line. It's everything we put in the reservoir, fresh plus recycle. It's our operating metric, but it by itself is not an ISO input. The CO2 recycle is the second line. It's the produced CO2 that we capture, that we treat, and then we send back into the reservoir. It's for internal purposes. It's an internal loop, so it doesn't count as fresh CO2 in the mass balance. The fresh CO2 counts as fresh only once. When it comes back and is injected, it's not counted anymore because otherwise it will be double counting. The fresh anthropogenic is the input for the storage claim, and is only portion that is eligible for the credit. And then we get that from the receipts, from the custody meters, from the supplier documentation. And the losses, we already discussed that, event, flares, fugitive emissions, fugitive leaks. They're generally small, but it's important that they are measured. And this is the line where the credit leaks away if we're sloppy in our flood. So the governance here is very simple. It's fresh anthropogenic, and losses are the only ISO input. So injection and recycle are great for engineering control, are great for monitoring and surveillance, but they don't enter the storage equation directly. So what we look for here is a stable or rising fresh anthropogenic CO2 and flat or declining losses. If the losses increases all of a sudden or the recycle drops unexpectedly, then we need to investigate what happened. We check the composition, we check the meters, we check what happened operationally. So we keep an eye on these streams, but we only use the fresh anthropogenic and the losses to calculate the storage. Finally, let me show you these KPIs, auditors love, because they're simple, they're traceable to source data, they explain most variances in the flood, and they are the CO2 retention ratio, which is the cum net CO2 stored divided by the cum fresh delivered CO2. The IWR, the injection withdrawal ratio, which is very well used in reservoir engineer for monitoring CO2 floods. And then the net and the gross utilization factor and the CO2 balance waterfall. We use these KPIs for sanity check, to check the mass balance, to pinpoint any anomalies, and also to support assurance. Remember that pattern level diagnostics should tie back to field total, and they need to acknowledge measurement uncertainty like calibration logs, data edits, and any backfills. So the first that we're going to be looking at is the injection withdrawal ratio. The IWR is the injection divided by the withdrawal. It's a quick health check on every pattern. Early on, is usually above 1, between 1 and 1.2 and 1.4, and that usually means that the reservoir is filling up, is pressurizing, and that's expected during the startup of a project or after reach stages. So as things settles, the IWR drops around 1, and that's what we want: a balanced flood, a stable pressure, which tell us that we have a recycle loop closed. So we have a IWR that is under 1. We can flag out or identify possible out-of-pattern injection or unaccounted losses. That's worth taking a closer look. And on the contrary, if we have a persistently high IWR with flat or falling pressure, then we think bypass, we think of channeling or vertical leakage. So if you see persistently low IWR with a steady pressure, then we think about out-of-zone migration or probably metering accounting gaps. That would be that. So when a pattern drift or we have an outlier, we check. We meter, check the calibration, check the recycle purity, the uptime, the downtime, well test. We check if there's workovers or any data edits. Bottom line, the IWR or injection withdrawal ratio is used as a fast screen to confirm pressure trends, material balance, and diagnostic before acting or taking any decision. The next CO2 utilization is how much purchased CO2 per barrel oil we need. The lower is better. The formula is at the left, and it's cumulative purchased CO2 divided by cumulative oil. And in the x-axis, we have hydrocarbon per volume injected, total CO2 and water. As pattern matures, healthy trend is downward, and then it gets flat and a low level. So a good rule of thumb is around 80 to 120% hydrocarbon per volume injected. A good pattern is typically at 60 or 120 MCF per barrel and still trending down. The exact band, the exact numbers are going to be field specific, but the direction matters. The trend has to be downward. If the curve decreases or flattens while retaining CO2, that's a good thing, and the efficiency is improving. But if we have a plateau and then we have a late turn up, then we have to check containment and recycle, because we may have a possible migration, we may have channeling, we have quality, recycle quality, uptime issues. We can have some operational projects, some operational problems. So you always have to tie all these KPIs to IWR. You have a high utilization, below IWR, you have possible migration or maybe metering problems. The opposite, you have high utilization and also high losses, then we check if you have vents or fugitive or any losses or any problems in the facility. We always correlate these problems of these issues with operation. We see if something happened on the compressors or if there was any WAG changes in the schedule, any downtime. What we do is we flag the patterns that are outliers. We document the problem, the possible cause, and then see if we can apply some fixes to bring the core back downward. So that's what the stories want, metric, anomaly, and action. So this slide shows the CO2 retention by pattern as a function of hydrocarbon per volume injected. What we expect is a monotonically increasing trend with hydrocarbon per volume injected. Patterns with steeper slope typically reflect better conformance and containment and WAC execution. And flatter slopes usually mean heterogeneity or early CO2 breakthrough, channeling, boundary and communication, that type of things. Retention, the way we use this KPI is a containment KPI, but it's not necessarily an ISO number we want to claim, right? So we cross-check patterns for IWR trends, for produced gas, CO2 mole percentage, for voidage, for pressure, to confirm the story that CO2 is being contained. If we see a decline or a step change, we look at operational causes to try to explain the situation. So bottom line is this plot demonstrates containment, consistency, pattern by pattern. It points us to where to probe in the audit, but the actual ISO numbers still come from the mass balance, not from this plot. So finally, this is the CO2 associated storage as per ISO, the part of the fresh anthropogenic CO2 delivered that remains in the reservoir. So again, a quick reminder, ISO claims are made at the EOR complex at field level. These pattern curves are diagnostics, not for official claim. They should be rolled up to field total. By construction, this plot should be always monotonically increasing. If the curve stalls or drops, we check the data allocation factors. How storage is computed each month is again at the custody meters, the fresh anthropogenic that is delivered at the custody meters minus the anthropogenic losses. And that includes exports, vents, flares. That's exactly how we frame it. So this view rolls the pattern diagnostic up to the EUR complex level. Each blue bar is the year's CO2 associated storage. For example, fresh anthropogenic CO2 delivered at custody meters minus the losses. And the red line is the cumulative total. Two reminders is the ISO again. We only count anthropogenic share of CO2, and the recycle doesn't count. The recycle doesn't add to the storage. The losses are deducted, and that's how we calculate the anthropogenic share. For IRS 45Q claims, these are filed annually on Form 8933. So you report the year's qualified tons, not the cumulative. So in this example, for example, for 2024, the entry would be 74,154 tons, while the red line is just a running total for context. Bottom line, this is an auditor's landing page. Annual bars with a clean documentation and a cumulative line that reconciles with everything. Everything has to tie back to the monthly mass balance and the chain of custody documentation. So again, this is the annual waterfall that I was talking about earlier. This is for 2024. We split all the streams into what we monitor and what we report. On the left, we have what we monitor. Diagnostics is for diagnostic purposes. What we actually measure again, or what we use in the input, is the fresh anthropogenic, which is in green, and the losses were in red. All the bars, I made them gray, not to confuse you, just to show that they are diagnostics. So that's what we use for monitoring. The gray bars are operational check to show our mass balance and is tight and CO2 is contained within the reservoir complex. Now, what we report is on the left side, is what ISO defines, the anthropogenic minus the losses. Oops. And this is actually what we put in the IRS claim, which is, for this case, 74,154 tons. So if you're curious, the EPA also have a method to quantify the CO2 EOR storage. Is this equation? It's a very different equation. It's a different mass balance. It uses the injection, total injection, subtract the production, the emissions, and all the losses. So it's a little bit different. Just for comparison, I plotted the two together. In this case, we have a difference. The ISO turns out to be a little bit higher than EPA, but usually over multiple years project and with the stable operation, the two numbers tend to converge. Sometimes the ISO is bigger, sometimes the EPA number is bigger, sometimes they are the same. So in this case, in this particular case, the ISO storage value is a little bit higher, just 2% higher than the EPA, because the EPA method is highly sensitive to recycling. And this particular data set has some intensity on the recycling side. So it also has some inventory swings and some timing issues. So that's why the ISO is a little bit higher, but it's just 2% and is explainable. So some common audit red flags that you can imagine right now. We're looking at red flags. We're looking at what is not right, so we can call it out and the operator can fix it. Just in the sake of calculating an accurate CO2 storage value. So, for example, a huge red flag would be double counting recycles and new injection. Double counting is a major no-no. It's something that really brings the CO2 storage overestimation. Also, missing or unreliable CO2 composition, not separating the anthropogenic fraction in the mix stream, inconsistent accounting of the vented or the losses, on meter that is venting that is not metered, missing calibration, a lack of the use of allocation factor. You see that those are issues with the application, operational applications that will eventually affect the CO2 quantification equation. So all this had to be carefully looked at, and there's an issue with any one of them. It had to be fixed before any CO2 is quantified. Otherwise, we can have the risk of under or over estimating the CO2 storage. So this is a cropped section of the form 8933. That's what you fill out after you have calculated your stored CO2. And just for example purposes, I here on the left I have the 8933 form filled out at $60 per ton, assuming that we have a project that became in service or was placed in service before July 4th, which is the deadline that I was talking about earlier for the increased tax rate. And then on the right side, we have the same amount, but just with $85, assuming that this project was placed in service after July 4th. And of course, both cases assume that they meet the wages, the prevailing wages and apprenticeship requirements. Otherwise, it will come down to the base rate, which is I think it's $15 per ton instead of 85. So talking about that, it's very important that we keep in mind that projects may have two different 45Q vintages. So let's say you have a project that started injecting a year ago, and then you have another addition to the same project. Let's say you have a new capture equipment installed in your project, and then you're going to start injecting after July 4th. So you have two different 45Q tax credits in the same project. So it's important that you treat them separately. You have two 45Q vintages, and you treat each capture source as its own ledger from the meter to reclaim. So we measure the fresh CO2 by source. As I have here, I have CO2 purchase source 1, source 2, here in a million cubic feet per day, here in tons. And then I have the losses also per source. And then I have how much was stored per source and the rate. One needs to be $60, and the other one, source 2, will be $85. So we have to keep them separately, and they will need to be in two different forms for the IRS purposes. So I said again, I will measure fresh CO2 by source. We sum the anthropogenic fresh by vintage. We quantify losses separately and allocate losses separately. We calculate the CO2 stored by the two vintages, and then apply the correct 45Q rate per vintage. It's important to keep that separated. So something that I wanted to talk about, the IRS has this clause that is about recapture risk, and that's a repayment you have to pay the government back if your credit, if your CO2 leaks. So let's say you have tax credits were paid to you, but the same year your leaks, the CO2 leaks in your project exceeded the amount of CO2 you stored, then you're in trouble, because now that will trigger the recapture risk clause, and you have to pay back all that CO2, all that tax credit that was paid to you in that particular tax year. So who bears this cost or this liability? All the parties that claim those credits, and the regulatory offices will require evidence. There will be a report. It have to report the quantified losses, and also how much was leaked and how much was stored, to have all the metering information, everything. This can be avoided, of course, and that's with the surveillance and the monitoring practices that has to be executed in this type of projects. You will operate to keep the annual CO2 stored greater than the leaks. And then we have to have calibrated meters. We have to have monitoring and surveillance equipment in place to make sure if something happens, we catch it early. It's recommended that the projects have monthly closure. So every month you see how much was the CO2 delivered, how much was the reinjected, how much was the recycled, if was any losses. So you close that loop every month. And then it's also recommended, some companies may look into that, to evaluate 45Q recapture insurance to mitigate that residual risk. So just to end, I just want to say that this updated policy parity of $85 per ton is a great opportunity for CO2 EUR projects. It's important that operators take advantage of that. This is an execution opportunity. It's the convergence of incentive, policy, technical standards, operational readiness. So we have to create a window for material value creation. The success in this type of projects requires technical rigor, audit grade quantification, as I always say, and containment assurance. Also, operational discipline. So you have to have all the equipment in place. You have to monitor that monthly mass balance closures as financial control. And also strategic positioning using EUR to build integrated CCUS capabilities. The ISO 27916 isn't just a regulatory requirement, it's a competitive differentiation. And I see that in all the projects that I worked on or I'm working. The ones that are the ones that are ISO certified, they immediately worth more than those projects that are not. So the technical excellence in quantification and containment assurance isn't optional. It's actually should be mandatory, and that's the foundation for sustainable competitive advantage in the evolving CCS market. Also, this final call for action or call to action. The 45Q EUR opportunity requires immediate disciplined execution. I believe that those who move quickly with compliance and well-engineered projects will capture a lot of value in this transformative market moment. The window for optimal positioning is within the next 2 years. After that, composition, I'm sure it will intensify as prime sites are claimed and the regulatory complexity increases. And with that, I end my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention, and let me know if you have any questions.
All right, all right. Thank you very much, Marilena. I'm going to have her on in just a second. Just a little quick notice. We're running a little bit on time, so Matthew Scott from the General Land Office is going to be on right after this. I know it's supposed to start at 3, but I want to make sure that we get Marilena on camera and I get a good chance to thank her for that wonderful presentation. We're not going to have time to get into a full Q&A for Marilena, so if y'all have questions, please continue to send them to events@phdwin.com, and I'll pass them along, and I'll make sure that they get on the conference later this week. So I'm going to bring her on real quick, and then after I talk to her for just a bit, then I'll bring on Matthew from the General Land Office, Matthew Scott. So I got Matthew just waiting, so we're just going to bring her on. So 1 second, let me bring Marilena on. I want to make sure I tell her thank you for an excellent presentation and for being such a big part of PHDwin Week. So hold on 1 second, let me get her on. There she is. Hey, how you doing?
Hi, Jonathan. How are you? Thank you for having me once more time.
Yeah, no, thank you so much again for coming to PHDwin Week. You are a legend at this point. You've been on so many times. We always appreciate having you on. This was a great presentation and had a lot of depth, a lot of detail. We're definitely going to be putting the replay up on our YouTube channel. So if anyone wants to see it, don't worry, it'll be there. And so I checked the numbers right before. Marilena, have they told you yet that combined all your YouTube videos on our channel have gotten over 42,000 views? I'm blown away by that.
Well, it's nice to be viral for the good reasons. Well, thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure to participate in PHDwin Week for, I think this is my 3rd time.
That's right.
You know, if you get any question from a presentation, the intention was to be like a guidance, very practical tool for those who are thinking about implementing a CO2 UR associated with CO2 storage. So it's a practical time. It's a great time to get these projects implemented. So let me know if they have any questions, just send them to me and I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you very much again and good luck with the entire conference.
Thank you very much, Marilena. You're going to get one of these hats. I'm going to have a mug for you. Next time we see you, I'm going to be loading you up with stuff for 3 times, y'all. 3 times PHDwin Week presenter Marilena. Let's give her all a round of applause. Thank you very much. I'll be sure to send you any questions that come up from the audience. But for now, everyone look for that replay for that segment. And I just want to say thank you again for coming on, being part of PHDwin Week. You are invited from here on out. You've got an open invitation. Whenever you want to be on PHDwin Week, we'll have you. It's always a pleasure having you.
We appreciate it. Thank you very much for the support.
No, thank you very much. And thank you. Have a good one. And so we're going to go and switch over to Matthew Scott. Thank you all very much for being part of day 2 PHDwin Week. And thank you again, Marilena, for being on. All right. Bring it up, Matthew. Here we go.
Welcome to today's presentation with Matthew Scott. Matthew is a petroleum engineer in the Energy Resources Division of the Asset Enhancement Department, with over 19 years of service in the General Land Office and 46 years of engineering experience, including 42 years in the oil and gas industry. Today, Matthew will guide us through the typical land types found in the Midland Basin, Central Basin Platform, and Delaware Basin. He'll also provide insights into how historical lease revisions have shaped the current landscape. In this segment, Matthew takes a unique historical approach, offering valuable context that connects the evolution of land types with broader historical events, much like the style of James Burke's Connections. He will explain the key factors that influenced land management and how these changes impact present-day operations. Thank you to Matthew Scott for joining us, and let's dive in.
Welcome to a presentation on typical land types in the Midland Basin, Central Basin Platform, and Delaware Basin, and the effects of historical lease revisions over time. Hello, my name's Matthew Scott. I'm a petroleum engineer in the Energy Resources Division of the Asset Enhancement Department. I have over 19 years of service in the General Land Office, 46 years of engineering experience that includes 42 years in the oil and gas industry. This presentation is going to take a little bit different take on that. I'm going to try to incorporate, take a little bit of a historical perspective on what affected the different land types and even the creation of Texas, similar to what James Burke did with the BBC show called Connections that was in the late 70s, early 80s, where he tied together how discoveries and scientific achievements and world events are tied together. So first, who is the General Land Office and what do we do? Well, on December 22nd, 1836, the First Congress of the Republic of Texas passed an act to officially establish a General Land Office to oversee the distribution and management of Texas' vast public lands. The first GLO commissioner, John P. Borden, from October 1837 to November 1839, was a veteran of the Texas Revolution, a public land surveyor. He had laid out the town of Houston with his brother, Gale P. Borden, Jr., another surveyor in 1836. He was a farmer and a publisher with Gale P. Jordan Jr. They published one of the earliest newspapers in Texas beginning in October 1835, which actually was beneficial and helped the Texas Revolution. Commissioner Borden opened the first GLO office in Houston on October 1st, 1837, and later moved the GLO office to Austin, Texas, and reopened on October 1st, 1839. Now, the main thing that we do is we manage the Texas Permanent School Fund, and that was created by the Texas Constitution in 1845 as a perpetual fund for public schools, kindergarten to 12. In 1854, it was seeded with $2 million as the Special School Fund and renamed as the Permanent School Fund in 1873. The Texas Constitution in 1876 stipulated that certain lands and all proceeds from the sale or lease of these lands would benefit the Permanent School Fund. As of August 31st, 2024, the Permanent School Fund had $56.8 billion in assets and transferred $3.6 billion as the 2026-27 biennial distribution to the Available School Fund for distribution by the Texas Education Agency to all school districts on a per-student basis. The Permanent School Fund also guarantees the bonds issued for independent school and charter district debt, for construction and facility maintenance. And so far, they guaranteed $255.2 billion in total as of 2024. Now, without the Permanent School Fund, okay, right now the PSF for 26-27 is going to provide about $327.72 per child in Texas. And there's about 5.5 million in public schools. So if the permanent school fund didn't exist, everybody's taxes for school districts would be higher. We also have archives and records. Since 1836, has archived over 26 million maps and documents that includes the original land grants, certificates, surveys, patents, and mineral file records. And also, it operates the Save Texas History program for the conservation of those historical maps and documents in the GLO archives using grants and public donations for preservation and education. There's many maps that are very intricate and detailed that were, drafted by our surveyors back in the early 1800s that are very, they're beautiful. Some of them are just fantastic on the detail. We also maintain the Alamo. In 2011, the legislature transferred control of the Alamo complex to the General Land Office, who is now responsible for its preservation, maintenance, and restoration. And currently, it's undergoing a $550 million plan to restore the original battle site. The GLO also has the Texas Veterans Land Board. It provides low-interest land and home loans to Texas veterans, and since 2006 has built 10 veterans homes for long-term care of Texas veterans and 4 state veterans cemeteries. That was started by Commissioner Jerry Patterson, a veteran. Asset enhancement, that's also where the GLO manages the real assets of the permanent school fund and inventories and evaluates the real property owned by other state agencies. Now, the asset enhancement, the GLO has the first option to purchase buildings and land that other agencies may want to divest or they no longer need, to whether we invest in those properties for future development. We also, asset enhancement also invest in real property such as land and development projects to enhance the PSF, such as the recent development being that was financed with the GLO in Salina, Texas. Now you have oil spill prevention and response program. Well, since 1991, the GLO has been the first responder to oil spills in the bays in the Gulf of Mexico and coordinates and executes the cleanup efforts of oil spills along the Texas coast. Now, oil spill also has the oil spill derelict vessel turn-in program. And what that is that's where allows owners to relinquish derelict unwanted boats. That way they can recover the oil and gasoline that may be trapped in them. Or you have abandoned vessels in bays, so it's a hazard for shipping. And they can remove those and dispose of them. We also have coastal resources, where they perform beach nourishment, restore dunes and marsh habitat, and they monitor the water quality at recreational beaches, particularly for bacteria to say, hey, is it safe to be in the water? And because in certain times of year, the bacteria count gets too high in the Gulf. Also have the Adopt a Beach all volunteer beach cleanup program, where the tons of trash is removed every year from Texas beaches using volunteers. The GLO also operates the State Energy Marketing Program. SIMP provides lower cost gas and electrical power to municipalities, school districts, and state agencies, and enhances the value of the PSF. So we buy gas at the tailgate of a plant and transport it and pay, and the school districts and all buy the gas from the GLO instead of, from the local provider. And it saves school districts and state agencies in these cities and county governments money to buy from the state, the GLO, instead of from a local provider. Now it's primarily gas as of 2025. The legislature basically removed, they wanted us to cease our electrical power contracts, and so the only ones that exist now are the ones that the contracts have not yet expired on. Then we have CDR, Community Development and Revitalization Program. Since 2011, they have administered greater than $14.3 billion in federal housing and urban development, disaster recovery funds, and grants in response to hurricanes, floods, wildfires, and natural disasters, such as like what had happened in Houston, with the recent hurricanes and flooding. Slide, we're going to talk about the historical changes of the state of Texas border from 1836 to 1850. Now, when the Republic of Texas gained its independence in 1836, it claimed the western border to be the Rio Grande River all the way into Colorado, and the northern border to be along the Arkansas River to the 100 Western Meridian, and then and from there along the Red River to the 31st Western Meridian, and then where it ran into the Sabine River down to the Gulf between Louisiana and Texas. And the reason for that is the Adams-Onis Treaty of 1819, which is also known as the Florida Purchase. And that was a treaty between the United States and Spain in 1819 that ceded Florida to the United States and defined a boundary between the U.S. and Mexico. But the problem is, when Mexico gained its independence from Spain in 1821, they didn't recognize that treaty. Now, Mexico would only recognize territory to the Nueces River and the area covered by the prior Spanish and Mexican land grants. In addition, Mexico had refused to ratify Santa Anna's agreement for Texas independence because they said he signed it under duress. This is when, after the Texans had defeated the Mexican army at the Battle of San Jacinto and also captured Santa Anna. So when he went back to Mexico, the Mexican legislature refused to ratify his agreement or treaty. And so also you have, he had President Marbo Lamar. Now he did not want Texas to be annexed by the United States. He had been in negotiations with some British diplomats in contact with Mexico, and so that kind of clouded things. Now, when Sam Houston came in as the next president, well, by 1843, Texas was in dire straits due to the constant threat of full-scale military attack from Mexico. And considering Mexico had already invaded and captured San Antonio in 1842, the constant threat of Indian attacks on the frontier, which is basically central and east Texas, and a poor economy due to the collapse in the cotton price, Sam Houston was in secret negotiations with Mexico and Great Britain to negotiate a settlement with Mexico or create a Texas-Mexico treaty that would permit Texas self-governance, but also in secret negotiations with the United States for annexation, including the Tyler, Texas Treaty of 1844. And that's where the United States provided military protection to Texas that Sam Houston demanded in return for serious annexation negotiations to take place. So, you had, between the Texas Navy and the United States Navy, and also troops that were stationed in Louisiana that eventually moved into Texas, you had your troops in Texas, U.S. Army troops in Texas, but you also had naval protection with a fleet of warships in the Gulf of Mexico. Now, the issue with the United States Congress in 1844 was slavery and the size of its public debt, and that war with Mexico might occur. Since Mexico said if Texas gets annexed, Mexico is going to declare war. And that the relationship between Great Britain and Texas established by Texas President Marbo Lamar raised fears that Britain might attempt to make Texas a part of its empire to affect the western expansion. Southerners feared for the future of slavery in Texas, which had renounced the importation of slaves as a concession to get a trade treaty with Great Britain, and that's for Texas cotton. But remember, the price had collapsed. Well, because of these different factors, it was a much heated discussion in the United States Congress, but there was a joint, per the 1845 joint resolution for annexing Texas. What was agreed to is that the Republic of Texas would retain all funds, dues, taxes, and its bonded debt up to $10 million, and Texas would retain all vacant, unappropriated lands lying within its limits per the resolution. And that was very important to the state of Texas and to the Permanent School Fund because of those retained public lands. So when the United States was annexed Texas in December of 1845 and formally in March 1846, the disputed Western Territory included in that annexation sparked the Mexican-American War. That lasted from April. 1 month later, Mexico declared war, and so that lasted from April 1846 to February 1848, and that was after the United States made an invasion into Veracruz, and it was on its way to Mexico City. And that's when Mexico finally surrendered. And that ended with the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo on February 2nd, 1848, with Mexico. And along with the payment of $15 million, it set the southern border as the Rio Grande River. And in the Mexico Cession of 1848 ceded its northern territory that included the lands west of the claimed Texas border across to California. And I don't think President Polk could ever envision that, because of that war, they would also get all the territories from Texas all the way to California. Now that disputed territory, the part outside of our current border, well, that became the Northwest Territory, and that was now in dispute with the United States. And that was a problem because you had the New Mexico Territory and the Colorado Territory and the Missouri Territory all claiming the same lands that Texas had claimed originally in 1836. Well, that was resolved by the Compromise of 1850, and that's the Henry Clay's resolution. And that was a set of 5 laws that resolved the issue of slavery in newly acquired territories, admitted California as a free state. And remember, you'd also had the rediscovery of gold in 1849 in California, established popular sovereignty in the Utah and New Mexico territories regarding slavery, and established a boundary between Texas and the United States. The United States compensated Texas $10 million for 67 million acres of territory in dispute with the United States. That was that north and west of our current state boundary that included parts of New Mexico, Oklahoma, Kansas, Colorado, and Wyoming. Now what happened in that compromise is that Texas received an immediate $5 million in U.S. bonds and another $5 million to settle debts that are a direct result of annexation by the United States of that 67 million acres. Texas used the money to settle debts incurred during its years as a republic and then had $3 million left over. In January of 1854, the Texas legislature assigned $2 million in bonds to what it was called the Special School Fund. The Special School Fund was simply a part of the overall school fund, but existed in the form of 5% U.S. bonds and enabled the fund to take advantage of the interest generated by these bonds. The fund continued to receive tax dollars and in 1858 began to receive annual revenue from land sales. Life was hard for a surveyor in the 1830s. If the Indians saw God's Eye, the transit there in the middle of the picture, they would attack since that meant settlers were coming soon. Many surveyors were killed in the 1830s by Indians since most carried single-shot musket rifles and pistols. The Indians used a tactic where they would wait until the survey party had discharged their long rifles and then attack, since it took about 30 to 45 seconds to reload a muzzle rifle if you were a muzzle-load rifle if you're well trained and not under duress or attack from the Indians who wanted to kill you. in 1838 on the frontier, and that's east and central Texas, if you can imagine that, at least 37 surveyors were killed by Indians, Kickapoo, Kiowa, and Comanche, and the harsh working conditions. Now in East Texas, the Kickapoo had killed a number of surveyors because there was a certain chief that came down from Missouri who had kind of witnessed firsthand what the new settlers were doing in respect to the Indian tribes there, so he went on the attack because he was now living in Texas. Now, what's interesting is that many surveyors also worked and later became Texas Rangers that provide security on the frontier. So they would work as surveyors, and then they would work when they weren't surveying, then they would work as Texas Rangers. Now, Texas and to provide security on the frontier. Now, Texas had become a proving ground and nearly the only market for Colt's revolutionary product. After production began in 1837 of the Colt Patterson 5-shot repeating revolver, and it was produced in 28, 31, and 36 caliber, that he patented in 1836 at the age of 22. Colt provided the struggling Republic and frontier state with 180 36 caliber revolvers to the Texas Navy in 1839, which then provided the firepower necessary for the new Republic to defend and advance itself. The Texas Navy used them successfully in several engagements with the Mexican Navy in the Gulf of Mexico in the early 1840s. The Texas Navy was disbanded in 1846 when it was merged in the United States Navy when Texas was annexed as a state. Those early revolvers cost about $2,000 apiece in current dollars. Now, surveyors turned Texas Rangers John Coffey, Jack Hayes, and Samuel Walker fought at the Battle of Walker's Creek on June 16, 1844. And their exploits were widely reported in the national newspapers. Now, this is one of those deals that changed history. A force of 15 Texas Rangers encountered initially 10 Indians, which they pursued only to find that they were part of a much larger force of 60 to 75 Mexicans, Huecos, and Comanches. Under Hayes' command, they charged and over 2 days succeeded in routing and putting to flight and killing 23 dead on the ground and severely wounding, at the lowest estimate, 20 or 30 more. As Hayes said, I then ordered a charge, and after discharging our rifles, closed in with them hand to hand with my 5 shooting Colt revolver pistols, which did good execution. Had it not been for them, I doubt what the consequences would have been. I cannot recommend these arms too highly. They went in with 15. They had 1 man killed and 4 wounded badly. One of them that was wounded was Samuel Hamilton Walker, and he was run through the abdomen with a lance. Okay, can you imagine getting speared out in the middle of nowhere in 1844, out in the middle? Basically it was near LaGrange, Texas, actually. Pretty close to Fredericksburg. Now, and so this happened in 1844. Well, by 1843, Samuel Colt's original business in Paterson, New Jersey had failed due to inadequate sales. These are very expensive, but these pistols changed the course of the Texas frontier. Now, former Texas Ranger and Republic of Texas captain, he's now in the U.S. military, Samuel Walker, the one that got speared by the lance, who was now a captain in the United States Army, began corresponding with and then approached Samuel Colt in November of 1846 to create an improved pistol suitable for the Texas Rangers and the U.S. Dragoons. That was extremely powerful at close range based on his battle-tested experience with the Colt Patterson as a Texas Ranger. And remember, Texas was at war. Well, the United States was at war with Mexico at this time. The initial Colt Patterson design required the user to remove the cylinder to reload it. It took too long to reload the 5-shot Colt Patterson revolver cylinder in the fight, so the Texas Rangers carried spare cylinders and learned to quickly replace the revolver cylinders while in a firefight. Colt and Walker developed a new design, the Colt Walker, and with Eli Whitney Jr.'s financial backing, reestablished the Colt firearm business. Production began in 1846 of the 44 caliber 6-shot Colt Walker that used a ramrod for reloading, was accurate out to 100 yards, and saw service from 1847 to 1865. The new revolver was of such size, weight, and heft, is 4.6 pounds, that Colt was reputed to have said it would take a Texan to shoot it. I mean, imagine holding out a 5-pound bag of sugar, go riding on a horse and try to hold it. Still, Walker wrote in 1847, prior to his death in 1847 while fighting in Mexico during the Mexican-American War, that the gun was as effective as a common rifle at 100 yards and superior to a musket even at 200. Well, these guns basically changed the course of the life expectancy of these surveyors, but also of a lot of people out in society, out in the frontier. Well, things didn't end. The problem is the Civil War period was a setback for the settlement of Central and West Texas due to the loss of the Texas Rangers and many young men of fighting age that went to fight in the Civil War. And so what happened in 1857, and in 1857, the United States government established a stagecoach route from St. Louis, Missouri along the Old California Trail and Butterfield Trail. More immigrants passed over this trail from the states to California between 1849 and 1861 than over any other trail crossing the continent. The Indian tribes along their trails frequently attacked the immigrants, and the stagecoaches were always accompanied by United States troops as the guard against the Indians. The United States Cavalry and the Texas Rangers had their western headquarters at Fort Griffin to protect the immigrants, the settlers, and the stagecoaches. The soldiers and the Texas Rangers left at the beginning of the war between the United States. So there were quite a few settlers in Young County at this time, and since the Texas Rangers and the U.S. Cavalry provided protection from the Indians, that's why there were so many in that area. Now, the Indian tribes realized that the frontier was no longer protected by the U.S. Army and the Texas Rangers due to the Civil War. So on October 13, 1864, about 600 Kiowa and Comanche Indians came down from the Indian Territory and made a raid on the settlers located on Elm Creek in Young County. This is what's called the Elm Creek Massacre. This is in Young County, where it empties into the Brazos River at about 10 miles up the Brazos River from Fort Belknap. Due to the number of settlers and Texas Rangers killed and those captured and enslaved by the Indians during this raid and other attacks on the frontier of Texas during the Civil War period, a great many of the inhabitants on the frontier moved east into Texas for protection from the Indian raids. So times were tough in these periods. If you would please observe the map on the left that shows, there's a lot of red in West Texas, and the Permian Basin, Delaware Basin area, all the way out to El Paso. And you also have more, red showing up in South Texas along the Rio Grande River, and there's reasons for that. From 1836 to 1890, Texas had disposed of 129,575,202 acres of public land, or 75% of all land in Texas. And now note that amount will go up about 300,000 acres with the recent purchase of the Brewster Ranch in Brewster County. Now the lands in West Texas were not sold until the late 1800s due to the lack of infrastructure. That'd be railroads and roads, access to water, and the Indian tax, because basically you're in Indian territory and Comanche territory as you were trying to traverse out across Texas to West Texas. Now, if you look at the table on the right where you see where it's highlighted in yellow, that's the acreage associated with the Permanent School Fund. That's about 13.3 million acres, not counting Brewster County Ranch. And if you look on the table there, if you look down about the lower 2/3, you'll see where it has Relinquishment Act lands, 6.322 million acres. That's associated with a certain land type. Another land type we're going to learn about is free royalty lands, the 818,880 acres associated with free royalty type leases. And then you have of course, you have your Gulf of Mexico and your submerged lands is a substantial amount of over 5 million acres associated with that. And so this gives you an idea of the mineral estate of the permanent school fund. So why was so much land disposed of? Well, there's a reason for that. Most of it was acreage associated with land grants, donations, and scrip. Okay, now scrip is the value of land that was traded or exchanged for debts to pay off debts. So you had 4,200 Spanish and Mexican land grants, which is about 26.3 million acres. You had what are called headright certificates, 30.36 million acres. What that is, it depends on when did you arrive in Texas relative to the Texas Revolution, and if you're a family man or single. So if you're associated with a family and you arrived before Texas Revolution in 1836, you were given a league and labor of land, which is about 4,500 acres, which is like about, 7, almost 8 sections of land, just depending on, and so they had, depending on when you arrived in Texas, you were given land. You also had military land grants, bounties, donations, and scrip. And so the state would give land because they couldn't, they had no money at the end of the revolution, so they gave away land. And also, depending on if you fought in a certain battle, you got a bounty. And if you served in the Texas Revolution, you were given land also. That was 9.87 million acres of land. And then Texas tried to do colonies like the Mexico did. And that's the Republic of Texas Impresario, or colony land grants. And that was 4 colonies with about 4.7 million acres. And then Texas also had a Homestead Act type land certificate program where you would get land and you had to live on at least 3 years and make improvements, and that accounted for another 4.8 million acres. Now, one of the ones that a lot of land was associated with was loan and sell scrip for debt and infrastructure, 43.6 million acres. Now, 32.153 million acres of that was for railroads construction. So the infrastructure, as for railroads, roads, factories, shipping, channels, harbors, and canals. They built ships with the scrip. Well, the railroads, they would get, initially, they got 6 sections of land for every mile of track laid, and then that was eventually raised to 8 sections of land per mile of track. And so if you look at some of the GIS web maps that we're going to talk about in the next couple of slides, you'll learn that, when you look at it, and it looks like a checkerboard pattern, that's those railroad tracks out in the West Texas area. And then you also had the construction of the Capitol and the survey of the lands. Okay, that was 3 million acres that was, basically sold as scrip, and another 50,000 acres just for the survey of those 3 million acres, and that became the XIT Ranch, one of the largest ranches in the United States, and that was in the Panhandle of Texas. And then each school, each county, or at least at that time, 238 of 254 counties, was given 4 leagues or 17,713 acres of land for each county to be sold or what are disposed of, and that accounted for another 4.2 million acres. And then another 410,000 was associated with asylum or missionary institutions. That's your asylum lands. That's for the 4 types of asylums that were in Texas. Each one got a little bit over 100,000 acres. And then you had the UT lands and other universities, which is another 2.2 million. So that's where they totaled up with 129,575,202 acres, or 75.4% of the available public lands in Texas of the total land mass of Texas. And that's 171,891,840 acres. Now, if you look to the right there, that's the first opening day of the Capitol. And I can't imagine building that with using just horses and I guess some steam power with railroads, but you had to cut the stone and you had to place it by you did not have power the machinery you do now. And blow is the example of a typical steam engine of that period. So on this slide, what you're looking at is the Delaware Basin highlighted in red. And, and this kind of tells you, it illustrates the significant acreage position of the permanent school fund and permanent university fund. And in the Delaware Basin, of the total 8,678,990 acres in those counties outlined in red, the permanent school fund has 2,665,391 acres, or 30.71% of the total acreage of the Delaware Basin involves the state of Texas lease or tract of land. That's significant. Such as Culberson County, we have 51% of the state acreage of the total is state acreage of the total acreage in Culberson County, and it's 36% of the total acreage in Reeves County. That's a lot of land. So we have a very prevalent position in the Delaware Basin. And so there's a pretty good chance if you're an operator of a state of Texas lease in the Delaware Basin, there's a pretty good chance that you'll be stepping on a state of Texas lease. This is a slide of our GLO GIS Web Land and Lease Viewer, which you as the operator can review, and it's a very powerful tool. And this also illustrates the prevalence of state of Texas land leases and land tracts in the Delaware Basin. Now, and there's the link right there in blue. That's so you can access this yourself. Now, the state of lease tracts are shown in color by land type. Okay, and that's one reason for this presentation. The typical mineral lease type and land type are the state fee lands, which are land type 04. That's the one shown in light purple. And then you have the Relinquishment Act lands, which are land type 07. Those are in yellow. And then you have free royalty lands, land type 08 in the blue, light blue. And in a little bit darker purple, that's the surface sold mineral reserved or land type 15s. And those are the predominant land types that you'll see in the in the Delaware Basin, and also on any state lease practically. Now on this slide, it's simply you zoom in to a certain area on the GLO GIS Web Land and Lease Viewer, and then you can select certain map layers on the layer list up in the upper right there. And what you're doing is you're selecting the layers of the map to be shown or on the screen. In this example, it has the oil and gas lease level labels, which are shown in blue. It'll be a MF like 110725 and left on the far left. Then you'll have the pooling agreements shapefile or boundary, the pooling agreement number label like 81 over there on the far left. And then you'll have your oil and gas well locations can be shown or selected, and the well header location and in the wellbore path. And these are all selected in addition to the default map layers. And so you can get a lot of information. And if you note the long green stick figures there, those are allocation wells, which are also known as INUTs, internal non-unit transactions. and that is each API wellbore is assigned a unique INUT number for royalty reporting and RAC, and this is basically how they're portrayed on this viewer. Now on this slide, it concerns those 4 land types that you'll typically find as a permanent school fund land type. First one is the land type 04s. That's your state fee lands that were sold before 1895, and then unsold lands post a school land board moratorium in 1951. Those are the ones shown in light purple. So you got so that's when the state owns the surface and minerals. And that's about 708,923 acres of uplands and about 5.1 million of submerged lands. And that includes your, like creeks, rivers, lakes, bayous, inland coves, bays, and the Gulf of Mexico to the 3 Marine League limit. Now those lands, they had to be nominated for lease and then leased through a sealed bid lease sale. And the state writes and executes the lease as a state fee lease. Then you have your Relinquishment Act lands. And those are lands sold between September 1st, 1895 and May 29th, 1931. And those are the land type 07s, the yellow ones. And that's when the state sells the surface but retains ownership of the minerals. They're also called mineral classified lands. This includes about 6.322 million acres of land. And the surface owner acts as an agent for the state and receives 50% of all bonuses, royalties, and rentals for that service. And that's per the Relinquishment Act of 1919. It solved the leasing problems on land that private individuals owned the surface rights, but the state owned the mineral rights. The surface owner negotiates the lease subject to General Land Office approval using a GLO lease form. Agency rights extend to the scope of the lease only. Then you have the free royalty lands, and that's land type 08, the light blue ones on GISWeb. And that's land sold between May 29th, 1931 and June 19th, 1983. And on those, the minerals are not reserved. That's when the state sells the surface and the minerals, but retains a royalty interest, 1/16 on oil and 1/8 on sulfur. And that includes about 819,000 acres. The state's royalty is free of any production-related expenses. It's basically an overriding royalty. The landowner negotiates and executes a lease on a private lease form. If there was oil or gas production within 5 miles of the time the land was sold, then the greater 1/8 royalty is applied, and that's applicable to vacancy tracts only. The school land board ratifies a free royalty tract. It does not approve of a free royalty land lease. Next remaining ones, the land type 15s, and that's the surface sold mineral reserved. And those are lands sold after June 19th, 1983 to present. That's when the state sells the surface but retains ownership of the minerals. And that's about 363,000 acres. That's land sold after September 1st, 1983, where the state reserved all minerals and thus the state retains all leasing rights. And such lands are subject to lease through a sealed bid lease sales procedure, much like an upland fee lease. The state writes and executes a lease as a state fee lease. We just don't own the surface. Now, other agency lands and exceptions allowed by the statutes are for what we call the 52076 leases, and that's pooling of unleased riverbeds or creeks. Those are land type 01. That's where the 52076 Texas Natural Resource Code provides the ability to pool or force pool unleased creeks or riverbeds. This is an exception to the requirement to advertise for bid and to lease creeks and riverbeds. And then you also have the TxDOT highway right-of-way and county road right-of-way, land type 56 and 65. And that's the state highway right-of-ways are 56, land type 56, and county road right-of-ways are land type 65 fee leases. State writes and executes a lease as a state fee lease. Then you have the 32207s, that's pooling of unleased state highway and county road right-of-ways. That's an exception to the leasing procedure of a highway or county road right-of-way by pooling or by force pool of an unleased state or county right-of-way. The Permanent School Fund the permanent PSF was created January 31st, 1854, with the $2 million received from the Compromise of 1850 to perpetually fund education. Now, the Act of 1873, House Bill 283, gave 1/2 of all existing unallocated public lands to the PSF, and that was 42,500,000 acres. The Constitution of 1876 set aside 1/2 of the remaining public domain to the PSF, and the legislature stipulated that all proceeds from land sales would benefit the PSF. In 1939, the 46th Texas legislature dedicated the mineral estate of navigable rivers, lakes, channels, and tidelands to the Permanent School Fund. And after 1953 Act of Congress and 3 trips to SCOTUS, the PSF lands were deemed to extend out to 3 marine leagues, or 10.3 miles into the Gulf. And the reason for that is that Texas was staunchly a Democrat state in the 1950s, and it was known that President Eisenhower, when he was running for president as a Republican, he needed Texas to win the election, and basically made a promise that, hey, Texas, if you deliver the state of Texas to me, I'll get you those lands out into the Gulf of Mexico. And Texas delivered, and he delivered. And so that gained us a lot of mineral rights in that. Now you have they have, as of August 31st, 2024, the PSF had about $56.8 billion in assets. Now, the School Land Board was associated with the Permanent School Fund. It was created by the 46th Texas Legislature in 1939. And what it does is manages the sale and mineral leasing of permanent school fund lands. The School Land Board's responsibilities include approving of land sales and purchases, approving of permanent school fund land type mineral leases, the forms that are used, approving of pooling and production sharing agreements, which we have many at each meeting, and audit and litigation settlements that may result from audit of operators. School Land Board has 5 members: Commissioner of the General Land Office, Chairman Don Buckingham, MD, 3 appointed by the Governor, and 1 appointed by the Attorney General. This slide we're going to discuss Relinquishment Act lands. That includes 6,322,989 acres. And it applies to mineral classified lands sold between September 1st, 1895 and May 29th, 1931. Okay, to start off, you had the 1883 Land Sales Act. That reserved to the state all minerals on lands sold thereafter. No mineral classification. That means, you had the minerals reserved by this act. Okay, well, what happened? Well, the first drilled well in Texas was in Nacogdoches County in 1866. Other oil was discovered in Bexar County near San Antonio in 1889 while digging a water well, and then in Hardin County in 1893. The first major discovery of commercial quantities of oil production in Texas occurred in the Corsicana field in 1894 while drilling a water well for the city of Corsicana. It seemed like in Texas, you don't know if you're going to hit water or oil. Then came Spindletop, or the Lucas Gusher, on 1/10/1901 at 4,000 barrels per day, followed by the discovery of the Sour Lake field wells in 1902 per day, where drilling had been ongoing since 1893 that led to a collapse in oil price. So what's happening is right before the 1895 Mining Act and the 1895 Mineral Release Act, you started having these oil discoveries. And I can pretty well picture that the legislature and the lobbyists got together and they came up with these acts. Okay, so the 1895 Mining Act, school and public lands containing valuable mineral deposits, oil, gas, hard minerals, coal, etc., were reserved from sale except as provided by the Act. And you had the 1895 Mineral Release Act. It released the rights of the state to all minerals and lands sold before 1895 to the owner of the soil. It amended the Land Sales Act of 1883 and prior land sales. So we reserved our minerals in 1883 and then they were taken away in 1895. Was it unconstitutional? Then you had the 1901 Sales Act. It required the land commissioner to notify all county clerks in writing of the classification with no special classifications provided and evaluation of each section of land. Well, before usually lands was classified as grazing, timber, agriculture, and mineral. Well, you couldn't even have mineral classification at first because you had the 1883 Land Sales Act. All our minerals were reserved. And can you imagine in 1901 trying to notify all the county clerks on the maybe tens, if not hundreds of thousands of land tracts that you had in writing before computers? Can you imagine that? And then you have the 1907 Amended Land Sales Act. It allows land classified as mineral to be sold for agriculture and grazing purposes, but that the minerals themselves are reserved to the state. Well, in 1912, you had the Supreme Court of Texas Cox v. Robeson case would address the application and constitutionality of the Mineral Lease Act of 1895 on land sold before 1895 with the mineral classification. Remember the 1883 Land Sales Act? That established September 1st, 1895 as the last effective date of any mineral release by the state. Why can they do that? Well, it's because if you look at the 1876 Constitution, Article 7, Section 4, it states the lands herein that's set apart to the public free school fund shall be sold under such regulations at such times and on such terms as may be prescribed by law, and the legislature shall not have power to grant any relief to the purchasers thereof. So basically, the legislature may pass laws and regulations that revise how PSF lands are sold, and has done so over time, as you will see. Then you had the 1913 and 1917 Permit and Lease Act. That amended the Mining Act of 1895, prohibiting anyone from purchasing certain state minerals outright, and established a process to lease from the state. The lessee of state minerals only had to pay the landowner 10 cents per acre annually in advance for any damages from oil and gas operations, and you don't think that didn't cause problems. And then you had the 1919 Relinquishment Act. Finally, surface owner acts as an agent for the state and is awarded an undivided 15/16 of minerals. State would retain only a 1/16 free royalty. Is this an unconstitutional mineral relinquishment? It gets deeper. Well, some more of that connection stuff. We got Charles Rogan. He was a land commissioner from 1899 to 1903. Between when the Texas Constitution established the PSF in 1876 and when the minerals were released to the owners of the soil in 1895 and again by the Supreme Court of Texas in 1901, the state attempted to retain its mineral rights on all its unsold lands. The PSF had relied on the Land Sales Act of 1883 and had reserved to the state all minerals on lands sold thereafter. After Spindletop, others attempted to acquire the mineral interest from the state under the Mining Act of 1895 for lands that had already been sold under various general sales acts that had classification as agricultural, grazing, and timber. It's kind of a little bit of a conspiracy going on there. On May 21st, 1901, the Texas Supreme Court ruled in Schindel v. Rogan that the GLO land records must explicitly show the classification of land as mineral for the state to retain the mineral rights. Remember that law that was passed in 1901? Thus, the state lost all mineral rights and all land sold before 1901 without a mineral classification. And I believe I read somewhere that said it was like 90% of all state minerals were lost by that decision. In response to the ruling in 1901, Commissioner Rogan temporarily ceased all land sales and wrote mineral min or M in all the land classification ledgers at the General Land Office, in addition to the existing classification of grazing, timber, and agriculture. And thus allowed the state of Texas to retain ownership of the mineral rights on 7.4 million acres of PSF land that includes many Relinquishment Act land leases. That was a big deal. That's very significant to the Permit School Fund. Now, the 1913 Permit and Lease Act allowed producers to lease minerals reserved by the state for oil, gas, coal, and lignite production, and a surface owner will only be paid 10 cents per acre annually for any and all surface damages. In Texas, the mineral estate is dominant over the surface estate. Immediately, problems developed between the state's lessees and the surface owners who suffered damages to crops, livestock, and pollution, and trespassing at will by the lessees. Tensions even escalated to threats of violence and danger of bloodshed. Okay, so what happened is, besides this, which he saved significant acreage for the state when he shut down the GLO and made that classification change. But then, the land commissioner John T. Robeson, when he drafted the Relinquishment Act of 1919, he was trying to address the problems in leasing the mineral rights of the state to a third party on lands owned by the surface owner. Something was needed to get the cooperation of the surface owner to develop the minerals owned by the state, but that the surface owner was adequately compensated for the invasion of their property, because this caused a lot of problems. So with respect to Relinquishment Act lands, you have a significant case, Green v. Robeson, in 1928. The Supreme Court of Texas was between a rock and a hard place. Was the Relinquishment Act an unconstitutional giveaway of the minerals dedicated to the Permanent School Fund, as many thought? Or, if the state still owns the minerals, how to address the concerns of the many surface owners angered by the damages caused by oil and gas operations, the low 10 cents per acre damages allowed by the 1913 and 1917 Permit and Lease Acts, and that 9 years of lease transactions with the surface owners had occurred. Okay, well, this case, as I think former Chief Clerk Mark Havens said, this is judicial activism at its finest. The Supreme Court of Texas chose option C, split the baby. It applies to Permanent School Fund mineral classified land sales and oil and gas sold, both prior to and subsequent of the Relinquishment Act of 1919, thus applies to land sold dating back to the prior legislative release of the state's minerals on September 1st, 1895. So he already had 9 years of leases with the surface owner, got to 15/16, and the state 1/16. And despite the language in the act, vesting 15/16 of oil and gas, no vesting of the title of the minerals to the owner of the soil. The state retained title to all minerals underlying the mineral classified lands. However, the surface owner owns the pore space. The Supreme Court of Texas established an effective 50-50 split of bonus, royalty, and rental between the state and surface owner, an annual lease rental of 10 cents per acre, a value of 1/16 of the gross production free of cost to the state, and if a bonus is paid or if a larger royalty or other amounts are contracted for, the state and the owner of the soil receive equal amounts. It's a significant decision. Following the Relinquishment Act period, you have the free royalty lands that resulted from the 1931 Land Sales Act that included about 818,889 acres. It applies to land sold between May 29th, 1931 and June 19th, 1983. Now, PSF lands are those free royalty lands are those sold as free royalty to the state of 1/16 of oil and gas and 1/8 of all sulfur. Now, Senate Bill 310, passed in 1931, was another attempt at a relinquishment act, and it was an attempt to relinquish to the owner of the soil 15/16 of the minerals and reserved to the state 1/16 of those minerals as a free royalty. However, Senate Bill 310 was struck down by the Supreme Court of Texas in Empire Gas and Fuel Company v. State in 1932. I mean, right out the bat, it was struck down. However, House Bill 358, the Land Sales Act, also passed in 1931, and that amended the Relinquishment Act of 1919. Remember, the legislature can do this. The interpretation of House Bill 358 by the Supreme Court of Texas in Winterman v. McDonald, another significant case, in 1937, was that the landowner acquires the land and minerals and acts as an agent of the state in executing mineral leases with the reservation of a free royalty on 100% of the gross production, free of cost, production, sale, or delivery thereof. A free royalty is a non-participating royalty interest with non-executive rights with respect to lease contract terms, since the state did not retain the ownership and leasing rights of the minerals, because that was relinquished by the House Bill 358. The GLO was not thrilled on receiving an overriding royalty interest of 1/16 of the oil and gas and 1/8 of sulfur, so any unsold PSF lands were taken off the market altogether in 1951. Now, the permanent school fund fee lands, which includes about 6.14 million acres, is where, this includes lands where the Texas legislature finally authorized the school land board in 1983 to sell permanent school fund lands and to retain all minerals. Now, this includes lands where the state owns the surface and the minerals, the land type 04s, on lands remaining after 1895 that may have been unsold or reclassified as state fee land. Now, many fee land tracts were the result of the land forfeiture after 1931 of RL tracts due to the non-payment of required annual fees, principal and interest to the state during a period of up to 40 years. So the state would grant basically loans for people to buy property like 30, 40-year terms, but if those parties failed to make monthly payments and they were given the opportunity to try to recover or reconcile those accounts, if they failed to do that, that land would be forfeited. And then the fee lands also include land sold after June 19th, 1983, where the state sells the surface estate but retains all the mineral estate. That's your land type 15. Remember, surface sold, all minerals reserved. And the fee lands, of course, include all submerged lands, land type 01. That includes your creeks, rivers, bayous, inland coves, bays, and inlets within tidewater limits, and the Gulf of Mexico to the 3 Marine League limit, or 10.3 miles. Now, the acreage amount above does not include the 364,000 acres, or 568.75 square miles, of land and associated minerals in the 2024 purchase of the Brewster Ranch in Brewster County, that is north and northeast of Big Bend National Park. On this slide, what you're looking at is Unit 7828, and I threw this one in here because I considered a landman, division order analyst, production accountant, and revenue accountant's worst nightmare if I was working for that operator. And I'm curious as who in the audience happens to report the production and royalty due in Iraq on GLO Unit 7828, because that's a lot of work. The problem is that there are more like this example, and due to multiple sales of subdivided land tracts in a section of land, such as lots for subdivision, probate, and inheritance, these will become more common, and we have several of these. In conclusion of this presentation, I just wanted to, this is just show you the picture of the Spindletop Gusher on January 10th, 1901 near Beaumont. where it flowed uncontrolled 800,000 barrels of oil in 8 days until the well was controlled on January 19th. Oh, and of course, back then, they would just flow it into open earth and pits. And for your interest, the first and oldest state oil lease was mineral file 000951, and it was in a bay in the Goose Creek Field in Harris County, and it produced from April 1914 until March 2017 and paid $9,706,603 in oil royalty at an NRI of 0.125. Thank you and goodbye.
Thank you for joining us for today's insightful presentation with Matthew Scott. We hope you gained a deeper understanding of the land types in the Midland Basin, Central Basin Platform, and Delaware Basin, as well as the historical factors that have shaped the current landscape. Matthew's unique perspective provided valuable context on how past lease revisions influence today's operations. We appreciate his expertise and thank him for sharing his knowledge with us. Stay
All right. Thank you, Matthew, for that wonderful presentation. I'm going to go ahead and bring him on in just a second. And then if y'all have any questions, y'all know where to send questions to, events@phdwin.com, and I'll happily answer any questions. Or if you're on the YouTube feed, just comment there on the YouTube feed and we can get you on. Just want to do a couple quick notes before I bring Matthew on. So this will be the last session for the second day of PHDwin Week. We really appreciate you joining us today. We'll be starting at 9:30 tomorrow morning with another quick start from QED Energy Associates. Thank you very much, QED. And then we're going to get into what will be the morning primary presentation of the morning tomorrow, which I'm really excited about. Kimberly Ayers at Ayers Petroleum Consulting. She has some really innovative things, and I'm looking forward to showing y'all. I've been talking all conference. I really think she's got some really cool cutting edge process for what she's doing with PHDwin and her software stack. So I can't wait for that. So make sure y'all are showing up 9:30 tomorrow morning for the third day of PHDwin Week. Before we end out today, let me go ahead and bring on Matthew. So Matthew, you ready? Here we come. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hey, how you doing, Matthew? Welcome to PHDwin Week.
Thank you. It's my first opportunity.
Well, we really appreciate you coming on. We really appreciate the land office for being part of PHDwin Week and your participation in the conference. I think that was a great history lesson. Me and Dave were watching it together. We were geeking out about all the history, Texas history and all that, And my understanding is you're an Aggie as well, right?
I went to Texas Tech. Sorry.
Oh, Texas Tech. Okay.
I'm that other school besides UT.
The other one. Well, y'all ranked this week anyway, so y'all doing good too, right? So, but one thing. As I said, anyone that has any questions, go ahead and roll them in. But one thing I wanted to ask you about, Matthew, that ends up with a lot of confusion whenever I'm talking with people about how these different funds are managed in the state. So y'all manage the personal school fund, as you talked about in your presentation, but there's also the permanent university fund that University of Texas, Texas A&M use as part of their endowment. Can you speak a little bit about the difference between these two funds and whatever insight you have how they're managed?
Yeah, about Texas set aside about 2.2 million acres of land for the permanent university fund to fund universities and establish a university system in Texas. Originally started a fund for Texas A&M and UT, as you know it now, and so and that fund alone is also it's 40 probably 40 to 50 billion itself. I mean, they make about as much. We're making about $1 billion a year in royalties right now, and I think UT Lands does because they're it's like they give away these tracts of land on places you don't think there'd be any production. It turns out they're heavily it's just overlaying oil and gas minerals, and of course nobody had the idea back in I think it was 1854 if I remember correctly when the lands were set aside. But yeah, it's of high value also, but. It's a separate fund from the permanent school fund.
It's a separate fund that's managed by university lands. I know that because they're a PhDwin client as well. So all
Right.
those are being managed in PhDwin. And so that's how I have, you know, that's where I've had my prior experiences working with that. So it's two different funds that both kind of come together to fund public education in Texas, right?
Right. They're kind of set up like set up like we are, have same leasing issues, royalty issues that we do. It's just they have the luxury of being more, I guess, concentrated in the same area compared to the General Land Office, which has, you know, basically land tracts all over Texas. But the heavy, you know, we have a heavy presence, of course, in West Texas, where the Permanent University Fund also has its leases, and also in South Texas.
So
But
when
yeah,
oh, go ahead. Sorry.
you know, so we are adjacent to many, we call them PUF lands,
Puff
you know,
lands.
permanent university fund lands, where we surround their lands. They were designated or given certain tracts of land, uh, you know, back in the 1800s, and you know, nobody had any idea that the oil and gas minerals would develop like they have in the, you know, in the West Texas area or in the Permian Basin.
So I actually grew up in West Texas, Odessa, Texas. That's where I got my MBA, UTPB, if you're familiar with.
Okay.
And my understanding from, you know, history of that area and talking with people is that whenever all this land was given by the state, you know, a lot of this was being managed through water rights, basically. And then whenever water rights, it turned into mineral rights, and that got separated out, that became this huge boost as far as the value for these funds. But that's also part of the legacy of why, for example, the Railroad Commission, which really didn't have anything to do with railroads anymore, has pretty much everything to do with oil and gas in the state, became like the de facto regulatory entity, you know, for that, for oil and gas in Texas. What kind of, you know, you gave us the full history of the General Land Office, but just thinking about it, what kind of unique changes have you foreseen over its history like that, where it's maybe not as intuitive to someone, that's changed over its
Well, no, the unique changes we've had are, you know, mainly in our leasing and the development of the state's minerals. You know, we have to be the custodian of that, and so we're trying to optimize the value for the permanent school fund, but also work with the many operators. You know, we're the contractual side, while the Railroad Commission is the regulatory side. You know, the Railroad Commission was formed basically to quell riots. You know, they were in the East Texas oil fields. You know, they were basically riot control there. You know, they weren't really in railroads, but then they wound up being designated by the legislature to control the riots that were going on over, you know, the well spacing. Okay, it's all about, you know, they had wells, you know, 15, I don't know, very, very close together in East Texas, and that, you know, they had to bring out basically the Texas Rangers and the Texas Guard at the time to quell the violence that was happening in these fields. You know, it's kind of interesting how a lot of these agencies come about and how they've progressed over time. You know, in UT lands, they parallel us on the leasing. It's just the shale plays, you know, have really turned us around. I used to spend all my time in South Texas on the gas fields, you know, primarily gas fields in the bays and the shore. And then here comes the Eagleford, okay, and then you have and that was like, unusual development. And then you had the Barnett Shale. Well, we don't have that many leases in the Barnett Shale. All that land was primarily sold before we ever got it. So we have parkland. We might have interest in a park or a river tract or creek or something, or highway right of way, but because those lands are already sold before 1895. Everybody, nobody wanted to live in West Texas. You know, they all want to live in East Texas, around Dallas and stuff, where you actually had water. Okay, and so when West Texas, you know, those lands are starting to be sold, it primarily as ranches and farms and stuff like that. You know, it was hard scrabble living till they started discovering oil and gas minerals in the area, and that's what has really led to the development of West Texas in general. You know, of course, is the oil and gas mineral development, because it's all about water, all about the minerals, and ranching and cotton. Those were the kings, but it took the railroads that Texas built by the state of Texas providing those 6 and 8 sections of land. That's a lot of land. It's per mile of track. That's what led to the development of the railroads and helped the development of the infrastructure in West Texas. That's part of the history.
Right.
That led to that's why you see the railroads go right through Midland, Odessa, and communities like that all the way to El Paso and on to California. That was all to get out to the California gold fields. That was the big driver for that, for the development of the railroads. But Texas was a big part of that.
And
that's
each one of
what,
those railroad stops for a town, right? That's how it
yes,
ended up working out, right?
yeah. If the railroad bypassed you in the 1800s, early 1900s, you died. Your city just dwindled, and everybody moved to be close to the rail hub because that's the only way you can get stuff to market.
I mean,
or
that's
get
where
around.
Midland's land came from, right? Literally in the middle of all that, right? Midland, right? So,
Right. And it's so, and Midland is, it was midway between. Used to be called Midway, I think, initially.
The
Between El
famous
Paso
thing
and
for
Dallas.
between El Paso and Dallas. I lived in the sister city, Odessa, and it's famous for being a bait and switch. It was named after lush Ukrainian farmland to get people out there to move out there, and then they went, "Oops, sorry, it's all semi-arid, almost desert, right? But you're out here anyway. Good luck."
Yeah, well, I grew up in Midland, and those Ukrainians they're the ones that brought all those tumbleweed seeds, right? I
Right,
understand it was in their clothing, and guess what we have now? It looks just like Odessa, I guess, in Russia, area, but
yeah, but
or Ukraine, I guess Ukraine,
right?
Ukraine. But
well, and they say
it
that the
is.
mesquite wasn't native out there either. That the cattle is what brought the mesquite up from Mexico. So a couple hundred years ago, that whole part looked completely different. It's amazing how much we've terraformed basically that part of Texas, right? So
Right. Well, it's much like Austin, where I grew up in Midland, so I know what's about that. But it's just that in the Austin area, it used to be plains grasslands. You didn't have the oak trees, you didn't have the mesquites that you do now. It's all about it's amazing how man can influence the environment over a long period of time, with respect to the agriculture and the the environment.
And that's why we need organizations like the General Land Office to manage our resources and not allow it all to get squandered in a single generation, or right, that sort of thing, right? That's why that y'all have that long-term planning in place, correct?
Right. We're hoping that with the continued development of the Delaware Basin and the Permian Basin oil fields in Eagleford, where we have a good presence, South Texas, that it will continue to benefit the school children of Texas, but also all the taxpayers of Texas benefit from the General Land Office. The royalties paid to the General Land Office reduces everybody's taxes. Otherwise, they'd be a lot higher.
Right. Or we'd have to have a state income tax or something like that, right? That's what keeps it off. So, well, let me ask you something, Matt. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, please go ahead.
Well, okay. So one thing I think is very interesting about the General Land Office is that it's fairly unknown by the greater population, right? Y'all are doing a really important job managing these resources, but the average Texas might not know about it. I'm in the same boat. Most people don't know what PHDwin is. They don't know what a reserves report looks like, right? So I'm sitting there at parties sometimes and I'm like, what do you do? And I'll say things like, I sell software that figures out how much oil and gas wells are worth. That's my elevator pitch for PHDwin. That's my chop it down to a little soundbite at a party. I'm dying to know, when you get in a party, when you have that moment for the elevator pitch, how do you describe the General Land Office in that little quick bite to people that are curious?
Basically, I tell them, the General Land Office is the mineral interest owner for the state that helps the school children of Texas by by payment of royalties. We also have our we had our veterans programs help a lot of vets. We give out the veterans program gives out lower cost loans to vets for land and home purchases and remodeling and stuff. So there's like I said, I can touch on many different things, but that's our main thing. Is the PSF is our primary reason for being here. A lot of these other programs have been kind of like an offshoot of it over time.
But it's all about managing the resources so that can continue, right? I mean, that's part of the reason y'all have the reserves, that you're looking at future forecasts, so y'all know what future cash flows look like to make these long-term plans, right?
Yeah, we have third-party audit, third party entities that do the revenue forecasting, because that's what you want to have, is that separate. You have that separate independent audit because of the value of the permanent school fund. Because they have to go out. So our money is sent over to what's called the Permanent School Fund Corporation. They're the ones that they invest that money. Like say we make $1 billion this year. Well, that $1 billion, a part of it is sent over to the Permanent School Fund Corporation. They invest that money in bonds and other market items, to financial market items, to further enhance the permanent school fund, and then money is given from that permanent school fund corporation to the available school fund for distribution to all the schools across Texas. And so that's kind of part of the path on the way the money flows. And similar for UT lands, the royalties paid to UT lands, I think it's in the 50, might be 50 billion. That is used to pay for cost for UT lands, development of the UT school system and A&M. I think UT gets 2/3, A&M gets 1/3. I think
That's
there's
right.
some small. I went to Tech. We had cotton fields, but we never got the advantage of having a big cash cow royalties. But it's just the nature of the beast.
Yeah,
But
how
yeah,
these things get set up, right? Yeah.
right. But it definitely, that's why UT systems can expand by buying these smaller college campuses and also develop them to help the people in that community, get access to college you normally wouldn't have, because not everybody can go to University of Texas Austin. You go to UTPB, go to UTSA. I mean, I'm surprised at how many University of Texas campuses there are across Texas now, and it's all partly because, well, a large part because of that permanent university fund. It gives the ability to do that.
Exactly. As I said, I got my MBA from UTPB, the Permian Basin branch. And when I was there, I got kind of high up doing the business side of the school, kind of high up in the figuring out like how their cash flow works and helping with projects and things like that. And it was very clear, without that university fund, there would be no university out there. It could not survive without that extra funding. And so that's a big part of it, gives people access, as you're talking about, to higher education in the parts of Texas that otherwise don't have that access, right? So I think what you're doing and what the PUF is doing is really important for, allowing that Texans can have that future and have more flexibility in the future. Well, Matthew, I don't want to keep you for forever. I really appreciate your presentation, jumping on. I got one last question for you, though, and I'm dying to ask. And there's a little bit of this little jokey, but I have to ask, because I was looking, whenever I was researching before your presentation, I was looking on y'all's website. I noticed that one of the things y'all manage is the Alamo, correct?
Correct.
So I've been a Pee Wee Herman fan ever since I was a little boy. And so I just have to ask, just for all the other fans out there, does the Alamo have a basement or not?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, there we go. Once and for all, from the man himself.
Not that I recall. I've been there several times, I don't recall that.
Well, I'll take your word
now
for it.
Now you got me wondering. Okay, I'm gonna have to double check.
Go double check. Let me know if it has that basement. I've been wondering that for 40 years now. So
I don't recall it having it. And basically the General Land Office is in the process of, they're basically trying to restore the battlegrounds.
Right, the bigger part of it, right? Yeah.
I think just yesterday the commissioner signed on the purchase of the 2 hotels there. That I think probably plans on tearing them down. I think they'll be to restore the battlegrounds more to what it was originally like in 1836.
Yeah, because a lot of people don't realize what we call the Alamo is just the church, right?
Yeah, it's a really small grounds,
right?
A lot bigger battle site, and so that's always been kind of a mission of George Bush, Commissioner George Bush, back in and I think Patterson, but always driving toward restoring the grounds. You have to start, and it's amazing how it's developed over the years. I mean, I've been with the General Land Office except for first time I retired from like 2001, and it's changed a lot, and the things that we do, and even the value of the PSF. I think when I first started, it was like 25 billion. Now we're at 58 billion. So, it's amazing what can happen over your career at one place. When you're just, when you're basically a agency of the state, it's just, it does make you feel good that you're helping toward, that Texas, has grown a lot too. I think it's gone from 20 million to we're like at 32 million, I think, in Texas
Mm-hmm.
now.
Mm-hmm.
Because when I worked for the Texas Department of Health, it was 20 million. That was the number that's always thrown around. Well, now we're almost 50% bigger
And so that
population
means
wise.
much more funding for schools and everything, right? I
Right,
mean, there's more demand, right?
right,
So
right. And that's in 25 years of 50% population growth. So you have to build more schools. I think Prosper, live up in Salina. In Prosper, they just opened up 4 new campuses. They've got so much growth. Prosper is north of Dallas. And they've had so much growth. They had built 2 primary schools, a middle school, and another high school. It just tells you. And so, we're part of that. Sometimes the state owns the land, and it's sold to that school board. I mean to that school district, if they don't already have the land. But we help in guaranteeing the bond for the construction of those schools as part of what the PSF guarantees.
and it all goes back to the fact that because Texas was annexed, instead of going through the usual process of being a territory and all that, we got to keep the lands and they didn't get to be federal lands, right? Isn't that really the big difference maker?
Right.
Going back to history.
That's one thing about Texas is it kept its public lands while all the other states is U.S. lands, federal lands. That's what's unique about Texas, and because they didn't want our debt.
Yeah.
And that
Right.
was a real fortunate thing for the state of Texas.
Well,
But
good luck
also,
out.
but the annexation, as you know, as we talked about in the presentation, led to getting all the way from Texas to California.
Right.
Because of the Mexican War. I mean, and that's why I told you about the connections. I said, if it wasn't for Walker developing the cult, Walker and having that incident and in a battle with some Indians, it would have changed history.
I mean, you
Because it
wouldn't be
allowed
talking right now, probably, right? I mean,
right,
it would
it
have been a
would,
whole different path, right?
well,
So
no telling what would be. As the thing I mentioned, the British they were trying to slow down the western expansion of the United States, and so that's why they were through Mexico were approaching Marlboro Lamar because he didn't like the Americans, thought they were brash, and the British were playing up. And the British, they kind of have their ulterior motives in politics a lot. And I think they were saying, hey, we could put the brakes on the western expansion of the United States by getting Texas to become basically aligned with the British. This is some of the politics at play when you look deeper into it.
and there's all these little things that build up, and now we've got billions of dollars in resources that other states don't have that really benefits, especially Texas school children. And Matthew, we really appreciate the job that you do and everyone at the General Land Office to manage those resources for us, because it's, as I said, a lot of people aren't familiar with the General Land Office, and so y'all are kind of these unsung heroes of the state. So we really appreciate y'all taking care of it and managing that resource for future generations.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And thank you very much for being part of PHDwin Week, for jumping on. Thank you for Dave wanted me to tell you thank you personally for him for being part of this and being willing to give such a great presentation. Just if anyone that missed any part of it, we're going to have the replay up on YouTube probably next week so that you can catch it. But I'll go ahead and let you go for today. Thank you very much, Matthew.
Okay.
You have a great rest of your day. And thank you again for being on the conference.
I appreciate it.
All right.
Bye.
You have a good one. All right, everyone. So that ends PHDwin Week. The second day, come 9:30 Central tomorrow morning. We're going to get started on another great day for PHDwin Week. But for now, you'll have a good one. We're signing off. Take care. And we'll take care of yourself, huh?